Chapter 1. Transmigrated as cannon fodder, binding the life script system. In the Tianxian continent, in the desolate region. At Blood Spirit Mountain, within the Magic Spring sect. Inside a humble grass hut, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Wasn't I at work? As his gaze became focused, he found himself in a grass hut, and he cautiously stepped outside. A foul stench assaulted his senses, and all around lay white bones, creating an atmosphere of eerie dread, with murky air pervading the vicinity. Whoosh! A gust of chilling wind swept by, and Lin Yu instantly felt as if his body were being sliced by knives, a sharp pain radiating throughout. Immediately, all the information about this world flooded into his mind. I've transmigrated, and I've become a 16-year-old boy with the same name? Oh dear, it seems I really should refrain from staying up late to work overtime. It could lead to sudden death. After a considerable moment, Lin Yu managed to process the information in his mind, and his expression grew exceedingly grim. This was a fantastical world, inhabited by extraordinary beings capable of soaring to the heavens, summoning winds and rains, and even transcending worldly limits to traverse the river of fate and roam the void. This world contained sacred sects dedicated to vanquishing evil, as well as demonic sects that wreaked havoc upon the living. The Magic Spring sect. To think that he had been captured as a menial disciple by the Magic Spring sect in this realm? A menial disciple, someone who didn't even qualify as an outer disciple, merely regarded as an insignificant insect. The Magic Spring sect was the most powerful sect among several in close proximity to Blood Spirit Mountain, and the difficulty of entering the outer sect was unimaginable. This is not good judging by this boy's condition. He is clearly cannon fodder. Although Lin Yu was unaware of the true nature of the demonic sect in this world, his experience from reading novels suggested that demonic sects were typically utilized as mere experience fodder by protagonists. However, given that he was a disciple of a demonic sect, it was unlikely that any protagonist would target him for experience, especially since he barely qualified for that. While others transmigrated as sacred sons of sects or disciples of divine mountains, or even as esteemed masters, his fate seemed rather unfortunate. Why was he merely a menial disciple of a demonic sect, forced into menial labor? Wasn't this a torment? Lin Yu's heart brimmed with resentment and grievance. Through his memories, Lin Yu became aware of his current predicament. He had already been at the Magic Spring sect for several years, and a week remained until the entrance examination for menial disciples. If he failed that test, there would be no hope for a bright future. What am I to do? Lin Yu muttered in frustration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the complaint event, successfully binding the life script system. A crisp mechanical voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. What? A system? Now we're talking. Lin Yu thought to himself, indeed, systems are standard for transmigrators, though his system was a life script system. What purpose could that serve? After some exploration, Lin Yu discovered that his life script system enabled him to view the life scripts of others. Huh? View other scripts? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. What a useless system. Why would I need a life script? Am I supposed to shoot a film? There's no electricity in this world. How could I film anything? Helpless, Lin Yu shook his head, recalling the old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. With a thought, he decided to check his own script first. Surely, as a transmigrator, he was destined to have an inspiring narrative of triumph. In an instant, his life script materialized in his mind. Name, Lin Yu. Realm, body, refinement, third layer. Fate, ordinary, blood calamity. Life script, a cannon fodder in the Tianxian continent. Recent opportunities, none. Blood calamity, in 7 days, during the outer sect examination, he will fail the assessment and be used as material for corpse refinement by the outer sect elder. Fate level, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple top tier fortune. Purple gold supreme misfortune, black. Tianxian continent's level classification. Body refinement, qi condensation, Dan formation, yuan baby, transformation, ascension, unity with the Tao, celestial sovereign, ascension to the heavens. Cannon fodder, material for corpse refinement? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this for real? Did I transmigrate here just to be cannon fodder? Lin Yu felt as if his heart were about to shatter. Tianxian continent, cannon fodder? Before he could wallow in despair, An exuberant voice echoed from nearby. Lin Yu, hurry to Elder Wang and collect the blood spirit pill. Then bring it to me. A robust young man clad in black approached him with an impatient expression. Lin Yu turned towards the source of the voice, and immediately, information about the individual appeared in his mind. Name, Zhang San. Realm, body refinement 5th layer. Fate, ordinary red. Favorability, -10. Life script, a supporting character in the Tianxian continent. Recent opportunity. In 3 days, he will discover an ancient divine-grade cleansing pill in a corner of the Black Demon Cave, achieving a congenital body. This Zhang San is actually a supporting character, and he has a recent opportunity. The seemingly foolish, yet robust man before him possessed such fortune. Obtaining an ancient divine-grade cleansing pill and achieving a congenital body. A congenital body allows one to sense the world beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators, exhibiting an affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, endowed with a talent for accelerated cultivation. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. A congenital body, a cleansing pill? I can see your opportunity. Moreover, this Zhang San, he vividly recalled, often leveraged his formidable power to plunder the cultivation resources of others to bolster his own strength. Yet this was to be expected. The world of cultivation is inherently ruthless, where one vies with others, with the earth, and with the heavens, in pursuit of even a flicker of hope for ascension. Of course, all the injuries Lin Yu bore were inflicted by Zhang San. Excellent. The ancient divine-grade cleansing pill and the congenital body will be mine. Considerate compensation for the bullying the original owner suffered. Lin Yu mused, just as he noticed Zhang San speaking again. What are you dawdling for, Lin Yu? Hurry up. Do you want another beating? Zhang San glared at the dazed Lin Yu, raising his fist threateningly. Lin Yu immediately snapped back to reality and hastily replied, Brother Zhang San, I'm going right now. Please wait for me. At least you are showing some understanding. Seeing Lin Yu so accommodating, Zhang San's expression softened somewhat. After Lin Yu departed, he made his way towards the Blood Demon Cave. Given his current strength, he was still weaker than Zhang Hu, so he needed to keep a low profile for now. Once he secured the ancient divine-grade cleansing pill, he would ensure that this fellow pays for his blood debts. Lin Yu thought to himself, as for the blood spirit pill, once I've consumed the cleansing pill, Zhang San's blood spirit pill will be mine as well. At that time, it will be you begging for mercy on your knees. Chapter 2, The Congenital Body. The Magic Spring sect truly lived up to its reputation as a demonic sect. Everywhere, chilling winds howled, and the ground was littered with white bones and blood. The area where the menial disciples resided was at the very outskirts of the Magic Spring sect. The environment here was extremely harsh, and daily, lives were lost due to conflicts. Order and justice were the most laughable concepts here. Similarly, life itself was the most inexpensive commodity. As Lin Yu made his way toward the Black Demon Cave, he carefully observed his surroundings. He noticed several other disciples nearby and decided to utilize his system to check them out. To his dismay, he discovered that the overwhelming majority of the disciples were marked by blood calamities, destined to fail the assessment in 7 days and be used as materials for refining living corpses. Is this the reality of the demonic sect? Life is as fragile as grass. Cautiously, Lin Yu approached the Black Demon Cave. The Black Demon Cave was an extremely perilous location at the outskirts of the Magic Spring sect. Yet, it was often in such dangerous places that opportunities arose. The Black Demon Cave frequently echoed with rumors of individuals unearthing treasures, achieving breakthroughs in their realms due to these finds. Many menial disciples of the Magic Spring sect often ventured here, hoping to strike it lucky and discover some extraordinary treasure. After all, relying solely on their own absorption of spiritual energy resulted in painfully slow cultivation progress. If they could obtain any special spiritual herbs or treasures, their rate of advancement would undoubtedly accelerate dramatically. Navigating through the eerie Black Demon Cave, Lin Yu finally arrived at its entrance. A chilling wind swept from within the cave. It was an abandoned site, and few ventured here to seek treasures. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu stepped boldly into the cave. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, aware that the cleansing pill was located beneath a large stone in the corner. The cave was riddled with countless pits, nearly devoid of intact ground. There was a large stone. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled as he spotted it in the far corner. Cleansing pill, here I come. Without hesitation, Lin Yu dashed towards the stone. Upon reaching it, he exerted all his strength to push the stone aside. As he moved the stone, he indeed uncovered a small box beneath it. The box appeared to be crafted from precious materials, and despite being left here for ages, its luxurious texture remained palpable. Cleansing pill. Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the box. The moment he lifted the lid, an intensely rich fragrance wafted out, enveloping him. The powerful scent of the medicine made Lin Yu's body tremble involuntarily. The ethereal sensation almost left him unable to resist. Lin Yu forcefully suppressed the tumult within his body and directly retrieved the divine cleansing pill from the box. Glah! Without hesitation, Lin Yu tossed the divine cleansing pill into his mouth, swallowing it whole. To his dismay, there was no discernible flavor. Could it have possibly expired? A slight frown creased Lin Yu's brow, but in an instant, a powerful aura began to circulate through his being. A wave of joy washed over Lin Yu as the divine cleansing pill commenced its transformative effects. He promptly activated the basic cultivation technique of the Magic Spring sect, the Demon Spirit technique, designated for the outer disciples. As the Demon Spirit technique took effect, the divine cleansing pill within Lin Yu began to gradually manifest its potency. He felt enveloped in an extraordinarily warm radiance, with the spiritual energy within him surging at an unprecedented pace, enhancing his physical form to remarkable strength. Lin Yu's aura rapidly intensified, becoming increasingly formidable. Body Refinement Stage 4. Body Refinement Stage 5. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu had ascended to the Body Refinement Stage 5. Yet, the divine cleansing pill continued to refine his physique. Boom! 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 Grant me a breakthrough. Lin Yu's body erupted in a resplendent glow, appearing utterly pure and immaculate, while a multitude of dark impurities surrounded him. Body Refinement Stage 6. After a brief moment, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, an overwhelming joy flooding his mind. Now I am at Body Refinement Stage 6. Lin Yu's heart swelled with elation. Among the outer disciples, achieving Body Refinement Stage 6 was an extraordinary feat. Even Zhang San, known for usurping others' cultivation resources, was merely at Body Refinement Stage 5 at this moment, let alone the other ordinary outer disciples. This meant that in a mere half hour, Lin Yu had caught up to the efforts of his peers over a prolonged period. Moreover, the effects of the divine cleansing pill had been fully absorbed by Lin Yu, enhancing his constitution. His skin had become exquisitely tender, and in conjunction with Lin Yu's handsome visage, he outshone countless protagonists in terms of appearance. Though he did not operate the Demon Spirit technique, the surrounding spiritual energy was still being absorbed by Lin Yu's body at a gradual pace. Is this the innate body? As Lin Yu reveled in the refreshing sensation within him, the speed of his spiritual energy circulation had markedly increased. Delightful. Let me check my life script to see if there are any changes. Name, Lin Yu. Realm, Body Refinement Stage 6. Constitution, Innate Body. Fate, Life Script. Recent turning points? What the? Lin Yu surveyed the information in his mind, and aside from his name, realm, and constitution, everything else was a sea of question marks. Could it be that due to the interference of the system, his script had become unpredictable? A frown crossed Lin Yu's brow. This was far from a favorable situation. Without clarity about his future, it would be challenging to navigate ahead. Never mind, as long as I can see the scripts of others, I merely need to continue seizing their resources. As for ascending to the pinnacle of the immortal path and achieving celestial heights, isn't it simply a matter of having the means? With that thought, Lin Yu dismissed his musings and made his way toward the entrance of the Black Demon Cave. Having successfully refined his body, Lin Yu's injuries had healed completely. Upon exiting the Black Demon Cave, he felt the surrounding atmosphere of the Magic Spring sect had become significantly more refreshing. The once detestable environment now appeared somewhat endearing. Lin Yu, you useless waste. I instructed you to retrieve the blood spirit pill for me. Where have you been? Just as Lin Yu was en route to his dwelling, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. He had initially intended to let this person live a little longer, but now they had come seeking their own demise. Lin Yu slowly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Zhang San, who approached with a face full of fury, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent that seemed poised to engulf Lin Yu. Clearly, Lin Yu's failure to comply with his demands had incited Zhang San's wrath. Chapter 3. The counterattack against Zhang San. By the way, after seizing his opportunity, what has become of his storyline? Lin Yu suddenly recalled that he had taken away Zhang San's extraordinary cleansing elixir. Thus, his fortune should also have vanished. Name: Zhang San Realm. 5th level of body refinement fate. Ordinary red, blood calamity, black, affinity. -40 life script. Cannon fodder of the Tianqian continent. Recent turning point. None blood calamity. In 7 days. During the outer sex entrance examination, he will fail to advance and will be turned into a living corpse by the outer sect elder. The script has changed. He is transformed into cannon fodder. Being turned into a living corpse, quite fitting for you. However, can someone at the 5th level of body refinement truly fail the entrance examination of the outer sect? Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Could the assessment be that difficult? Zhang San looked at Lin Yu before him, feeling a subtle annoyance, even a surge of murderous impulse. This guy seems a bit different. Isn't that Zhang San and Lin Yu? That Zhang San is about to bully Lin Yu again. Everyone come quick to watch. What is so interesting? Zhang San beating up Lin Yu is a tired trope. We've seen it countless times. Exactly. I've seen this episode. Lin Yu ends up battered and bruised, then is forced to hand over his blood spirit elixir. Many other servant disciples of the Machuan sect were eagerly watching Lin Yu and Zhang San. With several discussing amongst themselves, their gazes towards Lin Yu filled with deep pity. They were well aware of Zhang San's character, often appropriating others' resources. Yet, none felt anything was amiss. Clearly, they were accustomed to such situations. Zhang San, I offer you a chance. Hand over all your cultivation resources, and I can make your death a swift one. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhang San's demeanor shifted dramatically. Make my death swift. Has Lin Yu gone mad? Is this the same useless Lin Yu speaking? Did I mishear? Haha, Lin Yu has actually grown a spine. Impressive. Alas, in the face of absolute power, what does bravado amount to? Indeed. This Lin Yu must have been scared silly by Zhang San. After all, Zhang San is at the 5th level of body refinement, while Lin Yu is merely at the 3rd level. He's bound to be beaten mercilessly. Let us guess how long Lin Yu can endure this time. I'll go with 10 seconds. No more 0.5 seconds, 0.3 seconds. After Lin Yu's declaration, the onlookers began to jest, fully aware of the disparity in power between Lin Yu and Zhang San. They perceived Lin Yu as nothing but a 3rd level body refinement waste, while Zhang San had already reached the 5th level. In the realm of body refinement, the suppression of levels is absolute. No one believed Lin Yu possessed any means to contend with Zhang San. Zhang San glared at Lin Yu, whose expression remained calm, feeling an overwhelming urge to tear him apart. Lin Yu, I was initially inclined to let you live since you seemed obedient. But since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. As Zhang San's words fell, the magic energy within him surged rapidly, that a formidable aura erupted from his being, and he lunged directly at Lin Yu. The surrounding crowd watched with glee, envisioning the moment Lin Yu would be struck down by Zhang San's fist. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. If it were the old me, I might have struggled against you. But now, boom. Lin Yu's magic energy surged within him. Amassing tremendous power in his fist, he swung his arm, launching a direct strike. Zhang San, airborne, felt a jolt of dread. How is this possible? Such terrifying energy nearly caused his body to freeze in midair. Bang! Before Zhang San could even approach Lin Yu, he was met with a direct blow from Lin Yu's fist. The immense force sent Zhang San flying, crashing against a distant stone wall. Fear gripped Zhang San's heart. How could Lin Yu have become this strong? Impossible. Yet the excruciating pain and the blood gushing from his mouth forced him to acknowledge the truth that this power. Lin Yu gazed at Zhang San, who was now pale and spitting blood, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Goodness, has Lin Yu gone berserk? He actually sent Zhang San flying with a single punch. Wasn't he at the 3rd level of body refinement? Could it be that Zhang San is throwing the match? How could it be? He has been beaten to such a state. What benefit could there possibly be in faking a loss? Think a little. Lin Yu's display instantly stirred a significant uproar among the servant disciples at the periphery of the Yuming cave, that a third-level body refinement Lin Yu had unexpectedly surged in power. Toppling the fifth-level Zhang San, truly astonishing. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Lin Yu slowly approached Zhang San. "Where are your cultivation resources? Do not compel me to torture you," Lin Yu stated, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Zhang San's face turned ashen, that he was oblivious to how Lin Yu had grown so formidable. But now his life lay in Lin Yu's hands. "That I apologize for my previous insolence," Zhang San stammered. Crack! Before Zhang San could finish a sentence, Lin Yu's foot came crashing down. Zhang San's right hand shattered under Lin Yu's weight, that a heart-wrenching scream echoed around the Yuming cave. "Do you not understand human speech? I ask you, where are your cultivation resources?" Lin Yu said coldly, applying further pressure with his foot. Zhang San's forehead throbbed with veins, the excruciating pain nearly driving him to madness. "That I have them on me. I'll give them to you." Zhang San trembled, beads of sweat streaming down his brow. His grim visage appeared exceptionally cold. "Would it not have been easier to say so earlier?" Lin Yu replied calmly. "Bah!" As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, he crushed Zhang San's skull beneath his foot. Blood immediately splattered across the cave entrance. The other disciples felt a shiver run down their spines. This Lin Yu was exceedingly decisive. He had just killed a man outright. Though the Machuan sect did not prohibit disciples from fighting, the servant disciples had only recently joined the sect and often faced bullying from outer and inner disciples. Thus, among servant disciples, barring genuine grievances, it was rare for anyone to resort to lethal force. Chapter 4. The arrival of the protagonist. Is this all the blood spirit elixirs? Lin Yu rummaged through Zhang San's resources, discovering only a few blood spirit elixirs. Where did all the elixirs that Zhang San had plundered go? Had he consumed them all himself? "It's not impossible." Lin Yu shook his head, then proceeded to store the blood spirit elixirs. After collecting them, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. The other servant disciples felt a sinking sensation. What does Lin Yu intend to do? This is bad. It's best to leave it in an instant. The gathered servant disciples dispersed like smoke. "Am I really that terrifying?" Lin Yu scoffed. "They're merely cannon fodder, destined to be turned into living corpses." Lin Yu utilized his life script system to examine the fleeing servant disciples, all marked with blood calamity. "Fated to become living corpses, that I should focus on my cultivation," Lin Yu yawned. Although passing the outer sex entrance examination should pose no issue with his current strength, who would deem their power too great? There remains a long journey to the pinnacle of martial arts. With that, Lin Yu headed towards his residence. Leaving the ominous, windswept Black Demon Cave, Lin Yu arrived at the living quarters of the Machuan sect's servant disciples. The servant disciples' quarters were located within a cluster of blood-tinged buildings, where all the servant disciples resided. Clad in the uniform of the Machuan sect, the servant disciples moved about busily as Lin Yu walked towards his dwelling. He scanned the life scripts of the surrounding disciples, that if only something akin to an extraordinary cleansing elixir would come my way, my strength would surely soar. The Gathering Qi Realm. When will I break through? Only by transcending to the Gathering Qi Realm can one truly be considered a cultivator. The body refinement stage is at best the domain of a mere strongman. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. Wang Shan, what you have done to me today, I shall make you repay in full. Just as Lin Yu was examining the scripts of the surrounding servant disciples, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Is a formidable foe approaching? This is interesting. Someone who can utter such words is undoubtedly extraordinary. Without hesitation, Lin Yu dashed towards the source of the commotion. Not far away, a resolute young man gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on a tall youth beside him. That a crowd of servant disciples surrounded them. Watching the spectacle unfold, that it appears Wang Xian and Wang Shan are cousins, seemingly embroiled in a dispute over something. That is it a woman, perhaps? It is said that among our humble disciples, the one with the most striking appearance is none other than the renowned beauty of our Machuan sect, Luo Yunxi. That I am acquainted with her as well, and I have heard that numerous outer sect disciples hold her in high regard. Nearby, many are engaged in hushed discussions. Before long, Lin Yu finally arrived at his destination. Before him lay a determined, handsome youth, cruelly trampled beneath the foot of a tall young man, whose eyes were filled with mockery. This waste will never rise again, even if given another 20 years. Lin Yu directed his gaze toward the youth beneath the foot, eager to discern the script of his life that in his mind. He silently recited, Name, Wang Xian Realm, Body Refinement Third Layer Fate, Destined Protagonist, Purple Gold. Turns misfortune into blessing, purple. Gains aid from the way, purple. Abundant romantic fortune, purple. Affection, 0 life script. One of the protagonists of the Tianxian continent, originally a young master of a minor worldly dynasty, captured by the Machuan sect. After years of being regarded as a waste, he embarks on his destined protagonist journey. Turns misfortune into blessing. Regardless of the dangers faced, they will ultimately be resolved. Yielding benefits in the end. Gains aid from the way. Frequently receives inexplicable opportunities and benevolent assistance. Abundant romantic fortune. Blessed with romantic luck, easily attracting the favor of women. Recent turning points. 1 day later. Discovers an ancient jade piece beneath his bed, containing a high-tier cultivation method. 3 days later. While foraging for herbs on the back mountain of the Machuan sect, he accidentally falls off a cliff and obtains a 300-year-old miraculous herb. 7 days later, during the outer sect entrance examination, he swiftly defeats multiple opponents, catching the attention of the sect saintess and earning rewards of top-tier martial arts. Upon his arrival, Lin Yu beheld the resolute young man. What a destined protagonist! 3 turning points in just 7 days, impressive indeed. The array of purple and purple gold fates left Lin Yu feeling somewhat dazed. The disparity was staggering. The one who trampled him was bound to face dire consequences. Lin Yu couldn't help but mourn silently for the tall young man. The pleasure you derive from your actions now will be eclipsed by the intensity of your future suffering. After several observations, Lin Yu had thoroughly grasped the workings of this system. The life script system could only reveal turning points within a span of 7 days for anyone. Beneath the foot of Wang Xian, his face flushed crimson, contorted in a grotesque manner. Moreover, his body bore numerous injuries, bruised and battered, streaked with fresh blood, a clear indication of a brutal beating. Wang Shan, standing over Wang Xian, sneered, Yunshi could never be with you. Stay away from her. A waste like you, at the body refinement third layer, is unworthy of any interaction with her. Lin Yu observed the two with keen interest, realizing that Yunshi was the focal point of their conflict. Curiously, he decided to examine Wang Shan's script. Name, Wang Shan Realm. Body Refinement 8th Layer Fate. Gifted Intelligence Green. Likely to die young Gray Affection. 0 Life Script. A supporting character of the Tianxian continent. Wang Xian's cousin, whose talents far exceed Wang Xian's. Before Wang Xian embarked on his protagonist journey, he had consistently overshadowed him, holding Wang Xian in utter disdain. Both were enamored with the same woman. After Wang Xian's rise, they engaged in numerous covert and overt power struggles, ultimately leading to Wang Xian's demise in one such confrontation. Gifted intelligence. Exceptional talent in cultivation, possessing a sharper intellect than the average supporting character. Likely to die young. A fate of early death. Recent turning point. In 7 days during the entrance examination, he catches the eye of a true disciple and is taken as a male pet. Lin Yu suddenly understood, realizing that this supporting character was no simple figure. He had engaged in multiple struggles with Wang Xian. The turning point of being chosen by a true disciple as a male pet was indeed remarkable. No wonder he had managed to play this game for so long, indulging in such frivolity. Regardless, it was better to first seize Wang Xian's opportunities. High-tier cultivation methods and a 300-year-old miraculous herb would soon be his. As for Wang Xian himself, his fate lay in his own hands. With that thought, Lin Yu proceeded toward the location of the opportunity. Chapter 5. The Yin-Yang Technique of Heaven and Earth. Soon after, Lin Yu engaged in a friendly exchange with nearby humble disciples using his fists. Without expending any resources, he learned of Wang Xian's residence as for Wang Xian and Wang Shan. Their affairs were of no concern to him. It was prudent to secure the protagonist's benefits first. After ascertaining Wang Xian's abode, Lin Yu swiftly made his way there. Wang Xian's dwelling was situated in the outermost area as a body refinement third layer disciple. He lacked the qualifications to reside in the central zone. After a while, Lin Yu finally arrived at Wang Xian's residence, a dilapidated house that appeared as though it could be blown away by the wind at any moment. How could such a place harbor a high-tier cultivation method? The protagonist's aura is utterly unreasonable. What rational person would conceal a technique here? Lin Yu mused, gazing at the crumbling structure, that I must retrieve the technique quickly. The blood demon technique is far too unworthy of my identity. With a decisive push, Lin Yu flung the door open, revealing a simple bed adorned only with a straw mat. Taking a deep breath, he began to lift Wang Xian's bed. Having reached the body refinement 6th layer, Lin Yu's strength exceeded 1,000 kilograms that I in my previous world. With such strength, I could have earned a fortune by moving bricks. He thought, easily flipping the bed. Setting the bed aside, he discovered an ancient jade piece on the ground. Upon holding it, Lin Yu felt a wave of warmth and an indescribable sense of euphoria coursing through him. This must be it, he concluded, to be cautious. Lin Yu examined the surroundings thoroughly and, satisfied that nothing else was present, he finally relaxed. He returned the bed to its original position and exited the dwelling. Meanwhile, after enduring a brutal humiliation at the hands of Wang Shan, Wang Xian, battered and bruised, returned to his own residence. Why does it feel as though someone has been here? Wang Xian pondered, gazing at his familiar surroundings with a sense of unease. What am I thinking? I am but a body refinement 3rd layer disciple. Who would come to my abode? He attributed his disquiet to his injuries, sighing deeply. Wang Shan is truly merciless and increasingly outrageous. Upon entering his home, Wang Xian felt an odd sense of dissonance. Although the house appeared the same as before, it now emanated an unusual aura. Why does it feel so empty? He mused, sensing that something was amiss yet unable to pinpoint it. It seems I've been driven to madness by Wang Shan, he thought, taking a deep breath and collapsing onto the bed. After leaving Wang Xian's residence, Lin Yu returned to his own quarters. How advanced could this high-tier cultivation method be? How does one utilize it? He wondered, staring at the ancient jade piece in his hand. Perhaps I should try a drop of blood, he contemplated. With a decisive bite, Lin Yu punctured his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade piece. The moment the blood touched the jade, it erupted in a brilliant radiance, as if endowed with intelligence. Surging into Lin Yu's mind, that he found himself immersed in a torrent of profound information. The yin-yang technique of heaven and earth, a supreme quality sacred tier technique, mastering the universe, seizing destiny, ascending to the ultimate realm. As Lin Yu absorbed the knowledge flooding his consciousness, he felt an overwhelming joy. It was indeed a sacred tier technique, and a supreme quality one at that. Sacred tier cultivation methods could elevate practitioners to the saint stage at a minimum. Cultivation techniques are categorized into yellow, profound, earth, heaven, sacred, and divine tiers, with each tier further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and supreme qualities. That it is rumored that there exists an unparalleled emperor tier cultivation method, but such methods belong solely to imperial clans and celestial sanctuaries, far beyond the reach of a demonic sect like the Huangquan Mo sect. For ordinary factions, even earth tier techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone heaven or sacred tiers, an existence unimaginable to the common person. After a while, Lin Yu finally digested the yin-yang technique of heaven and earth in his mind. The spiritual energy of the blood demon technique within him was entirely absorbed by the yin-yang technique. A torrent of spiritual energy surged within Lin Yu. Next, he retrieved the blood spirit pills he had previously acquired from Zhang, who, consuming them all at once. The moment the pills entered his body, he felt an intense burning of spiritual energy. The yin-yang technique of heaven and earth operated continuously, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy from the blood spirit pills. The spiritual energy of the blood demon technique within Lin Yu gradually dissipated, transforming into the energy of the yin-yang technique of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Lin Yu's body, as the spiritual energy of the blood demon technique was entirely transformed into the energy of the yin-yang art. This yin-yang art was indeed formidable. Lin Yu couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a slight sting from the surging spiritual energy within him. His strength had undoubtedly undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. And with the combination of this top-tier sacred technique and his innate physique, his cultivation speed was astoundingly rapid. The several blood spirit pills he had just consumed were absorbed completely in mere breaths. Whereas previously, when using the blood demon technique, it would take several hours to fully absorb just one. Compared to the current pace, it was akin to a world apart, entirely different realms. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu savored the tumultuous power coursing through him, his heart brimming with satisfaction. This moment. The sky outside had darkened, with countless stars twinkling in the night sky. Seemed he would have to venture to the back mountain for the high-grade medicinal herbs tomorrow. Lin Yu mused. Within the next 7 days, Wang Xian had 3 opportunities. He had already been thwarted in his acquisition of the sacred technique, and there remained 1 high-grade medicinal herb in the back mountain. In addition to the entrance examination for the outer sect that would occur in 7 days, where he could easily defeat his opponents and earn the rewards of the saintess. Without the sacred technique, Wang Xian would likely struggle to eliminate his adversaries. Given his cultivation at the 3rd level of body refinement, merely surviving would be a considerable achievement. After having a bite to eat, Lin Yu resumed his cultivation. Time flowed slowly by. Chapter 6. Increase in favorability. The next morning, Lin Yu rose early. The high-grade medicinal herbs of the back mountain. Here I come. He departed from his dwelling and swiftly made his way towards the back mountain. At this point, many servant disciples were already searching for herbs in the back mountain. Aside from the Black Demon Cave, the back mountain was the favored haunt of the servant disciples of the Machuan sect. After all, finding a precious medicinal herb represented an opportunity, whether for sale or personal use, significantly enhancing one's strength. In the Machuan sect, strength was of utmost importance. Only by possessing formidable power could one secure the right to live well. Otherwise, one would end up like Lin Yu had in the past, subjected to want and humiliation. Ignoring the disciples searching for herbs at the periphery, Lin Yu proceeded toward the cliff at the back mountain. According to the life script system, the high-grade medicinal herb lay beneath this cliff. That he navigated through the multitude of servant disciples and arrived at the cliff's edge. Isn't that Wang Xian? Lin Yu's pupils constricted. Wasn't he supposed to come in 3 days? How could he be here now? Moreover, the aura emanating from Wang Xian made Lin Yu's eyelids flutter. This Wang Xian was rather mysterious, as though his strength was shrouded in enigma. Lin Yu could not discern any of Wang Xian's aura. Had he become a cripple? How could that be? Perhaps I could check Wang Xian's life script. Name: Wang Xian Realm. Body Refinement 5th Level Fate. Destiny Protagonist, Purple Gold. Turning Calamity into Blessing, Purple. Gaining Assistance from the Way, Purple. Overflowing Peach Blossoms, Purple. Favorability, -10. Turning Calamity into Blessing. No matter how great the danger encountered, it will eventually be resolved. Bringing Benefits, Gaining Assistance from the Way. Often receives inexplicable opportunities and kind assistance. Overflowing Peach Blossoms, Abundant Luck in Romance, easily attracting the favor of women. Life Script, the Heavenly Protagonist, originally a young master of a small secular dynasty, embarked on his destined journey after being captured by the Machuan sect. Recent turning point. 10 minutes later, while gathering herbs in the back mountain, he accidentally falls off the cliff, obtaining a high-grade medicinal herb. In 6 days, during the entrance examination for the outer sect, he will eliminate opponents with ease, attracting the attention of the Machuan sect saintess, and be rewarded with top-tier martial arts. What? Lin Yu's heart froze. Body Refinement 5th Level? Could it be a mistake? I seized his sacred technique, yet he still progressed. Is this the fate of the protagonist? Furthermore, he can still eliminate opponents during the outer sect examination? Does this Wang Xian have other fortuitous encounters? Lin Yu was filled with confusion. And what does a favorability of -10 signify? Has my acquisition of the sacred technique been discovered? That's impossible. If it had been found out, his favorability would surely have plunged to -999. That could it be the interference of the heavenly Tao's will, causing him to sense something? A flurry of thoughts coursed through Lin Yu's mind. Forget it, never mind that. I'll take his medicinal herbs first. With that, Lin Yu approached the cliff's edge. This moment, Wang Xian noticed Lin Yu approaching, feeling a vague irritation. Why? I don't know this person. And he hasn't provoked me. Wang Xian thought, with so many servant disciples in the Machuan sect, he naturally could not recognize them all. Moreover, Wang Xian was not one for socializing. He was solely focused on his cultivation. Could it be because he was more handsome than me? Wang Xian glanced at Lin Yu's handsome face, unable to suppress such thoughts. Nevertheless, though you may be more handsome than I, your strength could not possibly surpass mine. Last night, while dining outside, Wang Xian had stumbled and inadvertently found a heavenly grade technique, which combined with the blood spirit pills he had secretly accumulated, allowed him to break through to the 5th level of body refinement in just one night. Now, Wang Xian was extremely confident about his future. With the support of a heavenly-grade technique, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts was merely a matter of time. Just as Wang Xian was lost in thought, he tripped over an object on the ground, causing him to teeter dangerously close to the edge of the cliff. In that critical moment, a pair of strong arms grasped him firmly. "How careless of you! You almost fell," Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Wang Xian immediately came to his senses, realizing that this person had saved him from falling. With Lin Yu's assistance, Wang Xian regained his footing as he looked at the cliff, a chill running through him. He had nearly met his demise, but thankfully he was safe. Wang Xian, still shaken, clasped his hands in gratitude. "I am unaware of how to address you, brother. Thank you for saving my life." Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. "You can call me Lin Yu, that we are fellow sect members. It is only natural to help each other in times of trouble." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt deeply moved. Overwhelmed with guilt for his earlier disdain toward Lin Yu, such a good person, yet he had been envious of his looks. He had truly underestimated him. Reflecting on his cousin, Wang Xian thought he would surely wish for his demise here. "Brother Lin, your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. I will be sure to repay this life-saving grace," Wang Xian declared earnestly. Lin Yu regarded the Wang Xian before him and internally mused, "Oh, please don't, that if you knew I had intercepted your sacred technique, you would probably wish to take me down with a single strike." Surprisingly, the favorability had reached 50 points. After helping Wang Xian up, Lin Yu checked Wang Xian's script using the life script system and discovered that Wang Xian's favorability towards him had indeed reached 50 points. "Is it really this easy to gain favor with the protagonist? Too bad I'm not interested in you." After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Xian, who then moved to another spot to search for herbs, Lin Yu thought, this should be the place, looking at where Wang Xian had nearly slipped off. With that, Lin Yu carefully descended the cliff. The protagonist could fall, but he certainly did not consider himself worthy of such a leap. Doing so would only lead to his demise. Fortunately, after switching to the yin-yang art, Lin Yu's physical constitution had been enhanced to an extraordinarily powerful level, and his stamina and endurance had also become exceptional. Climbing was a mere trifle. Half an hour later, Lin Yu finally reached the bottom of the cliff. The base of the cliff revealed a breathtaking landscape, a stark contrast to the Machuan sect above, teeming with vibrant life and serenity. Chapter 7. Breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement unexpectedly, the bottom of the cliff was such a picturesque paradise, filled with lush greenery, melodious bird song, and fragrant blossoms, especially the air, which was refreshingly pure. The spiritual energy of this place was not at all inferior to that of the Machuan sect's outskirts. In fact, its concentration was even more abundant. Lin Yu took a deep breath, relishing the starkly different world from the Machuan sect. Is that Wang Xian's extraordinary medicinal herb? In the distance, a herb emanating a purple glow captivated Lin Yu's attention. This was the ethereal daffodil, and Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. This ethereal daffodil was an incredibly rare treasure, infused with an exceptionally high concentration of the world's spiritual essence. The thought of absorbing this ethereal daffodil made Lin Yu's heart race. It seemed as though the entire spiritual energy at the base of the mountain was being drawn to this superior treasure, intensifying the aura around it. Unconsciously, the yin-yang technique within Lin Yu began to circulate, and the surrounding spiritual power was devoured by him like a voracious whale. The scene of Lin Yu absorbing the spiritual energy created a swirling vortex of power. Soon after, he approached the ethereal daffodil, and the closer he drew, the more he felt an insatiable desire within himself, as if this treasure could bestow upon him immeasurable benefits. Moments later, Lin Yu finally reached the vicinity of the ethereal daffodil, where the spiritual energy was almost palpable. Crack! Lin Yu swiftly plucked the ethereal daffodil from its roots, holding it triumphantly in his hand. The yin-yang technique within him began to absorb the herb's spiritual energy at an unimaginable speed. Lin Yu felt as if he were engulfed in a tempest of spiritual power. After half an hour, Lin Yu's cultivation reached the 7th level of body refinement. Yet astonishingly, there was still a considerable amount of spiritual energy within the ethereal daffodil. Determined to continue elevating his realm, Lin Yu contemplated his next steps. The yin-yang technique within him continued to operate at full force, accelerating as his cultivation broke through. The spiritual energy from the ethereal daffodil was continuously drawn into his body, amplifying his aura with each passing moment. 8th level of body refinement. 9th level of body refinement. Another hour passed, and Lin Yu's cultivation ascended to the 9th level of body refinement, having thoroughly drained the ethereal daffodil. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yu realized he had completely absorbed the herb. However, a significant amount of its spiritual energy still lay dormant within him, not entirely consumed. After all, it was a 300-year-old treasure. It could not be so easily absorbed. Nevertheless, reaching the 9th level of body refinement was already a monumental achievement that if he had relied solely on his own efforts, he could not fathom how long it would have taken to attain this level. Although Lin Yu's body had been refined by the miraculous washing marrow pill, granting him a preternatural physique, he was already 16 years old. Compared to the prodigies of powerful factions, he still lagged considerably. Those elite individuals had utilized various precious herbs since birth, some even belonging to saintly families or renowned clans, indulging daily in extraordinarily valuable resources for those of imperial lineage with unique bloodlines and formidable inheritances. It was rumored that some were born as formidable cultivators in the qi condensation realm, entirely unaware of the body refinement realm. Realizing he still had a considerable distance to cover, Lin Yu decided it was time to return. He slowly rose, knowing that to hasten his growth, he must fully exploit the opportunities provided by this life script system, seizing the fortunes meant for those prodigies and destined heroes. Regrettably, Lin Yu gazed around at the once extraordinary environment that had become rather mundane due to his presence. Feeling a tinge of loss, after ensuring there were no other precious herbs nearby, he began to ascend the cliff. Having reached the 9th level of body refinement, climbing felt remarkably effortless. He reached the summit in a fraction of the time it took to descend. Ah, I remember now. Once a servant disciple reaches the 7th level of body refinement, they can claim a martial technique for free. Lin Yu suddenly recalled this fact. With his cultivation at the 7th level, passing the outer sect assessment was a certainty. Thus, servant disciples at this level could collect a martial skill from the outer sect's teaching pavilion at no cost. Since it's free, why not take advantage of it? Lin Yu thought to himself that he then departed from the rear mountain, hastening towards the outer sect's teaching pavilion of the Machuan sect. Not far from the rear mountain, Wang Xian observed Lin Yu sprinting away and felt a vague sense of annoyance. What is wrong with me? Jiang, my brother, saved my life, yet why do I find him so irritating? Wang Xian pondered in confusion. What tripped me? He cursed inwardly. Instinctively, he attempted to kick aside whatever had impeded him and discovered, to his surprise, a vial of pills where he had stumbled. What is this? Wang Xian picked up the jade vial, opening it to reveal a faint, enticing fragrance wafting forth to its a body refinement pill. Wang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a pill suitable for cultivation in the body refinement realm. With these pills, along with a heavenly technique, I can surely accelerate my advancement. Wang Xian's heart brimmed with joy as he stowed the pills away. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, Wang Xian had stumbled upon a vial of body refinement pills on the rear mountain. Even if he had known, it would have made little difference to him. After all, he had already reached the 9th level of body refinement, rendering such pills largely ineffective. The resources required to advance from the 9th to the 10th level were exponentially greater, far beyond the mere benefit of a single vial of body refinement pills. As one progresses towards the later stages, the resources needed multiply, which explains why the highest tier cultivators are so scarce. The adage that wealth, partners, techniques, and land rank in that order of importance is not unfounded. Without sufficient cultivation resources, even the most gifted individuals with the finest physiques cannot ascend to the pinnacle of power. This moment, Lin Yu arrived at the outer sect's teaching pavilion of the Machuan sect. Where numerous disciples were gathered, he activated his life script system, examining each one, only to find them to be mere cannon fodder, lacking any significant opportunities that seemed that fortuity was not easily found. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man caught Lin Yu's eye. Chapter 8. Starry Body Refinement Technique. Lin Yu instinctively activated the life script system. Name: Yi Yun Realm. Qi Condensation 9th Level Fate. Auspicious Fortune Green. Ruler of a region, blue, favorability. 0 life script. Supporting character of Tianxian Continent. Outer sect senior brother of Machuan sect. Exceptionally talented, possessing a unique constitution. Auspicious fortune. Possesses special fortune, favored by the heavens. Ruler of a region. ultimately achieves dominance, gaining a formidable reputation. Recent turning point. In 30 minutes, within the second layer of the second shelf on the third floor of the teaching pavilion, discovers a long-lost ancient mid-tier heavenly martial skill, starry body refinement technique. The outer sect senior brother, Yi Yun. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Got a heavenly martial skill, the starry body refinement technique. This seems tailor-made for me. At that moment, Yi Yun was surrounded by numerous disciples, making his way slowly toward the teaching pavilion. Noticing Lin Yu's gaze, he cast a glance in his direction, dismissing him with a slight shake of his head. Just a servant disciple, he thought, accustomed to the attention he received daily. Senior brother, I'm stuck at the third level of chi condensation and can't progress. Senior brother, my moon shadow step never seems to match my speed. Senior brother, I feel pain in my arms while practicing blood spirit technique. Beside Yi Yun, many voices clamored for his attention, with several beautiful female disciples gazing at him with yearning eyes. Ultimately, Yi Yun became lost in the din of senior brother echoing around him. Lin Yu had no time to ponder further, and he quickly advanced toward the teaching pavilion, aiming to claim the martial skill before Yi Yun could reach it. Isn't everyone here an outer sect disciple? By his attire, he looks like a servant disciple. What is he doing here? Several disciples nearby noticed Lin Yu and began to murmur that he must have struck some lucky fortune, breaking through to the 7th level of body refinement. Just ignore him. These guys are trash. Even if they break through to the 7th level, they'll remain servant disciples for life, another disciple chimed in. Right. Unlike us, who entered as outer sect disciples, they wasted all those years on the outskirts, missing their best opportunity to enhance their strength. No hope of reaching chi condensation in this lifetime. Beside the transmission pavilion, numerous disciples gazed at Lin Yu with expressions of astonishment. After all, the number of miscellaneous disciples in the Machuan sect was as plentiful as the stars in the sky. Those who managed to break through to the 7th level of body refinement prior to the assessment were either ruthless individuals who had seized a multitude of resources or possessed astonishing innate talents, the latter being a rarity. Typically, such prodigies would be recognized and recruited into the inner or core sects as true disciples long before reaching the Machuan sect. Another possibility was sheer luck, wherein one stumbled upon an opportunity, but such occurrences were exceedingly rare. The outer disciples. Lin Yu seemed to be one who had fortuitously stumbled upon luck. The words of these disciples echoed verbatim in Lin Yu's mind. Yet he felt no emotional response. They were merely the envious murmurs of the weak. At the entrance of the transmission pavilion stood 2 formidable guards, their gazes unwavering as they stood sentinel. Halt! Please present your identity token, one guard intoned solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu produced an identity token from his person, simultaneously revealing his cultivation level at the 7th level of body refinement, the Tiandi Yinyang Ju. A sacred level technique capable of mastering the cosmos and seizing fate made it trivial for him to conceal his true strength. After a brief inspection, the guard nodded and permitted Lin Yu to enter. Remember, you may only select techniques on the 1st and 2nd floors. Techniques must be recited here and cannot be taken out or copied. You have but the time of an incense stick, the guard added in a deep voice. With that, Lin Yu made his way into the transmission pavilion. Not far away, Yi Yun continued to address the queries of his fellow outer disciples. Upon entering the pavilion, Lin Yu felt enveloped by an aura of tranquility. Why is there no one here? Lin Yu glanced around and observed that there were no guards, only rows of bookshelves filled with various martial arts techniques. Numerous outer disciples were busy, selecting their preferred skills. Lin Yu swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, which also housed several disciples engaged in the selection of martial arts. Both the 1st and 2nd floors contained only yellow-tier techniques, which confined Lin Yu to searching for skills within these levels. The higher floors were protected by formidable restrictions. With a target in mind, Lin Yu headed straight for the 3rd row of bookshelves on the 2nd floor. As he meticulously searched among the shelves, he finally stumbled upon a tattered yellow-tier supreme martial art, the Spirit Serpent Steps. That I truly found it. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurried to the quiet chamber on the 2nd floor to examine it further. Upon entering the quiet chamber, Lin Yu could hardly contain his eagerness as he opened the compartment of the Spirit Serpent Steps. From within, an ancient piece of parchment made of sheepskin was revealed. Stellar body refinement technique, an ancient and exquisite middle-grade celestial martial art. Upon reaching mastery, One attains the stellar body. Lin Yu's heart raced. The Machuan sect was indeed a remarkable place. In just 2 short days, he had acquired a sacred-level technique and a celestial martial art. Without delay, Lin Yu memorized the cultivation formula of the stellar body refinement technique. After achieving the innate body and breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, Lin Yu's mental acuity and memory significantly increased. Although the formula was quite convoluted, he managed to commit it all to memory with ease. After a while, Lin Yu successfully recited both the stellar body refinement technique and the spirit serpent steps, firmly embedding them in his mind. Boom! After confirming there were no errors, Lin Yu shattered the sheepskin parchment with his spiritual energy. From that moment on, this martial art would only exist within the confines of Lin Yu's mind. After returning the martial arts book to its original place, Lin Yu exited the transmission pavilion. As he stepped out, he spotted Yi Yun approaching with a smile, surrounded by a throng of disciples. Chapter 9. Trouble approaches Yi Yun. Upon encountering Lin Yu, noticed him hastily departing the pavilion. Watching Lin Yu dash away, Yi Yun's brows furrowed slightly. For some reason, he always felt something was off about Lin Yu. Sensing Yi Yun's displeasure, a nearby disciple quickly informed him, "Senior brother, that individual is a miscellaneous outer disciple who has broken through to the 7th level of body refinement and is here to select martial arts." What martial arts did he select? Yi Yun inquired, glancing at the disciple beside him. The feeling was simply too unsettling, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, the disciple eagerly sought out the information that a short while later, the disciple reported back, "Senior brother, that fellow selected merely a yellow-tier movement technique." The outer disciple spoke with evident disdain. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's frown deepened. A movement technique. He himself had come to the transmission pavilion to select a movement skill. Perhaps he was simply fatigued from not resting well the night before, which led him to take note of a miscellaneous disciple. Forget it. I shall continue searching for a movement technique, Yi Yun resolved, proceeding towards the transmission pavilion once more. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, after exiting the pavilion, made his way back to his residence in the outer disciples area. Along the way, he activated his system to examine the life scripts of the surrounding disciples, but found nothing of use. "I should return to practicing the stellar body refinement technique," Lin Yu thought to himself. At this moment, mastering this ancient celestial martial art was of paramount importance. Even if an extraordinary opportunity presented itself, without sufficient strength, he could only watch helplessly. Regardless of the circumstances, strength must always take precedence. After a while, Lin Yu finally arrived at the outer disciples' living quarters. Upon entering, he sensed something amiss. The gazes of the surrounding disciples were peculiar. What has happened? Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. However, recalling his current strength, a sense of calm washed over him. Ignoring the odd stares from the other disciples, Lin Yu continued towards his dwelling. As he reached his abode, his expression darkened. Who did this? At that moment, his quarters were in utter disarray. The door had been completely destroyed, and the interior was a chaotic mess, resembling a place that had been thoroughly looted. Surrounding disciples watched the scene with glee. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy. He reflected on how he had not offended anyone in this place. Even after gaining strength, he had never used it to oppress others. Now, however, it seemed that someone had dared to challenge him. "Very well. You shall pay the price. Lin Yu, did you kill Zhang San?" A chilling voice rang out from nearby. Boom! In an instant, a burly figure swung a fist directly at Lin Yu. The surrounding disciples gasped, seemingly envisioning Lin Yu being soundly thrashed. However, Lin Yu's senses were highly attuned. After achieving the innate body, his mental prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his current cultivation at the 9th level of body refinement, he easily dodged the incoming attack. Bang! The burly figure appeared taken aback as his strike met only air, his fist crashing into the adjacent wall and creating a sizable crater. Lin Yu turned his gaze towards the figure that had struck the wall. The life script system activated. Name: Shunyan level. 8th level of body refinement fate. Unremarkable, red affinity. -50 life script. Unyielding demon lord. Outer sect disciple of the Huangquan demon sect. Recent turnaround. None an outer disciple. Why is an outer disciple causing me trouble? Lin Yu's brow furrowed, that he recalled the earlier question regarding whether he had killed Zhang San. Could he be related to Zhang San? If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will send you down to reunite with Zhang San. Lin Yu replied coldly, as the Tiandi Yin Ju within him began to circulate slowly. Xun Yan's expression was one of utter disdain. Explanation. You dare demand one. You insignificant wretch, die. Xun Yan blew on his slightly swollen fist, which had become red after hitting the wall, and then disdainfully remarked that he completely disregarded Lin Yu. To him, Lin Yu was merely an ordinary servant disciple who had just been fortunate enough to evade his attack, that he believed that if they faced off again, he would easily crush Lin Yu. Almost immediately, a peculiar glow emanated from Xun Yan's fist, as if a powerful spiritual force was slowly gathering. Shen Shixiang is about to unleash the yellow-tier martial art, Cloud-Shattering Fist. Lin Yu is in for a world of trouble now. He will be obliterated. Indeed, Shen Shixiang's Cloud-Shattering Fist had already reached a minor mastery, and it was clear that Lin Yu was doomed. It was a pity, though, given Lin Yu's strength, he might have passed the assessment to become an outer sect disciple. But now, it seemed that misfortune had befallen him. Many surrounding servant disciples quietly expressed their regret, yet there was no trace of pity in their eyes, only a faint glimmer of excitement. The news of Lin Yu's overwhelming defeat of Zhang San the previous day had already spread among these servant disciples. Many believed Lin Yu could succeed in the entrance examination for outer sect disciples, but now, boom, boom, boom. Just as Xun Yan prepared to strike with all his might, Lin Yu suddenly charged forward. Empowered by the Saint-Tier technique, the Yin-Yang art, Lin Yu's physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-layer body refiners. Not to mention, Xun Yan was merely an 8th-layer outer sect disciple. Xun Yan's heart sank. What was happening with Lin Yu? Lin Yu's fist, imbued with immense power, directly struck Xun Yan. The look of terror filled Xun Yan's eyes just before Lin Yu's fist connected, sending Xun Yan's body flying with tremendous force, crashing against the adjacent wall and creating a massive crater. The surrounding servant disciples were utterly astonished. This Lin Yu. How is this possible? Although Lin Yu easily crushed Zhang San yesterday. This is a genuine outer sect disciple. Moreover, one who has mastered yellow-tier martial arts, not at all comparable to someone like Zhang San, who was merely a 5th-layer body refiner. Chapter 10. Xun Yan's demise. Lin Yu is simply too formidable. He is indeed an outer sect disciple who has mastered yellow-tier martial arts. The awe continued to ripple through the onlookers. Yesterday, he decisively defeated Zhang San, and today he has directly taken down an outer sect disciple. Lin Yu must be on an extraordinary streak. The whispers of astonishment filled the air, and many servant disciples exchanged incredulous glances. Not only were the surrounding servant disciples in shock, but Xun Yan's heart was also gripped by a chilling dread. The strength of Lin Yu was truly terrifying. Cough, cough. Xun Yan violently coughed several times, blood gradually seeping from his mouth. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt an overwhelming force pinning him down. What do you intend to do, Brad? If you kill me, senior brother Wang Xian will not let you off. Xun Yan trembled as he spoke, his mind racing at the realization that Lin Yu's power far exceeded his expectations. That terrifying strength had extinguished any will to resist within Xun Yan. He could only hope that the reputation of senior brother Wang Xian would intimidate this fellow. Wang Xian, what kind of fool is that? Speak up, what is going on? Why are you attacking me? You owe me a satisfactory explanation. You shall die here. Lin Yu's foot remained firmly planted on Xun Yan's chest, the immense pressure making it difficult for Xun Yan to breathe. As if he were on the verge of suffocating, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Xun Yan felt a chilling wave wash over him. He could tell that Lin Yu was not jesting. He genuinely intended to kill him. I implore you to spare me, Xun Yan stammered. This is the demon sect. Unlike other reputable sects, killing among disciples is forbidden. Here, aside from the inner core disciples or true disciples, other disciples are generally left without protection. Even if one dies, the sect can easily recruit replacements. Only the inner sect, core, and true disciples constitute the real power of the demon sect. Servants and outer sect members are merely varying degrees of expendables. And if they cannot become inner sect disciples, they may easily be discarded. An outer sect disciple being killed by a servant disciple would be a matter of indifference to the sect leader, who would even be disinclined to acknowledge it. Perhaps even reducing your remains to ashes to be slain by a servant disciple merely indicates one's own incompetence, and such incompetence is better off dead rather than wasting resources. Lin Yu looked at Shun Yin with the gaze of one observing a dead man, and coldly replied, I promise you, speak quickly. Shun Yan's eyes lit up. It seemed this Lin Yu was still too naive to be so easily satisfied. Very well, I will tell you, but you must promise that when I return, I will bring more people back with me to make you understand the consequences of offending outer sect disciples. I, Zhang San, am responsible for collecting resources for senior brother Wang Xian. You killed Zhang San, and now Wang Xian has sent me, Shun Yin, to senior brother Wang Xian. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and no wonder this Zhang San had amassed so many blood spirit pills while still maintaining such a low cultivation level. It was all handed over to Wang Xian. 6th layer Qi condensation. So this Wang Xian is actually at the 6th layer of Qi condensation, as expected of an outer sect disciple. Truly formidable. Lin Yu recalled the encounter he had just had with Yi Yuan in the transmission hall, who was at the 9th layer of Qi condensation. It appeared that the outer sect was far more intricate than the realm of servant disciples. This strength was something he could not contend with for now. He could only bide his time. Lin Yu, my brother, can you let me go? I will definitely speak favorably of you to senior brother Wang Xian. He is exceedingly magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Shun Yin trembled as he continued to plead. Then I thank you. Lin Yu smiled and lifted his foot, seeing Lin Yu's foot gradually rising. Shun Yan's eyes filled with joy. He truly intended to spare him, that moment. Shun Yan's heart was overflowing with the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. Since you are so gullible, I shall ensure you receive a proper education. Shun Yan's mind was already filled with numerous torturous methods to inflict upon Lin Yu. Bang! Just as Shun Yan prepared to struggle to his feet, Lin Yu's foot came crashing down once more. Shun Yan's chest was instantly pierced by Lin Yu's right foot, creating a massive, gaping wound. Fool, this is the demon sect. Pray you never encounter me in your next life, Lin Yu coldly stated. Was this outer sect disciple truly so foolish as to expect mercy after attempting to harm him? It was utterly laughable. Without delay, Lin Yu began to search Shun Yan's body. Were outer sect disciples truly so prosperous? Moments later, Lin Yu discovered several bottles of blood spirit pills on Shun Yan, all of exceptional quality. Not bad, not bad. It seems I need not worry about breaking through to the 10th layer of body refinement for the time being. The surrounding servant disciples were still in shock. Lin Yu was merciless to an outer sect disciple, so readily capable of killing. Truly a killer at heart. Wang Lu, Chen Qi, Li Jiu. After collecting the blood spirit pills, Lin Yu directly called out the names of several nearby servant disciples. The few disciples whose names were called felt a chill run down their spines. What did Lin Yu plan to do? Those who were not called breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure Lin Yu exerted was simply overwhelming, that if word gets out that I killed this fellow, I do not care about others. But you few should prepare your coffins. Lin Yu addressed the few servant disciples. Their faces turned pale as they understood Lin Yu's implication. They were to keep the surrounding servant disciples quiet. Rest assured, senior brother Jiang, this matter will not leak a whisper. Whoever dares to speak of it will be at odds with me. Wang Lu, the servant disciple, whose name was called, promptly patted his chest and then cast a sweeping glance around. The fierce glint in his eyes unmistakable. The other servant disciples also expressed their assurances, regardless of the external disciple's stature. They had witnessed Lin Yu's prowess and did not consider him to be jesting. Furthermore, this was the demon sect. Even if Lin Yu were to slaughter them all, no one would come seeking vengeance. Observing their perceptiveness, Lin Yu made his exit. The individuals he had summoned were among the strongest within this group of servant disciples, and he deemed it an effortless task to subdue these pawns. After Lin Yu departed, the summoned servant disciples engaged in earnest discussions with their peers in a cave on the back mountain of the Huangquan demon sect. Lin Yu was slowly refining the blood spirit pill he had acquired from Shun Yin. Chapter 11. The 10 levels of body refinement. Lin Yu would not place all his hopes on the matter remaining undisclosed. His foremost priority was to swiftly enhance his strength and fortify himself, for only then could he ensure his security. Once his power surpassed that of others and reached a point where he could effortlessly crush any external disciple, he could act without fear of consequence, even within the confines of the outer sect. For strength is the ultimate authority. The present, the Tianshi Yin Yang Ju within Lin Yu's body was operating at an accelerated pace. While he simultaneously consumed the high-quality blood spirit pill obtained from Shun Yan in an instant, The spiritual energy contained within the pill surged forth, continuously replenishing Lin Yu's own spiritual power for absorption. With the dual enhancement of his innate constitution and the Tianshi Yin Yang Ju, Lin Yu's cultivation level gradually ascended. After 3 hours, the blood spirit pill was nearly fully absorbed by Lin Yu. Subsequently, a powerful gust of wind erupted around his body, exuding an overwhelming aura, the 10 levels of body refinement. In that moment, Lin Yu's heart soared with exhilaration. The breakthrough in his cultivation had transformed his demeanor entirely. This realm of the 10 levels of body refinement was, without a doubt, a true testament to his capabilities. With a mighty punch, Lin Yu struck, leaving a deep pit in the ancient stone wall that had stood for countless years. I believe my strength has now reached the very limits of the body refinement realm. Lin Yu was filled with astonishment and joy. However, unbeknownst to him, under the influence of the innate constitution and the Tianshi Yin Yang Ju, his strength had already surpassed 10,000 pounds. Now, the most pressing task was to swiftly break through to the qi condensation realm. To achieve this, one must unify all the energy cultivated during body refinement. Without external assistance, this would require an exceptionally high level of talent. Of course, some unique techniques could also facilitate the transition from body refinement to qi condensation. The starry body refinement technique. Lin Yu suddenly recalled this ancient celestial martial art, which would make breaking through to qi condensation a mere trifle. He then began to gradually channel the spiritual energy within his body, according to the incantations recorded in the starry body refinement technique. As time passed, Lin Yu was startled to discover that his practice of the starry body refinement technique yielded no response whatsoever. Doubt crept into his mind, and he pondered whether the technique was too archaic, unsuitable for modern practitioners. After a period of contemplation, Lin Yu suddenly realized, could it be that this technique requires a special environment for cultivation? He furrowed his brow and, after a long while, gradually calmed himself. One must not be hasty. The rapid advancement of my cultivation over the past few days is already a tremendous opportunity. The immediate priority should be to refine my movement technique. With that thought, Lin Yu recalled the Spirit Serpent Step. Although it was merely a yellow-tier martial art, it was still considered a premier technique within that category, particularly as a movement art, better than nothing at all. Lin Yu walked slowly to the clearing outside the cave, where the clear sky was a stark contrast to the dismal surroundings of the servant disciples' quarters. Like a slithering serpent, he moved with an ethereal grace. As Lin Yu honed his proficiency in the Spirit Serpent Step, he found himself struggling to grasp the essence of this martial art. True to its nature as a movement technique, it proved more challenging than ordinary martial arts. After hours of practice, his steps had become somewhat more adept, yet he had made no significant progress in reaching the level described in the martial arts teachings. Breathing heavily, Lin Yu mused, if a mere yellow-tier martial art is this difficult, how daunting must the starry body refinement technique be? Reflecting on his current predicament, he couldn't help but sigh. Rising to his feet, Lin Yu slowly made his way back to his dwelling. No, I cannot continue with this aimless training. It is merely a waste of time that I should seek out more opportunities. Lin Yu had already established his identity among the outer sect disciples. Although he was unsure how long he could maintain his concealment, he would inevitably face the outer sect examination in a few days. With this in mind, Lin Yu began to strategize diligently. Training, seeking opportunities, the life script system allows me to view the recent fortunes of others. Would it not be a waste to neglect such a valuable function while I train here? Having made up his mind, a glint of determination flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. After all, he had already attained the realm of the 10 levels of body refinement. In the outer sect, this level of strength categorized him as a minor expert that it would be far more advantageous to explore nearby for opportunities using the system. With a plan in place, he promptly set off toward the outer sect. The outer sect of the Machuan sect did not prohibit servant disciples from entering. Only the inner sect imposed such restrictions. Soon, Lin Yu arrived in the outer sect's area, bustling with numerous servant and outer sect disciples milling about. The outer sect area was undoubtedly the most vibrant locale within the entire Machuan sect. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continuously utilized the system to scan for recent opportunities among the nearby disciples. Name: Li Si Realm. 8 levels of body refinement fate. Unremarkable life script. Outer sect disciple of the Xintian Conden's Machuan sect. A mere passerby affinity. 0 recent turning point. None. Name: Chun Jiu Realm. 9 levels of body refinement fate. Unremarkable life script. Outer sect disciple of the Xintian Kanan's Machuan sect. A mere passerby affinity. 0 recent turning point. None. As expected of outer sect disciples, they perfectly embody the role of mere passersby. However, their fates are far superior to those of servant disciples. Though equally unremarkable, servant disciples are often plagued by bloodshed. Alas, these individuals possess no opportunities. Lin Yu sighed in resignation. Continuing his search, Lin Yu's gaze suddenly brightened upon spotting a youth adorned in an exquisite robe not far off. The young man had bright, captivating eyes, his every action exuding the aura of a scion of a prestigious family. Surrounding him were numerous disciples vying for his attention, their formidable presence palpable. The outer sect disciples nearby cast sidelong glances at the youth, their gazes akin to those of hawks eyeing their prey. Without hesitation, Lin Yu activated the life script system to delve into the young man's narrative name. Lichanghe Realm. 7 levels of golden core fate. Born into a noble family. Endowed with exceptional talent, possessing a violent temperament, destined for early demise. Life script. Supporting character of the Xintian continent, core disciple of the Machuan sect, grandson of the second elder, a life of smooth sailing turned tumultuous upon encountering the protagonist. Affinity. 0 recent turning point. In 2 days, beneath a locust tree at the entrance of the Machuan sect's Monster Beast Mountain, he will unearth a special cultivation treasure known as the Enlightenment Stone. Upon reading this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement that Tio think this individual was a core disciple. He had initially assumed he would be merely facing an inner sect disciple. 0.7 levels of golden core. That was a height Lin Yu could scarcely imagine reaching at this point. Chapter 12. Wang Ding Tian. This youth appeared to be around my age, yet he has already attained the 7 levels of golden core. Such talent is indeed astonishing. The grandson of the second elder. No wonder he is a privileged heir. This foolish lad possesses the remarkable opportunity of the Enlightenment Stone. Lin Yu was well aware of the significance of the Enlightenment Stone, a treasure renowned throughout the Xintian continent. Its primary function was to assist individuals in comprehending martial arts and divine abilities. With an Enlightenment Stone in hand, the efficiency of cultivating any martial art or secret technique would be drastically enhanced. Fortuitously, this opportunity has presented itself. The Enlightenment Stone would be perfect for my needs. This irritable and volatile youth has already angered the protagonist. Perhaps the Enlightenment Stone is merely a safeguard for the protagonist. It would be far safer in my possession. Who knows? Without the Enlightenment Stone, this fellow might even escape the protagonist's wrath. I am not seizing opportunities. I am protecting you, Lin Yu thought to himself. I hope the Enlightenment Stone does not disappoint me. With that resolve, Lin Yu's demeanor shifted as he stealthily made his way outside. That moment, Lichanghe was gradually making his way out, flanked by his fellow disciples. Yet he felt an inexplicable unease stirring within him. The sensation enveloped Li Chongqing as he ambled through the outer sect area, a wave of dissatisfaction stirring within his heart. Nearby, a disciple immediately sensed Li's discontent and inquired, "Young Master Li, what troubles you? Is it the presence of these outer sect disciples that vexes you?" A sycophantic voice echoed beside him, but Li Chongqing felt a faint irritation and muttered, "Just chop these disciples up and feed them to the dogs. They swarm around daily, watching me like hawks. Kill them all." As soon as Li Chongqing's words fell, the disciples around him felt a chill run down their spines. "Senior brothers, spare us. We won't dare to look again. Please, let us be," they pleaded in unison. Yes, senior brothers, spare us. We won't do it again. We'll leave right away. Please, we beg you." The surrounding disciples hastily knelt, bowing their heads. Although they were outer sect disciples, their lives felt as insignificant as grass before the core disciples. They were no different from livestock in such presence. The more they clamored, the more Li Chongqing's irritation grew. It was these raucous individuals, incessantly chattering. How utterly vexing. "Why are you still standing idle? What are you waiting for?" Li Chongqing reproached. Boom! Boom boom! No sooner had Li's voice faded than a guard erupted with formidable energy, enveloping all the outer sect disciples nearby. These disciples felt as though they were ensnared within an overwhelming aura, rendered mute. Soon after, someone arrived with blades in hand, ready to execute Li Chongqing's will. At this moment, Lin Yu remained oblivious to the calamity that would unfold after his departure, hastening toward the Monster Beast Mountain range of the Machuan sect. The entrance to the Monster Beast Mountain range was situated on the periphery of the Machuan sect. Each day, numerous disciples ventured into the mountains to battle monsters, acquiring resources for cultivation or honing their combat experience. The enormous locust tree stood tall as Lin Yu meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The entrance was lush with verdant trees, interspersed with patches of forest. At this juncture, several individuals were recruiting companions at the entrance. Aside from solo ventures, entering the Monster Beast Mountain range could be done in teams, significantly enhancing safety. However, finding reliable companions was paramount, for this was the realm of the monster sect where murder and plunder were commonplace. The explosive squad is recruiting. Hurry, we need one more, preferably someone below the second level of chi condensation. No high realms. The Rosh Mountain squad is also seeking members. Only beautiful sisters need apply. Serious inquiries only. The Night Wind squad requires a healer. Come quickly for a free weapon. Lin Yu observed the bustling scene around him, his lips twitching. These fellows, all looking fierce, surely couldn't be recruiting unsuspecting lambs, could they? Yet, the explosive squad appeared rather impressive, standing out amidst the menacing crowd, especially with their composed demeanor radiating a sense of goodwill. Lin Yu activated his life script system, directing his gaze toward the explosive squad, but he found the name appealing, and they seemed decent. A good person, perhaps. Soon after, the life script of a member of the explosive squad materialized before his eyes. Name, Wang Dingtian Realm. Second level of Qi Condensation Fate. Soaring upwards green. Ruthless orange. Best supporting role, blue, life script. A supporting character from the Tianxian continent, an outer sect disciple of Machuan sect. Captain of the explosive squad, a frequent visitor to the Monster Beast Mountain range, often duping others under the guise of recruiting for his squad, ultimately gaining a notorious reputation in the eastern wilderness through his cunning and agility. Favorability, 0 soaring upwards. Incredible luck, soaring to great heights. Ruthless. Anyone opposing me must perish. Best supporting role. Rarely. Those who provoke the protagonist can survive. Recent turning point. Half an hour later, recruited an outer sect disciple and obtained a low-grade spirit stone. An hour later, recruited another outer sect disciple and received a blood spirit pill. 2 hours later, recruited yet another outer sect disciple and acquired a treasure herb. 3 hours later. 4 hours later. This is outrageous. Lin Yu thought, feeling his scalp tingle at the recent opportunities flooding in. This fellow's recent twists of fate are simply absurd. More protagonist-like than the protagonists themselves. How could one not be the protagonist with such a streak? Provoking the protagonist and still surviving is no small feat, and several high-tier fates to boot. It's a pity I can't partake in his turning points. Otherwise, such high-risk behavior would be utterly incongruous with my identity. I should focus on finding my Tao Enlightenment Stone. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. The heavenly Tao's illegitimate child. Indeed, what a handful. He then checked the scripts of others, noting many disciples beset by calamities, some bitten by beasts, others betrayed by teammates. That he shook his head. These were all individuals who danced on the edge of a blade. This was their rightful fate. Lin Yu continued his search for the locust tree that concealed the Tao Enlightenment Stone. After some time, he finally spotted a rather dilapidated locust tree in a secluded area at the entrance. The surroundings were desolate, starkly contrasting with the lush forest found elsewhere. Chapter 13. Tao Enlightenment Stone approaching the ancient locust tree. Lin Yu couldn't help but scoff that in this godforsaken place, a Tao Enlightenment Stone exists. Truly astonishing. He surveyed the area, realizing he was the only living soul amidst the wild grass, the 10th level of body refinement. His strength and endurance were remarkable, and within a day he had completely overturned the earth around the old locust tree. Vast amounts of soil lay turned, with Lin Yu laboring tirelessly like an indefatigable beast of burden. After an hour, beneath the locust tree, Lin Yu uncovered a small stone emitting a warm, spiritual aura. Could this be the Tao Enlightenment Stone? He examined the exquisitely crafted, diminutive stone, which resembled a seed, radiating a gentle warmth. Lin Yu's gaze was drawn to this seed, as if it possessed a unique power. After thorough contemplation, he confirmed that this was indeed the Tao Enlightenment Stone, that a wave of joy surged within him. Whoever buried this Tao Enlightenment Stone in such a desolate place has truly wasted it. Thankfully, I found it. Otherwise, it would have remained hidden. As he held the Tao Enlightenment Stone, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over him. The stone continuously emitted a soothing spiritual energy, and under its influence, Lin Yu's mental acuity became extraordinarily vibrant. In mere moments, he gained new insights into the serpent step technique he had just begun practicing that day. The efficacy of this Tao Enlightenment Stone was astonishing. In just a short time, it had propelled his martial arts understanding forward. Without realizing it, Lin Yu began to move, his steps fluid as if he were a serpent, gliding silently through the area. Time passed, and Lin Yu felt his mastery of the serpent step achieving a commendable level of proficiency. Am I actually progressing in the serpent step? A glimmer of brightness sparkled in Lin Yu's eyes. In a mere moment, this Tao Enlightenment Stone had allowed him to reach the entry level of the serpent step technique. He was acutely aware of his own talent for cultivation at his current pace. It would take several days to reach this level, yet now, in such a brief time, he had achieved it. This highlighted the extraordinary nature of the Tao Enlightenment Stone. Nodding, Lin Yu practiced the serpent step again, this time with even greater finesse. His understanding deepened, and his mental prowess enhanced. Were anyone to witness Lin Yu's current performance, they would surely believe they were dreaming. His movements now mirrored those of a ghostly serpent, swift and elusive. Half an hour later, Lin Yu felt he had reached a state of mastery over the serpent step, completely grasping its nuances. This moment, his speed underwent a remarkable transformation, making his movements even more inscrutable. The serpent step had now attained a small level of success. Breathless, Lin Yu marveled at how the Tao Enlightenment Stone had aided him in comprehending the serpent step, truly a boon from the system. In merely half an hour, he had advanced to a small level of mastery. The speed of this progress was utterly terrifying. Lin Yu gazed at the Tao Enlightenment Stone in his hand, excitement washing over him. With this stone and his innate physique, accelerating his cultivation speed would be effortless. He carefully stowed the Tao Enlightenment Stone before departing from this desolate, uninhabited expanse, the entrance of the Monster Beast mountain range. Many individuals were still gathered, forming teams. Lin Yu immediately activated his life script system, continuously reviewing each disciple's life script. "Hey, what are you doing wandering around here? I have been observing you for quite some time." The previously indifferent Lin Yu was startled by the sudden voice, causing him to turn slowly. A figure clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple looked at him with impatience. Name: Zhaoba. Realm: ninth layer of body refinement. Fate: unremarkable, with a sign of early demise. Life script: a mere passerby in the Tianxian continent, an outer sect disciple of the Manchuan sect, a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ultimately perishing in the Beast Mountain range. Affection level: -20. Recent turning point: none. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Was he here to engage in conversation with someone like Zhaoba? Why was there so much fuss? He hadn't provoked this person at all. Could it be that Zhaoba was envious of his newly transformed appearance? With this thought, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Indeed, being excessively handsome makes one the center of attention wherever they go. This damned looks of mine has truly brought me misfortune. Lin Yu gazed at Zhaoba, feeling a twinge of sympathy, for it was evident that this fellow would not last long. "Hey, do you not understand human speech?" Zhaoba coldly remarked. "What are you stammering about?" Lin Yu replied flatly, as he did not wish to quibble with someone who was on the brink of death. However, such individuals often lack the harsh lessons of society. If he did not give Zhaoba a taste of reality, this fool might truly think himself superior. As soon as Lin Yu's words left his mouth, Zhaoba's expression shifted dramatically. How audacious! Just a mere servant disciple dares to be so brazen. If I do not show you a lesson, it seems you do not know how to write the word death. Zhaoba's face was filled with rage. Initially, he intended to teach Lin Yu a casual lesson, but he did not expect this brat to retaliate. Stammering, "This little brat, if I don't beat him into a dead dog later, I shall not call myself Zhao." Lin Yu shook his head in resignation. Indeed, those who are pitiable often have their detestable traits. Since he sought death, let it be granted. With that, Lin Yu's right hand began to gather immense spiritual power, which he then transformed into a palm that struck heavily towards Zhaoba. The violent force left Zhaoba momentarily stunned. Was this fellow truly a mere servant disciple? Such terrifying power could not possibly belong to a servant disciple. How could this be? Boom! Lin Yu's palm struck Zhao Ba with tremendous force that ended Zhao Ba's panic. His entire head was obliterated by Lin Yu's blow. An outer sect disciple, bleeding out at the entrance of the Beast Mountain range. The surrounding disciples watched the scene with great interest. Zhao Ba had indeed kicked a steel plate, truly thinking that servant disciples were without formidable individuals, that I had known for a long time that a person like Zhao Ba would eventually meet his end due to his own actions. I just did not expect that day to arrive so quickly. The disciple who killed Zhao Ba was no ordinary individual. That terrifying strength was nearly on par with a typical first-layer Qi consolidation cultivator. Zhao Ba's demise was not unjust. Murmurs of discussion arose around him. Such daily killings had long become commonplace for the disciples of the Mo sect, as long as it was not themselves who perished. Others could suffer as they pleased. However, many took note of Lin Yu's face, categorizing him as someone not to be trifled with. After disposing of Zhao Ba, Lin Yu began to rummage through his belongings. As a fellow outer sect disciple, why was there such a vast disparity? Lin Yu searched his entire body, only to find a few blood spirit pills. Not even a complete bottle of blood spirit pills. How impoverished. Chapter 14. Luo Yunxi. After dealing with Zhao Ba, Lin Yu continued to examine the life scripts of the nearby disciples at the entrance of the Beast Mountain range, with Zhao Ba as a cautionary tale. No other unwise individuals dared to trouble Lin Yu. Although Lin Yu's displayed realm was merely the 7th layer of body refinement, no disciple would regard him as such that a person who could instantly kill someone at the 9th layer of body refinement cannot simply be dismissed as a 7th layer cultivator. That would be a tremendous joke. This lad must be an outer sect disciple, deliberately donning the garb of a servant disciple to conceal his true cultivation, fishing for trouble, especially with the deftness displayed in his earlier plundering of spoils. It was evident he had practiced. Naturally, Lin Yu was unaware that the surrounding disciples considered him a seasoned fisherman, as long as they did not seek trouble with him. Lin Yu was content to enjoy his leisure. Who would want to kill for no reason? The brother named Wang Dingtian was still there recruiting team members. Luo Yunxi has arrived, the most beautiful girl among our servant disciples. Where? I shall go take a look. To guard our most lovely Yunxi, scram, you worthless 3rd layer of body refinement. You do not deserve her. Just as Lin Yu was examining the life scripts of the surrounding disciples, a commotion erupted beside him. Luo Yunxi. Lin Yu suddenly recalled that she was the woman contended by Wang Xian and Wang Shan. Why had that fellow come here? Lin Yu had never seen Luo Yunxi, but since she was renowned as the first beauty, she must possess some charm. Moreover, she was the object of contention between Wang Xian and Wang Shan. Might as well take a look. Perhaps she has some fortuitous encounters as well. Following the flow of the crowd, Lin Yu made his way outside. Before long, he arrived at his destination, where a young girl approached, stepping lightly. Luo Yunxi had red lips and white teeth, with sparkling, enchanting eyes, a slender figure clad in an elegant dress. Appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old, her delicate face exuded an astonishing beauty in the air, especially with the faint smile that seemed to beckon one to protect her. This girl was indeed quite attractive, though she bore a striking resemblance to the femme fatale of my past life. Lin Yu silently recited as he examined Luo Yunxi's life script, name, Luo Yunxi. Realm, 6th layer of core formation. Physique, mysterious body. Fate, stunningly beautiful, blue. Saintly aptitude, blue. Destined female supporting character, blue. Life script, a supporting character in the Tianxian continent, a saintess of the Holy Spirit sect. A spy sent to the Machuan sect to gather intelligence on the 10,000 Demon Mountain, accidentally meeting the protagonist, forming bonds and romantic feelings through various unforeseen circumstances. Affection level, 10. Recent turning point, none. Stunningly beautiful, an extremely high level of attractiveness grants her a significant advantage when facing men. Saintly aptitude, exceptionally gifted, possessing the demeanor of a saint. Destined female supporting character, a predetermined supporting character deeply intertwined with the protagonist. Mysterious body, cultivating together brings immense benefits. Lin Yu's eyes lit up upon reading Luo Yunxi's fate. This girl possessed something remarkable. Although merely a supporting character, she had the mysterious body. Unfortunately, their realms differed vastly. Otherwise, Luo Yunqi's realm had already reached the 7th layer of core formation, nearly on par with that core disciple from earlier, and no wonder she had remained in the Machuan sect for so long without any rumor surfacing. Lin Yu shook his head. The Holy Spirit sect truly spared no expense in sending their saintess as a spy. Did the Machuan sect harbor some secrets that warranted sending a saintess over? Lin Yu had heard of the Holy Spirit sect, reputed to be a first-rate power in the Eastern Wilderness. That a first-rate power is already considered a colossal entity within the Tianqian continent. Moreover, a first-rate power is typically overseen by a saint. The forces of the Tianqian continent are generally categorized into third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate powers, with the highest tiers being dynasties, sacred lands, and imperial families. Of course, there are many insignificant factions that do not even qualify as forces, merely small groups. As for the Machuan sect, Lin Yu knew little about it. He only knew it was a demonic sect from the Blood Demon Mountain and merely classified as a second-rate power. The sect leader of the Yellow Spring Demon sect was rumored to be a mere infant transition realm cultivator, seemingly among the weaker ones in that realm. The Blood Demon Mountain housed numerous demonic sects, with the Machuan sect merely holding a middle-tier status. What did the Holy Spirit sect intend to accomplish? Lin Yu found it utterly perplexing why they would send their saintess here. Never mind. It had nothing to do with him. Lin Yu thought to himself, it would be best to keep a distance from such a woman. Brother, you must be Lin Yu. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Lin Yu frowned slightly. What did Luo Yunqi mean by this? A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted into Lin Yu's nostrils, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. Did you seek me for something? Lin Yu inhaled deeply and then spoke. Were it not for this woman's high cultivation, he would have directly subdued her. That a flicker of astonishment crossed Luo Yunqi's eyes. She was well aware of her own allure. Looking at the surrounding disciples, entranced and spellbound, she knew full well that no one could resist her charm. That I heard that you saved Wang Xian's life this morning. I came to express my gratitude. Luo Yunqi revealed a gentle smile, appearing exceedingly pure and captivating. That I asked it because of that fellow Wang Xian. No wonder Luo Yunqi holds 10 points of affection for me. Lin Yu mused. Had Wang Xian truly captivated Luo Yunqi so thoroughly? Just because he saved Wang Xian's life, she felt inclined towards him. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Lin Yu's mind, yet his expression remained composed. No need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. Lin Yu spoke softly, expressing his reluctance to engage with the female spy. The formidable prowess of Luo Yunqi left him feeling vulnerable in her presence. It was best to avoid provoking her for the time being. Luo Yunqi, with her lips slightly pursed, gazed intently at Lin Yu, her enchanting eyes fixated upon him. As her graceful figure inched closer, as she approached, their bodies nearly brushed against one another. The surrounding disciples looked on with envy. For to be so close to Luo Yunqi was, in their eyes, a rare privilege. Lin Yu Gij, this is a token of my gratitude for saving Wang Xian Gij's life. You must accept it. Luo Yunqi whispered, her exquisite and innocent visage hovering near Lin Yu's ear. Chapter 15. Breakthrough. Lin Yu had never encountered such a situation before. After her words, Luo Yunqi retrieved a bottle of elixir from seemingly nowhere and handed it directly to him. Her delicate fingers accidentally brushed against his palm, sending a shiver down his spine. After presenting the elixir, Luo Yunqi departed without a second glance. Is she truly a saintess, or a witch in disguise? Lin Yu inhaled sharply, the alluring scent of musk emanating from Luo Yunqi leaving him dizzy. The lingering sensation of her touch stirred a whirlwind of thoughts. Surely, I won't be cast aside as the protagonist. Will I? As Luo Yunqi exited, the surrounding disciples dispersed as well. Lin Yu was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. What did this young woman truly desire? Did she find him appealing enough to abandon the protagonist for him? That seemed unlikely. Lin Yu was quite aware of his own standing, and this saintess was no ordinary character, as evidenced by her ease among the disciples of the Machuan sect. What was the nature of the elixir she had given him? Lin Yu's attention shifted to the bottle in his hand, where the words consolidation pill were clearly etched. His pupils dilated in surprise. Was it truly a consolidation pill? Could she perceive his true strength? If not, why would she bestow upon him such a precious item? She must have discerned that he had reached the 10th level of body refinement, which warranted her gift of the consolidation pill. Upon reaching the 10th level of body refinement, One must rely on the consolidation pill to form a cyclone of energy and ascend to the consolidation realm, the true threshold of a cultivator. Was this young woman genuinely expressing her gratitude for saving Wang Xian's life? If her intentions were solely to show appreciation, then why had she been so intimate moments before? Enough of this. I must enhance my cultivation first, Lin Yu resolved, taking a deep breath and clutching the consolidation pill as he sought a suitable place to break through in a luxurious room designated for the outer disciples of the Machuan sect. Several disciples sat with pallid faces, bang. A youth clad in a cerulean robe, his expression dark, slammed his cup onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Zhang San is dead, and my subordinate Shun Yin has vanished without a trace. What are you incompetent fools doing? Wang Xian's voice was frigid. Wang Xian Gij, we have already inquired with numerous servant disciples, but they all claim to have seen no sign of Shinshiti. One disciple replied, Indeed, we have asked extensively, brother. Perhaps Shinshiti has gone out of the sect. Another suggested. Lin Yu's residence was also inspected. It was left in disarray, but there were no signs of him. The disciples, kneeling beside him, spoke in unison. Wang Xian's expression darkened further. These inept individuals only made excuses that if it weren't for their potential usefulness, he would have severed their heads long ago. Did I care not what Lin Yu is? Deploy more personnel to eliminate him. Furthermore, Zhang San's responsibility for the blood spirit pill must be reassigned, Wang Xian commanded. The disciples nodded eagerly. What are you waiting for? Go find him, Wang Xian barked, and the disciples hurriedly scrambled away. Outside the Machuan sect, in a cave, Lin Yu felt a swirling vortex of spiritual power forming within him. After reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, consuming the consolidation pill enabled him to consolidate a vortex of spiritual energy. Once the vortex formed, he would step into the consolidation realm, the true gateway to cultivation. Upon achieving the consolidation realm, cultivators could initially wield spiritual energy in combat. Even the weakest cultivator at the first level of consolidation could easily overpower several 10th-level body refinement warriors. This suppression of realms was incomprehensible. Boom! With a surge of formidable energy erupting from Lin Yu, the vortex of spiritual power within him began to take shape, signifying his attainment of the first level of consolidation. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, elated to have reached this milestone. Now, he could continue using blood spirit pills to enhance his cultivation, that he retrieved the remaining blood spirit pills from before, and as he consumed them, the forces of heaven and earth began to swirl rapidly around him, his aura steadily rising. Time passed, and soon night fell, stars twinkling in the sky. Boom! As Lin Yu continued to absorb the blood spirit pills, his energy surged and it felt as though another force was gradually releasing pure spiritual energy within him. The spiritual power he had acquired from the celestial herb on the back mountain. Lin Yu sensed the cyclone within him spinning at an incredible pace. Suddenly, the aura of the second level of consolidation erupted from him. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He had achieved the second level of consolidation. The innate physique was astonishing, and coupled with his supreme grade sacred technique. As long as he had the resources, elevating his realm was as effortless as eating and drinking. Of course, he could not overlook the 300-year-old celestial herb. Lin Yu felt a wealth of spiritual power still lying dormant within him. Ready to be absorbed as he continued his training, that it was time to test the stellar body refinement technique. Observing the darkening sky outside, it seemed as if starlight was cascading down. May this heavenly tier martial art bring me unexpected surprises, he mused, stepping outside the cave. With no disciples lingering nearby, Lin Yu had chosen an exceedingly secluded location for his training. Outside the cave, he began to operate the spiritual energy within him according to the method of the stellar body refinement technique. The energy flowed along an astonishing path, and points of starlight rained down upon his body. Clutched in his hand was the Enlightenment Stone, which heightened his clarity of mind and spurred insights into the stellar body refinement technique. The starlight illuminated Lin Yu, continuously absorbed by his form, that he felt enveloped in an extraordinarily warm embrace, as if the power of the stars flowed through him, that if someone were to witness Lin Yu at that moment, they would surely be astounded. He resembled a celestial body, radiating an immensely powerful aura. Chapter 16. Seeking New Opportunities. Time passed, and unbeknownst to Lin Yu, an entire night slipped away. The rising sun bathed him in its warm light, casting a glow upon his handsome visage. Moments later, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The faint starlight continued to circulate within him. Crack! He clenched his fist and gently struck forward, a gust of wind erupting from his punch. My strength! Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, feeling a significant boost in his power. The stellar body refinement technique had granted him considerable strength even at its introductory level. Furthermore, this was without utilizing the star power within him. If he were to draw upon the star power, Lin Yu tightened his fist, feeling the star power enveloping him completely. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yu's fist struck heavily against the nearby stone, imbued with the force of the stars. In an instant, the stone was reduced to mere fragments under the might of his blow. Observing the scattered debris, Lin Yu felt a surge of joy within him, with the celestial power augmenting his strength. He was certain that his capabilities had more than doubled. After familiarizing himself with his enhanced prowess, Lin Yu resolved to venture out in search of further opportunities, with the blood spirit pills nearly depleted. Relying solely on his own training posed considerable challenges for breaking through. Thus, he departed from this secluded place. Outside the Magic Spring sect, in a delicately adorned chamber exuding a rosy ambience, a stunning maiden draped in sheer silk lay languidly upon her bed. The gossamer fabric did little to conceal her fair, exquisite skin. Her graceful form radiated captivating curves while her delicate features resembled that of a heavenly being. The room was suffused with a potent aura of spiritual energy, which seemed irresistibly drawn towards Luo Yunxi, enveloping her in a torrent of vitality. Under the onslaught of this ethereal energy, the maiden's cheeks flushed, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. Miss, why did you give that Lin Yu a spirit-condensing pill? A sudden melodious voice pierced the air that a small, creamy white fox perched upon the bed's edge, its words surprisingly emanating from its tiny mouth. The maiden stretched languidly, causing the sheer fabric to slip away, revealing her enchanting silhouette. A sight only the little fox could behold that in just a few days. He has advanced from the 3rd to the 10th level of body refinement, and even attained a congenital physique. It is wise to befriend such a person, who knows when it might prove beneficial. The maiden replied nonchalantly. The little fox, scratching its fluffy head, gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Miss, what about Brother Wang Xian? Are we truly not going to help him? He has been terribly bullied by Wang Shan. Seemingly recalling something, the fox climbed onto the maiden's lap and gently massaged her shoulders with its tiny paws. He has his own path to tread. Humph, you little fox, Wang Xian merely fed you a few morsels of meat, and you are so eager to come to his defense, she retorted, lifting her tiny fist in playful defiance. But you also enjoyed Brother Wang Xian's roasted meat. The fox pouted, its timid voice barely audible. Da, how dare you talk back? The maiden, noticing the fox's audacity, began to tickle it, filling the room with an atmosphere of springtime merriment. Outside the Magic Spring sect, a chilling breeze swept through the area. Even beneath the sun's glare, an ominous aura lingered in the air. However, Lin Yu seemed accustomed to such an environment and felt no discomfort. He leisurely observed the life narratives of various disciples around him. Senior Brother Lin Yu. As he wandered, a voice called out to him. Turning towards the sound, he recognized Li Jiao, the disciple he had instructed to keep quiet about recent events. Li Jiao, is there something you need? Lin Yu inquired. The fact that the matter had not spread widely suggested that some effort had been made to contain it, prompting Lin Yu to harbor no ill will towards such obedient individuals. Senior Brother, you should avoid the outer sect for now. Wang Xian has mobilized many to seek you out, intending to teach you a lesson, Li Jiao whispered urgently. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Wang Xian dared to provoke him? With his current strength at the 2nd level of Qi condensation, coupled with his sacred grade techniques and heavenly martial arts, he had no fear of ordinary outer sect disciples. Moreover, his yellow grade superior martial art, the Spirit Serpent Steps, had achieved a minor mastery. Even if he could not defeat them, he was confident in his ability to escape. After conveying this information, Li Jiao departed, leaving Lin Yu to continue examining the recent developments among the disciples. Recent developments: killed a demon beast at Coordinate XX in the Beast Mountain Range. Obtained an inner core. Recent developments: discovered 2 spirit stones at Coordinate XX in the depths of the 5th Demon Abyss. Recent developments: found a century-old treasure herb at Coordinate XX in the Back Mountain area. Lin Yu silently noted these scattered opportunities, assessing the recent developments around him, shaking his head that today's findings were indeed more numerous than yesterday's. However, their quality paled in comparison. The Insight Stone was truly a remarkable item. Run. That Li Chang'e has appeared again. Be careful, he might unleash a massacre indiscriminately. That guy is truly ruthless. Best to keep your distance. As Lin Yu continued to search, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, with many disciples fleeing in a panic. Li Chang'e. Isn't that the troublemaker from yesterday? Let's see what changes he brings after seizing the Insight Stone. With that thought, Lin Yu activated the life narrative system for Li Chang'e. Name. Li Chang'e Realm. 7th layer of Golden Core Fate Lineage. Noble Birth Green. Exceptional Talent Green. Violent Temperament Red. Early Death Sign Gray. Life Narrative. Supporting Character in the Heavenly Profound Continent. Core Disciple of the Magic Spring Sect. Grandson of the sect's second elder. Enjoys a smooth life until he encounters the protagonist, leading to a path of madness and betrayal. Affinity. 0 recent developments. This afternoon. Found a treasure map on a broken yellow-grade martial art book at a stall run by a white-haired elder in the outer sect, leading to a cave inheritance of a god transformation realm master. Lin Yu's heart swelled with joy. This supporting character had managed to obtain opportunities even after Lin Yu had seized the Insight Stone. That if you cannot handle this, allow me to safeguard it for you. Lin Yu mused that it was clear that such great opportunities had inflated Li Chang'e's ego. The cave of a god transformation realm master? Excellent. It shall be mine that he was set to acquire it this afternoon. I must retrieve that treasure map without delay. With that resolve, Lin Yu departed, heading towards the outer sect's marketplace. Not far ahead, a throng of disciples surrounded Li Chang'e, offering their respects as he passed. Many stepped aside in his wake, for Li Chang'e had brutally disposed of those who dared to observe him yesterday. Feeling agitated by the distance the disciples kept, Li Chang'e grew restless, reminiscent of the previous day's discomfort. Young master, shall we eliminate another batch of sycophants? One of his companions ventured, noticing his unease that Li Chang'e waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I was reported by some coward yesterday, leading to a scolding from my grandfather. His companion's eyes flickered, but he refrained from speaking further. That let's take a stroll through the outer sect's marketplace, Li Chang'e suggested, and the group sauntered leisurely towards the bustling bazaar. Within the outer sect's marketplace, disciples set up stalls, creating one of the few peaceful, weapon-free zones. Here, the number of disciples far exceeded that of other areas, with numerous enforcers from the sect maintaining order. Lin Yu swiftly searched for the white-haired elder, eager to secure the cave inheritance of the god transformation realm master. As he maneuvered through the marketplace, he spotted the elder nestled in a corner to name, Lichenian Realm. 9th layer of body, refinement fate lineage. Unremarkable red. Enjoying a peaceful life, green, life narrative. Supporting character in the heavenly profound continent. Outer disciple of the Magic Spring sect. Stall owner in the outer sect marketplace. Leading a tranquil and ordinary life. Affinity. 0 enjoying a peaceful life. Enjoys a peaceful and serene old age. Lin Yu marveled at the elder's narrative, pondering how someone could enjoy such tranquility within the sect. The elder's stall was modest. With only a few scattered items, and few customers approached him. Seemingly due to the lack of business, the white-haired elder sat half asleep, appearing drowsy. Old man, how much for this martial art? Lin Yu crouched at the stall and directly picked up a tattered yellow-grade martial arts manual, saying, aside from this manual, all that remains on the stall are low-grade herbs, which do not catch Lin Yu's interest at all. The white-haired old man, noticing a customer approaching his stall, slowly opened his eyes. 3 blood spirit pills, the old man stated nonchalantly, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Without further ado, Lin Yu left behind 3 blood spirit pills and took the martial arts manual with him. The old man regarded Lin Yu, who displayed such extravagance, with a satisfied smile. This young man is quite commendable, not one to haggle. Not long after Lin Yu departed, Li Chang'e arrived at the market. Upon his arrival, Li Chang'e sensed an ominous atmosphere, as if someone had absconded with his belongings. However, his presence did not provoke any disturbance in the market, despite Li Chang'e being a core disciple with numerous attendants by his side. No one here felt intimidated by him. After all, the market's order was maintained by the enforcement team of the demon sect. Although Li Chang'e was a core disciple, he dared not act recklessly in front of the enforcement team. Before long, Li Chang'e spotted a stall belonging to the white-haired old man. "Old man, show me your good wares. These items on your stall seem to be mere trifles," Li Chang'e remarked, growing increasingly irate as he scrutinized the items. His temper flaring inexplicably. The old man hastily replied, "Young Master Li, these are all I possess. I am not deceiving anyone that Li Chang'e found the assortment of items exceedingly displeasing, yet out of respect for the sect's rules. He refrained from causing a scene. You lot purchased this old man's stall. I intend to smash it," Li Chang'e stated impatiently. "Buying it means I can destroy my own possessions, right?" His attendants immediately began negotiating with the old man. After securing the tattered martial arts manual, Lin Yu began to survey the surroundings of the market, aiming to gather all the recent opportunities that disciples could seize. Recent opportunities included discovering a blood spirit pill at the stinking drain of the tavern at coordinates XX, slaying a beast in the Huangshu jungle at coordinates XX to obtain a Zhu fruit, and unearthing 2 spirit stones in the number 3 nether cave at coordinates XX. The market was rife with opportunities, and Lin Yu's eyes gleamed. Although the items were not abundant, their sheer quantity was compelling that it appeared that he should recruit a reliable subordinate. These small opportunities could be delegated to his underlings, sparing him the labor of attending to every detail, which would otherwise waste precious time. However, if such matters were to leak, the danger would be substantial. Lin Yu sighed lightly, contemplating that an excess of opportunities could also be a burden. "Never mind, I shall first explore the cave of that transcendent being," Lin Yu mused inwardly, lamenting the addictive nature of this script examination. The allure of perusing it was akin to the addictive scroll of a social media app in a past life. Suppressing his urge to continue exploring, Lin Yu sought a secure location to examine the treasure map within the martial arts manual, in a hidden cave on the periphery of the Machuan sect. Lin Yu cautiously opened the tattered martial arts manual titled Huangshu Fist. That was a low-grade yellow martial art, causing the corners of Lin Yu's mouth to twitch slightly. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was the treasure map contained within. Soon, Lin Yu discovered an ancient piece of parchment nestled within the folds of the manual. The parchment detailed the location, accompanied by an intricate route map. "This is," Lin Yu mused, gazing at the treasure map, realizing that the cave of the transcendent being was not far from the Beast Mountain. The map meticulously indicated the location and the traps within the cave. Without the map, even if one stumbled upon the cave by sheer luck, they would still fall victim to the relentless traps. This transcendent being is quite astute, knowing how to protect their treasures. "I admire your foresight," Lin Yu remarked, carefully stowing the treasure map away before preparing to seek out the cave of the transcendent being. Subsequently, Lin Yu spent the entire morning gathering the small opportunities he had discovered, purchasing various weapons, elixirs, and provisions, before setting off for the Beast Mountain. Upon entering the Beast Mountain, Lin Yu donned a mask and fitted attire. Following the map's guidance toward the cave, as he stepped into the Beast Mountain, he felt as though he had entered a realm of agitation and unrest. Numerous disciples traversing the mountain bore the marks of bloodshed, their gazes fierce, evidently having endured brutal battles. Among them were several outer disciples at the Qi condensation stage name, Li Zhuoqing realm. Qi condensation first layer fate. Ordinary red, blood calamity, black life script. Bystander of Tianqian continent. Outer disciple of Machuan sect affection. 0 recent opportunity. None blood calamity. Perished from a surprise attack by a first stage beast in a treacherous area of the Beast Mountain name. Luo Quan realm. Qi condensation second layer fate. Ordinary red life script. Bystander of Tianqian continent. Outer disciple of Machuan sect affection. 0 recent opportunity. Tripped by a rock in the Huangshu forest at coordinates XX, discovered a blood spirit pill. Lin Yu walked toward the cave. He scrutinized the recent opportunities of the surrounding disciples. Most of those braving the Beast Mountain were outer disciples. The weaker servant disciples dared not loiter in such perilous surroundings. The beasts within the mountain were all at least first stage. Formidable creatures that posed significant threats even to the most basic disciples at the body refinement stage. Lin Yu diligently collected the opportunities along his path, and within just a few hours, he found himself burdened with a sizable pack filled with various materials and a handful of elixirs that if only I had a spatial ring, Lin Yu thought to himself. Though carrying the pack was not exhausting, he noticed several individuals regarding him with faintly greedy expressions along the way. Lin Yu revealed his Qi condensation first layer strength while the starry body refinement technique emanated a subtle but powerful aura, causing many disciples to merely watch him with envy. After all, being at the Qi condensation first layer was considered quite formidable among the outer disciples of the Machuan sect, especially since several outer disciples remained at the body refinement 8th, 9th, or 10th layers. Those who managed to obtain a Qi condensation pill to break through to the Qi condensation stage were regarded as the elite among the outer disciples. Boss, it seems there's a little fat sheep ahead with quite a harvest. A disciple clad in outer disciple garb, his eyes alight with excitement, exclaimed while gazing intently at Lin Yu from a short distance behind. Accompanying him were 6 other robust figures, all similarly attired as outer disciples, their bodies radiating a strong scent of blood, indicative of recent battles. The leader of the group, upon hearing this, brightened with interest that if Li Gong refers to someone as a little fat sheep, they must possess considerable treasures. Li Gong had learned a superior eye technique, allowing him to perceive things that eluded ordinary sight. What is his strength? The leader, Wang He, inquired. Li Gong's eyes sparkled with a unique glimmer. Boss, he is at the Qi condensation first layer. Wang Ling licked his lips. Qi condensation first layer. Wang Ling and his companions were frequent visitors to the Beast Mountain, often battling for their lives. Only Wang He had reached the Qi condensation first layer. The others were merely at the body refinement 10th layer. Employing their ruthless tactics, this group had already dispatched many Qi condensation first layer individuals. Boss, he just acquired a blue yuan grass, Li Gong exclaimed, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as if he had spotted something. Blue yuan grass. Wang He's eyes lit up. The blue yuan grass was a primary ingredient for crafting Qi condensation pills, commanding an exorbitant price, nearly equivalent to several bottles of blood spirit pills. Not only Wang Ling, but also the surrounding subordinates, were filled with avarice at the prospect of obtaining the blue yuan grass, which could elevate their cultivation to the Qi condensation stage and significantly enhance their leader's prowess. Boss, we should take care of this kid. Indeed, we have not shied away from killing Qi condensation first layer disciples before. Boss, with 7 of us against 1 of him, what could possibly go wrong? Wang Ling's subordinate's eyes gleamed with fervor, clearly eager for action. That a glint of malice flickered in Wang Ling's eyes. Good. Then we shall eliminate this brat. Lin Yu, leisurely burdened with his package, made his way towards the cave abode of a transformation realm expert. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Throughout his journey, he had intercepted numerous opportunities, even if the cave of the transformation realm expert yielded no treasures. The items in his backpack could surely be exchanged for a substantial amount of resources, sufficient at least for his ascension to the 4th level of Qi condensation. It appeared he must seek more opportunities outside, as his system was ill-suited for arduous cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Just as Lin Yu ambled forward, a sudden rush of wind echoed from behind him. His pupils constricted, and he swiftly deployed his minor mastery of the Spirit Serpent Step. With this technique, Lin Yu transformed into a spectral python, his body darting away from the impending danger with astonishing speed. Boom! Boom boom! As Lin Yu evaded, 2 figures hurtled towards him from a short distance away. They seemed utterly unprepared for Lin Yu's swift reaction, crashing directly into a nearby tree with a resounding thud. The impact produced a crisp sound that resonated through the air. Lin Yu promptly activated his life script system. Name: Dingbei Realm. Body Refinement 10th Layer Fate. Ordinary Red. Life Script. Bystander of Tianxin Continent. Outer Sect Disciple of Machuan's Sect Favorability. -50 Recent Turning Point. None Name: Lili Realm. Body Refinement 10th Layer Fate. Ordinary Red. Life Script. Bystander of Tianxin Continent. Outer Sect Disciple of Machuan's Sect Favorability. -50 Recent Turning Point. None. How audacious of these 2 body refinement 10th layer individuals to attempt a sneak attack on him. Were they truly so reckless? With his cultivation revealed as merely the 1st level of Qi condensation, they had the audacity to approach him. Lin Yu scoffed, executing the Spirit Serpent Step as he charged towards the 2. Against such body refinement 10th layer opponents, Lin Yu felt no need to employ the stellar body refinement technique. His internal spiritual energy surged rapidly, and with the Spirit Serpent Step, Lin Yu approached the 2 like a majestic swan. Boom! A fist struck heavily, and the disciple, named Ding Bei, was instantly obliterated, his blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Beside him, Li Li's pupils dilated in terror. The disparity between the first level of qi condensation and the 10th layer of body refinement was overwhelmingly vast. "How dare you!" Just as Lin Yu was about to strike Li Li, a harsh voice rang out from a distance. Lin Yu smirked coldly, and without hesitation, unleashed another powerful blow. Li stood defenseless against Lin Yu's formidable strength and was swiftly dispatched. "I will have your life." Wang He, with eyes ablaze, stared intently at Lin Yu, his madness seemingly poised to consume him. Lin Yu slowly turned to face Wang He, whose countenance was filled with rage. Accompanied by several of his companions, Lin Yu activated his life script system once more, scrutinizing the leader of the group. Name: Wang Ling Realm. Qi Condensation First Layer Fate. Ordinary Red, Robbery Specialist Orange, Life Script. Bystander of Tianxian Continent. Outer Sect Disciple of Machuan Sect. Leader of the Blue Wind Team. Known for robbing fellow disciples in the Monster Beast Mountains, ultimately meeting his downfall. Favorability: -80 recent turning point. None a mere Qi Condensation First Layer Practitioner. Surrounded by body refinement 10th layer lackeys, Lin Yu shook his head, deeming them worthless and devoid of opportunity. Sensing Lin Yu's disdainful gaze, Wang Ling and his companions were infuriated beyond measure. This despicable individual had not only slain their brother, but also dared to treat them with such contempt. Lin Yu remained silent. He had no words to offer these fools, opting instead for immediate action. "Brothers, attack together! Dismember this brat!" Wang Ling commanded coldly. In unison, Wang Ling's group launched their assault. The sound of slicing wind filled the air, and several wielded short blades aimed directly at Lin Yu's vital points. Lin Yu swiftly activated the stellar body refinement technique within him. The overwhelming power of the stars coursed through his being, transforming him into a warrior of celestial light. An ancient, yet formidable aura emanated from him. Boom! Boom boom! Lin Yu gathered his entire spiritual energy, the formidable power of the Yin-Yang technique merging with the stellar force, amplifying his presence infinitely. The approaching members of the Blue Wind Team felt as though they were confronting a primordial behemoth, an immense pressure inducing profound suffocation. Yet, with arrows already nocked, they had no choice but to charge forward. Steeling themselves against their mounting fear, as figures pressed forward, fists and blades came from every angle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Lin Yu's mastery of the Spirit Serpent Step had reached a minor peak, and he effortlessly dodged their onslaught. Simultaneously, his fist struck with tremendous force in an instant. Blood sprayed, and wails filled the air. In just a few exchanges, Lin Yu had completely incapacitated them. "Boss, he's at the second level of Qi Condensation," Li Gong exclaimed, having narrowly avoided death as Lin Yu's strike landed upon his armor instead of his flesh. Yet his bones were shattered and on the brink of collapse. This moment, Wang Ling was engulfed by a tempest of rage and fear. He had initially perceived Lin Yu as an easy target, only to discover he was a formidable opponent of the second level of Qi Condensation, equipped with seemingly indomitable stellar power. Had it not been for Wang Ling's extensive combat experience allowing him to evade multiple attacks, he would likely have joined his fallen comrades in the afterlife. "This brother, it's all a misunderstanding," Wang Ling stammered, struggling to fend off Lin Yu's relentless strikes. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, his assault unyielding. Though he had achieved an innate physique and mastered the stellar body refinement technique, his combat experience remained lacking. He intended to hone his skills through this encounter. Wang Ling witnessed his brothers being brutally slain before his very eyes, and any remnants of hope vanished. He simply sought to evade Lin Yu's relentless onslaught. Moreover, having shown weakness, Lin Yu displayed no signs of mercy, clearly intent on not letting him escape. Wang Ling grappled with his fear. He sought any potential means of escape. Boom, boom, boom! Just as Wang Ling contemplated his next move, Lin Yu's fist struck from an unexpected angle. Wang Ling could not react in time. Lin Yu's fist pierced through his chest. No, no, no! With a cry of agony, Wang Ling felt his body endure unimaginable torment, followed by a complete loss of sensation. "Boss!" Nearby, Li Gong trembled violently as he witnessed his leader's body being impaled by Lin Yu's fist. His terror reached its zenith. It seemed Lin Yu's combat experience was still insufficient. He mused to himself. Although he had a significant advantage in cultivation, coupled with such powerful techniques, it still took numerous strikes to eliminate his foes. He had much to improve upon. Spare me, spare me. I possess a profound martial art. I implore you. Let me go. I am willing to share it with you. Li Gong trembled, blood spilling from his mouth. Lin Yu's eyes brightened at the mention of a profound martial art. Where is the martial art? Lin Yu inquired coolly. I will tell you if you spare me. Li Gong hastily negotiated that if you remain silent, I will heal you with a healing pill, and then I shall torment you thoroughly. The choice is yours. Lin Yu calmly began to speak. Li Gong, gazing at the composed Lin Yu before him, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Why had he chosen to provoke this calamity? Li Gong certainly did not perceive Lin Yu's demeanor as a jest. Given his recent decisive and ruthless actions, it was entirely plausible that he could perpetrate such deeds. Ultimately, Li Gong relented and disclosed the location of the Xian-level martial arts to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, grateful for Li Gong's candor, subsequently discovered a martial arts manual nestled within the layers of Li Gong's armor. The Eye of the Spiritual Pupil, an auxiliary martial art of superior quality at the Xian level. Upon mastering it, one's vision would be enhanced, allowing for the observation of minute details. Chapter 20. The spiritual liquid pool within the cave to discover an auxiliary martial art was indeed a revelation for Lin Yu. Such auxiliary techniques were rarer than offensive ones, and this particular art fortified the eyes, significantly augmenting combat effectiveness upon completion. The enhancement provided by this martial art in terms of combat prowess was by no means inferior to numerous offensive techniques. In fact, it could surpass them. Imagine, in a confrontation where both parties are of equal standing, possessing a keen eye for detail would allow one to discern the opponent's methods, angles of attack, and even fluctuations in their spiritual energy with unparalleled clarity. Such an advantage in battle was undeniably substantial. Combat effectiveness is not solely determined by offensive power. The ability to observe the situation and seize the opportune moment for action is equally critical. Should one acquire this martial art, the meticulous observation would greatly enhance their combat capabilities. Furthermore, it would prove extremely beneficial in various investigative scenarios. Although it was a superior Xian-level martial art, its worth was comparable to that of typical Earth-level techniques. Little did he expect that by eliminating a few petty thieves, he would garner such a reward. It was indeed fortuitous that it appeared this individual had relied on the discovery of this martial art to uncover numerous valuable items, leading him to target Lin Yu. After all, under the scrutiny of this martial art, the adversary might have perceived something significant during Lin Yu's journey. Regrettably, they had vastly misjudged his strength. If a practitioner at the first level of qi condensation were to encounter these individuals, they would likely meet a grim fate. However, as a practitioner at the second level of qi condensation, armed with formidable body-refining techniques, Lin Yu deemed this group deserving of their demise. Subsequently, Lin Yu collected the spoils from these individuals. The group had amassed a considerable bounty, including various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Although most were of low value, abundant in quantity, yet lacking in quality, Lin Yu reasoned that securing an auxiliary martial art of the Xian level was already a significant gain. After organizing his findings, Lin Yu once again set forth on the path to the cave of the powerful Transformation Realm practitioner. Following the recent bloodshed, it was remarkable that no one dared to confront Lin Yu. Even those who were tempted to engage were deterred by the faint scent of blood that lingered around him in a secluded forest situated on the eastern edge of the Monster Beast mountain range. The surroundings were exceptionally tranquil, devoid of any beasts or members of the Demon Spring sect. Compared to other areas, this location resembled a park from a past life, untouched by the stains of bloodshed. This Transformation Realm practitioner truly had an eye for choosing locations, Lin Yu mused. The spiritual energy in the forest was denser than in other regions, and it was remarkably serene, free from any disturbances from living creatures. Had Lin Yu not possessed a map to guide him, it would have been impossible to discover such a hidden place. Following the recollections of the treasure map in his mind, Lin Yu gradually traversed through the forest. After a while, he finally stumbled upon a waterfall deep within the woods that is the cave behind this waterfall. Lin Yu pondered, gazing at the rushing cascade. The powerful torrent flowed relentlessly down the mountainside. The sound of the waterfall was exceptionally crisp. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu activated his spiritual energy while simultaneously channeling the Stellar Body Refinement Technique. With the enhancement of the Stellar Body Refinement Technique, Lin Yu's physical strength surged. With a leap, he plunged into the waterfall. Indeed, there was a hidden cave behind the waterfall. The moment Lin Yu entered, he was enveloped by the rich aura of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Could someone truly have discovered such a secretive place? Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, but he noticed numerous bleached bones at the entrance of the cave, some of which had already begun to decay. A faint scent of rot wafted through the air. Regrettably, this cave is meant for me. Lin Yu smirked. At the cave's entrance lay a path adorned with intricate patterns. The path was littered with many bones. Some missing skulls, others lacking hands. Most were severely damaged, evidently struck by the mechanisms at the cave's entrance. The treasure map Lin Yu had acquired included a detailed route for safety, following the mental map of safe passage. Lin Yu carefully approached the cave. The deeper he ventured into the passage, the more he could sense the surging spiritual energy emanating from within the cave. There must be something extraordinary inside. Lin Yu held his breath and cautiously advanced towards the entrance. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the cave's entrance. The grand door was made of colossal stones, covered in a thick layer of dust. To the left and right of the entrance were two circular turntables. First, he would rotate the left turntable twice, then the right turntable 4 times. Lin Yu, relying on his memory, began to turn the dials slowly. Click, click, click. As the turntables rotated, a series of faint rumbling sounds echoed. All right, that should suffice. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed open the cave's massive door. The door creaked open. An ancient and weathered aura rushed forth, enveloping Lin Yu entirely. The rich spiritual energy within the cave prompted his body to instinctively channel the yin-yang technique. What abundant spiritual energy! Lin Yu felt himself ravenously consuming the energy emanating from the cave. The spirals within him began to spin increasingly rapidly with the influx of spiritual power, causing his body to quiver slightly. After a while, Lin Yu finally acclimated to the violent spiritual energy of the cave. In the center of the cave, he unexpectedly discovered a pool of spiritual liquid, its energy having solidified into tangible form. This pool of spiritual liquid was the source of the cave's spiritual power. How prosperous! Lin Yu gazed at the pool, continuously releasing spiritual energy, feeling a wave of elation. This pool would surely suffice for him to break through to the Dan Yuan realm. Moreover, the value of the spiritual liquid was extraordinarily high, capable of being exchanged for various rare resources. This small pool of spiritual liquid truly represented wealth. Under the immense aura of the spiritual liquid pool, the entire cave resembled a celestial paradise. Enshrouded in swirling mists, Lin Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing and invigorating energy of the spiritual liquid, nearly succumbing to its intoxicating allure. First, I shall cultivate to enhance my strength. Lin Yu contemplated that he then seated himself beside the energy pool, gradually channeling the yin-yang technique within his body. With his innate body coupled with the yin-yang technique, the spirals within Lin Yu spun rapidly, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. Chapter 21. The Great Desolation's heaven-cutting finger time flowed gently, and with the assistance of the spiritual liquid, Lin Yu's strength soared. Several days later, boom, 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 a tempestuous aura erupted from Lin Yu's form, that he had reached the 5th level of qi condensation. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the turbulent spiritual energy surging wildly within him. The spiritual liquid pool beside the cave still brimmed with abundance, yet the spiritual energy within the cave had nearly dissipated. Over the past few days, Lin Yu had consumed a considerable amount of the liquid from the pool, which had significantly aided his rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. The efficacy of this spiritual liquid was truly remarkable that he took a deep breath, realizing that it was inadvisable to continue breaking through in quick succession, as it could lead to instability in his cultivation realm. Only by mastering the spiritual energy within himself could he hope to advance further. Pursuing rapid advancement recklessly would render him a hollow shell of a cultivator, possessing a lofty realm but lacking in combat prowess. Cultivation was not merely an enhancement of spiritual power and physical form. It was also about achieving a more intricate mastery over one's own body. Only by familiarizing oneself with every fragment of one's strength could one genuinely embark on the path to ultimate transcendence. Moreover, as a cultivator progressed, the demands for a solid foundation became increasingly stringent. Legendary figures of immense power were invariably those with exceptionally deep-rooted foundations. Behind every unparalleled legend lay countless opportunities and the sweat of hard work. Only those with extraordinarily special physiques or unique fortuitous encounters could rapidly elevate their realms while simultaneously forging a robust foundation. Lin Yu was certainly not one to be short-sighted, sacrificing the essence for the superficial. He pondered whether there might be other treasures within the cave. Soon after, Lin Yu began to search the cave. To the side, there was a small door. Upon pushing it open, he beheld a skeleton seated upon a bed, its bones stark white. This was a sealed chamber, its walls embedded with numerous luminous pearls that illuminated the space with a warm, gentle glow. It seemed this skeleton belonged to a powerful cultivator of the transformation realm. The bones were pristine, devoid of dust, emanating an aura of formidable power. Lin Yu reflected, astonished that even a master of the transformation realm could not escape the fate of decay. Nearby stood a stone table, covered in dust, clearly having remained undisturbed for a considerable length of time. The chamber was starkly simple, containing only the skeleton and the table, surrounded by an atmosphere steeped in the passage of time. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he noticed an ancient ring beside the skeleton. The ring appeared exceptionally old, a true relic of the past. He approached the skeleton, retrieving the ring, and upon infusing it with his spiritual energy, he sensed an immense space contained within. It was filled with numerous spiritual stones, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. In addition to the stones, there were several martial arts techniques and a beautifully crafted jade pendant, adorned with exquisite engravings. With a mere thought, the techniques materialized in his hands. Among them was a mid-tier celestial technique, the Spirit Fire Incantation. Had Lin Yu not acquired the Yin-Yang technique, he might have been intrigued. Yet he recognized that even mid-tier martial arts could fetch a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Not everyone had access to sacred tier techniques, which were extremely precious across all sections. After storing the techniques within the space ring, Lin Yu's gaze fell upon another martial arts manual, the Thunderclap Fist, an exceptional technique of the profound tier, which unleashed punches with the speed of lightning and the might of thunder. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the powerful offensive technique he had been seeking to enhance his combat capabilities. After securing the profound technique, he began inspecting the jade pendant. It radiated a faint warmth that seemed to draw his spirit closer. The pendant emitted a gentle aura, and soon, Lin Yu felt his mind clearing remarkably. As his spiritual energy began to circulate involuntarily, as the energy flowed, the pendant suddenly shone with resplendent brilliance. A streak of light emerged from the pendant, piercing directly into Lin Yu's mind. Upon entry, a torrent of cryptic information flooded his consciousness. The Great Desolation Finger, a sacred-level divine ability that condenses terrifying power at one's fingertips. Capable of unleashing unparalleled force, and when fully mastered, can sever the very fabric of heaven and earth. This revelation exploded within Lin Yu's mind. His eyes widened in astonishment. A sacred-level divine ability. Such techniques surpassed martial arts in potency and required a lineage for cultivation. It was said that only those who transcended life and death were worthy of inheriting such divine abilities. Unable to suppress his excitement, Lin Yu pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Although he was unaware of the full extent of this divine ability, its association with the sacred was enough to assure him of its immeasurable value. The Great Desolation Finger possessed such overwhelming might that it could even sever the heavens and the earth. He marveled at the unexpected fortune of this transformation realm cultivator. Boom, boom, boom. Before Lin Yu could contemplate further, the information in his mind rapidly evolved. Details about the Great Desolation Finger surged within his consciousness. A powerful aura began to emanate from him, as if an indomitable force was circulating in his very being. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, sensing a desolate energy coalescing within him. The inheritance was finally complete. He took a deep breath, fully aware that his current strength was insufficient to unleash the full potential of the divine ability. The divine ability comprised 5 tiers, each stronger than the last. Yet at present, Lin Yu could only wield the first tier. However, even this initial tier was sufficient for his needs. The subsequent tiers would become accessible as his realm advanced. Having reaped the benefits, Lin Yu decided to let the skeleton rest in peace. He gazed at the remains beside him and spoke softly. With the sacred level divine ability, the spiritual liquid pool, and an abundance of high-quality spiritual stones, he had already examined those stones, all of which were of the finest quality, teeming with spiritual energy and numbering in the hundreds. Lin Yu would not have to worry about spiritual stones for quite some time, coupled with the ample supply of spiritual liquid. His wealth now rivaled that of a typical Spirit River realm cultivator. After gathering his belongings, Lin Yu prepared to give the skeleton a proper burial. Chapter 22. The external examination begins. Having settled all matters, Lin Yu conducted a thorough inspection of the surroundings of the cave to ensure nothing was overlooked before he prepared to depart. After spending many days cultivating in this cave, the entrance examination for the outer sect should be commencing soon. At the outer sect of the Machuan sect, a grand square was abuzz with activity that on a raised platform stood an elderly man with graying hair, exuding an aura of chilling authority. His cold visage surveyed the multitude of outer sect disciples surrounding him. At this moment, the square was teeming with countless disciples, many of whom wore anxious expressions as they regarded the elder atop the platform. This elder was Yin Zhimin, the one responsible for overseeing the outer sect entrance examination. Beside him stood several outer sect disciples, assisting him in administering the examination. The disciples regarded the gathered crowd with a detached demeanor, devoid of any semblance of empathy. The entrance examination for the outer sect was divided into 2 rounds. The first round required participants to either defeat a first-tier puppet of the sect or endure for 15 minutes to qualify. The second round involved combat between the disciples, with the losers being eliminated until only 100 remained. Those who succeeded in the second round would be officially recognized as outer sect disciples of the Machuan sect. Following this, a third round of ranking matches would be held, with participation being optional. The disciple ranked first in the matches would be directly promoted to intersect status and awarded an exceptional profound-level martial art, along with 100 mid-tier spiritual stones. The second place would receive 100 mid-tier spiritual stones and a high-quality profound-level martial art, while the 8th place would be granted a low-quality profound-level martial art and 100 blood spirit pills. A chilling voice echoed from the high platform of Yin Zhimin, reverberating throughout the outer gate square. All the disciples exhibited fervent expressions. The prospect of becoming an inner gate disciple for the first place was unprecedented. Moreover, the allure of a supreme-grade martial art and a considerable number of mid-grade spirit stones left many breathless, clearly igniting a fervor within their hearts. The reward for the first place was astonishingly generous. I must secure the top position, the supreme martial art, mid-grade spirit stones, and a spot as an inner gate disciple. All shall be mine. The second place is also mine for the taking. No one shall dare to contest it, for I am resolute in claiming it that I ask for the third. I will not let it slip away. Let us see who dares to challenge me. My demands are modest. I simply wish to pass the assessment and become an outer gate disciple. Surrounding disciples engaged in animated discussions, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Yin Zhimin observed the fervor of the disciples below, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Excellent. They are indeed invigorated. The outer gate disciples standing beside Yin Zhimin were equally astonished, not anticipating such bountiful rewards for this assessment. Among these disciples was Wang Xian, who had reached the 6th level of qi condensation, previously tasked with locating Lin Yu. Wang Xian exchanged glances with several outer gate disciples nearby, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The rewards stirred their ambitions as well. Yin Zhimin continued to elaborate on the assessment details, amplifying the already fervent atmosphere. Lin Yu, having barely made it on time, breathed heavily, delayed by his prolonged stay in the cave of the transformation realm that he had practically sprinted over, employing the spirit serpent steps throughout his journey. Lin Yu, you made it. As soon as Lin Yu arrived at the outer gate square, he heard a familiar voice that a youth clad in the garb of a miscellaneous disciple looked at Lin Yu with evident delight. This youth was none other than Wang Xian. Lin Yu turned slowly and was met by the approaching Wang Xian. He promptly activated the life script system. Name: Wang Xian Realm. 3rd level of Qi Condensation Fate. Protagonist of Destiny, purple gold. Turning misfortune into blessing, purple. Gaining assistance from the fortunate, purple. Abundant romantic encounters, purple. Affection. 40 life script. Celestial protagonist, originally a young master of a minor secular dynasty, embarked on his destined path after being captured by the Machuan sect, turning misfortune into blessing, no matter the peril faced. It ultimately resolves, yielding benefits, gaining assistance from the fortunate, frequently receives inexplicable opportunities and benevolent aid, abundant romantic encounters, exceptionally fortunate in romance, easily attracting the affections of women. Recent turning point. Today, in the Outer Gate assessment, he swiftly dispatched opponents, garnering the attention of the Machuan sect's holy maiden and receiving a top-tier martial art as a reward. Lin Yu's pupils constricted. Wang Xian had surprisingly reached the third level of qi condensation. Despite his own relentless pursuit of opportunities, he had only attained the fifth level. This individual was swiftly catching up to him. Furthermore, a faint aura of lethal intent surrounded Wang Xian, indicating he had undergone significant trials. Is this truly the child of destiny? Impressive that it appears he could be a long-term ally, a valuable asset for future endeavors. Has the holy maiden of the Machuan sect taken an interest in Wang Xian? With martial arts and spirit treasures at stake, Lin Yu, now in possession of a supreme-grade martial art, found himself less concerned with the Machuan sect's holy maiden. Such a figure would undoubtedly prove troublesome. He needed only to continue seizing opportunities to grow swiftly, without entangling himself in their affairs. Nonetheless, perhaps he could explore the possibility of acquiring that high-tier spirit treasure. Lin Yu, I thought you wouldn't participate in this Outer Gate assessment? Wang Xian remarked with a smile, his eyes gleaming with mild joy. Lin Yu had saved his life during a perilous encounter on the cliff at the back mountain, and Wang Xian felt a deep sense of gratitude. Lin Yu chuckled softly and responded half-jokingly. I merely want to train externally for a few days. I've been targeted by the Outer Gate disciple Wang Xian. I must keep a low profile. Wang Xian scoffed. Do not worry, Lin Yu. That mere Wang Xian is nothing. Once I pass the Outer Gate assessment, I'll be the first to deal with him. Lin Yu felt a surge of appreciation for Wang Xian's loyalty. Quite commendable indeed. This ally of mine, no, brother, I shall keep close. Wang Xian then openly cast a look of disdain at Wang Xian on the platform. That it seemed Wang Xian sensed Wang Xian's gaze and turned to meet it. Observing the unfamiliar face among the crowd, Wang Xian wondered about the source of the inexplicable malice directed towards him. He did not recognize Wang Xian. Whatever he thought, he's merely a worthless miscellaneous disciple. I'll find an opportunity to eliminate him later. The figure beside him appeared somewhat familiar. Wang Xian's mind briefly recalled the information and image gathered by his subordinates about Lin Yu. It's Lin Yu! Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with recognition. This fellow had finally made an appearance. Later, Wang Xian conducted an exceedingly thorough investigation of the Outer Gate and finally discovered that Xin Yan, whom he had dispatched to investigate Lin Yu, had been slain by Lin Yu. Adding Zhang San to the tally, Lin Yu had now killed 2 of his subordinates. This realization intensified Wang Xian's hatred towards Lin Yu to an almost unbearable level. For days, Wang Xian had mobilized numerous individuals in search of Lin Yu, yet to no avail that he even stationed people throughout the Outer Gate, but failed to locate Lin Yu. Now, with Lin Yu practically delivering himself to him, Wang Xian had no intention of showing mercy. Chapter 23. The affection level has decreased again. Wang Xian, witnessing Wang Xian's complete disregard for him and instead fixating on Lin Yu, felt a surge of coldness in his heart. Ever since acquiring the heavenly grade martial art, Wang Xian had obtained numerous opportunities and was now brimming with confidence, unable to tolerate being overlooked. What is that fellow's issue? His eyes nearly blazed with fury. Lin Yu instinctively activated the life script system once more. Name: Wang Xian Realm. 6th level of Qi Condensation Fate. Unremarkable red, ruthless and malicious orange, life script. A mere passerby in the Tianxian continent. An Outer Gate disciple of the Machuan sect, known for his ferocity, with a reputation for brutality among Outer Gate disciples. Affection. -99 recent turning point. None. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. It was indeed Wang Xian. It appeared that his act of slaying Xin Yan had been discovered. The affection level had plummeted to -99, indicating that Wang Xian's hatred for him had reached its zenith. One of them would surely perish. However, it mattered little. Now that he had attained the 5th level of Qi condensation, dealing with such lowly opponents would be a matter of mere moments. Lin Yu provocatively cast a few glances at Wang Xian. On the platform, Wang Xian was nearly beside himself with rage. This audacious miscellaneous disciple had the gall to challenge him in such a public setting, were it not for the ongoing Outer Gate assessment and the presence of the Outer Gate elders. Wang Xian would have descended to confront Lin Yu with great ferocity. This fellow believes he is invincible simply because he has slain 2 of my subordinates. As the assessment drew near, Wang Xian's heart was already branding Lin Yu with a death sentence that on stage. Yin Jiumin continued to elaborate on the intricate details of the outer sect evaluation, while the disciples below listened intently. Some engaging in hushed discussions, unfazed by the murmurs of the disciples. Yin Jiumin methodically recounted the various aspects of the test. Beside him, Wang Xian supplemented the rules of the outer sect examination that Yin Jiumin had previously mentioned. Upon learning about the reward for achieving first place in the assessment, Lin Yu felt a surge of desire. The prospect of ascending directly to the inner sect was indeed appealing. Becoming an inner sect disciple meant securing a personal residence, along with enhanced privileges within the Machuan sect, presenting numerous advantages that Yin Jiumin continued his discourse. Lin Yu activated the life script system, revealing the following details. Name: Yin Jiumin Realm. 3rd layer of Yuaning Fate. Ordinary red. Ruthless orange. Overlord green. Life script. Supporting character in Tianxian Continent. Elder of Machuan sect's outer sect affection. 0 recent turning point. In 3 days, within the outer sect's demon spirit cave, a failed disciple will successfully refine a ground-level spiritual treasure, the corpse controlling banner. Overlord, a figure of immense power to ground-level spiritual treasure. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. This outer sect elder was indeed formidable, and no wonder the disciples participating in the assessment were all beset by misfortunes. It was all orchestrated by this individual, that he himself was destined to be among the ranks of the living corpses. Yet his future had been irrevocably altered, that it was regrettable for the numerous servant disciples. Upon his arrival, Lin Yu had observed many around him, but most were already marked by calamity, unable to glimpse the dawn of tomorrow. Nevertheless, this bore no relation to him. Such was the fate they had forged. The demon spirit cave and the ground-level spiritual treasure piqued his interest. Alas, this old man possessed too high a realm for him to contemplate seizing anything. Best to remain low-key and develop in peace. The 3rd layer of Yuaning was not something he could easily scheme against. Subsequently, Lin Yu continued to probe the life scripts of the surrounding disciples, including those of the outer sect disciples on stage. With each inquiry, nearly all information within the venue fell under Lin Yu's dominion, and he silently noted several relatively attainable recent turning points. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Where was Luo Yunxi? Lin Yu recalled the captivating saintess of the Sacred Spirit sect, who was currently a servant disciple of the Machuan sect. Logically, she should have been present for this assessment, especially since she had gifted him a qi-condensing pill, for which he intended to express his gratitude. Without that pill, his breakthrough would likely have been delayed. Wang Xian, do you know where Luo Yunxi is? Why hasn't she shown up for the assessment? Lin Yu inquired, directing his question at Wang Xian. Wang Xian furrowed his brow. Could it be that Lin Yu had taken an interest in Yunxi? He recalled previous rumors of Luo Yunxi displaying intimate gestures towards Lin Yu at the entrance of the outer sect's Beast Mountain. Was there truth to it? Lin Yu had saved her life, and Wang Xian hoped not to experience any discord because of Yunxi. Yet uncertainty gnawed at him. Wang Xian's feelings were tumultuous. After the incident with Lin Shan, he had become exceptionally sensitive regarding such matters. Moreover, he always sensed something amiss with Lin Yu. Despite saving his life, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if Lin Yu had taken something of grave importance from him. The more he contemplated, the stronger his aversion towards Lin Yu grew, eroding any prior fondness he had harbored. Even Lin Yu saving his life now seemed like a premeditated act, aimed at claiming Yunxi for himself. Perhaps Lin Yu was no different from Wang Shan, in mere moments. Wang Xian's perception of Lin Yu plummeted to an all-time low. Observing Wang Xian's peculiar demeanor, Lin Yu instinctively activated the life script system. Is this a mistake? Lin Yu thought, as the affection rating for Wang Xian in his mind rapidly plummeted to 0, teetering on the brink of negativity. That a fleeting thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. Was it because of Luo Yunxi? Recalling the events surrounding Wang Xian and Lin Shan, a realization dawned on him. Could it be that this fellow believed he would compete for Luo Yunxi? Yunxi had already been taken as a disciple by an intersect elder, so there was no need for Wang Xian to concern himself. Yunxi is no longer your concern, Wang Xian replied, his tone cool, before turning to leave. Watching Wang Xian's abrupt departure, Lin Yu felt a twinge of irritation. What was this fellow's problem? Just because of a simple question, he was met with disdain. He had initially intended to offer some opportunities, but since Wang Xian was so obstinate, he would not hesitate to be ruthless. Now that the situation is clear, the outer sect assessment will commence. Life and death are inconsequential. Noteworthy figures will be observing this evaluation. Perform well, and you may earn their favor, propelling yourself to greatness. Yin Jiumin declared as his words echoed. The disciples were ablaze with excitement. Chapter 24. Wang Xian provokes Lin Yu. To be referred to as a significant figure by Elder Yin surely indicated an individual of extraordinary status. At this moment, Lin Yu realized that this esteemed figure was none other than the saintess of the Machuan sect. Initially indifferent to the saintess, Lin Yu now felt a flicker of ambition. If he could align himself with her, it would not be a bad deal. At least he would have substantial security within the Machuan sect. The saintess of the Machuan sect might offer some advantageous opportunities. More importantly, Wang Xian, merely for asking a question, had reacted so vehemently. Then let it be known that he would not hesitate to set his sights on his Yunxi and the saintess, unless there are any objections. The assessment is about to begin. Disqualified disciples will proceed to the outer sect's demon spirit cave, where they shall undergo 3 days of demonic energy cleansing. Yin Jiumin continued indifferently. The disciples looked on in shock. Disqualified individuals sent to the demon spirit cave. That place was notorious within the Machuan sect for its perilous nature, rumored to harbor malevolent spirits, where many disciples had met their demise. Wait, being eliminated means a trip to the demon spirit cave. Isn't that tantamount to a death sentence? Surely not. Although the demon spirit cave is dangerous, 3 days should be manageable. What do you know? The Elder is looking out for us. This is an opportunity for us to temper ourselves. Indeed, I've heard that it can significantly refine one's character. It's a beneficial place. The Elder is undoubtedly considering our best interests. Discussions erupted among the surrounding disciples, and Lin Yu shook his head at their naivety. Indeed, Elder Yin harbored no ill intentions, merely seeking to utilize their lives. Ignoring the chatter of the servant disciples, Yin Jiumin announced the commencement of the assessment. As the evaluation began, the disciples lined up. And the outer sect square was adorned with 100 arenas, each hosting a level 1 puppet. These puppets possessed the strength of the 7th layer of body refinement, yet being mere constructs. Their moves were rather rigid and predictable that a competent practitioner at the 6th layer of body refinement could seize an opportunity to defeat them. Each arena was overseen by dedicated judges who meticulously recorded the results of each disciple's assessment. Lin Yu found an arena and joined the queue. The square resonated with the sounds of combat, as servant disciples of the Machuan sect engaged in fierce battles upon the platforms, some advancing to the next round. While others faced elimination in an instant, the entire square was engulfed in fervor, with eliminated disciples being ushered to the side, prepared to face the consequences in the demon spirit cave that N01 contemplated fleeing or escaping. The moment they became servant disciples of the Machuan sect, their fates were sealed. Surrounding the demon mountain were treacherous peaks, rife with terrifying beasts. Given their strength, escape was an impossibility. Only through the sect's teleportation array could they depart from the Machuan sect's jurisdiction. As for those who advanced, they readied themselves for the subsequent rounds of combat. After all, the outer sect was only accepting 100 disciples, while today, tens of thousands had come to compete, meaning a vast majority were destined for elimination. As time progressed, more and more disciples were cast aside. Lin Yu observed that the first round of assessments had nearly eliminated 80% of the participants, among the tens of thousands of disciples. Their fates were swiftly determined across the 100 arenas. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near a distant arena that Wang Xian. He is merely at the 3rd level of body refining, so how could he possibly annihilate a puppet at the 7th level? This power is truly exaggerated. It undeniably transcends the realm of body refinement. It is astonishing that Wang Xian has become so powerful in just a few short days. It is truly remarkable. Merely envying others is of no use. We must take action and strive to surpass Wang Xian. Wang Xian's battle has captured the attention of many, numerous outer disciples, whether queuing or having already passed the first round, are staring intently at him. Many are engaged in fervent discussions, with Wang Xian as the focal point. Clearly, his strength has surpassed their imaginations, and he has become a formidable rival. After all, the second round is a competition among disciples. And any unfortunate soul who draws Wang Xian may very well face elimination. That I in a distant corner. A stunning woman in a black gown, her figure graceful and her skin as delicate as jade. Gazes with eyes shimmering with a faint, otherworldly light. This individual must be among the most exceptional of the disciples, she muses, a slight smile gracing her lips as a captivating curve forms in the air. On a distant stage, a youth clad in the garb of an outer disciple gazes calmly at the puppet before him, which he has just pierced through the chest. Wang Xian has passed the first round of the assessment, announces the judge beside the arena, his gaze toward Wang Xian imbued with a hint of respect. Though Wang Xian has merely passed the first round, his effortless annihilation of a 7th-level body refining puppet indicates that his chances of succeeding in the external assessment are nearly guaranteed. He may even have a significant opportunity to contend for first place. Moreover, given Wang Xian's age, despite a slight disparity with the disciples of the great sects and prodigies, he has already emerged as an exceptionally brilliant presence. That guy really knows how to show off, Lin Yu remarks to himself, observing Wang Xian from a distance, his expression filled with disdain. Indeed, showing off is a skill that protagonists naturally possess. In another corner of the arena. A tall youth watches Wang Xian stage with a sullen expression. How is it possible that this little wretch has grown so strong? He mutters to himself, his gaze fixated on Wang Xian. Convinced that something is amiss, that I have toiled diligently for so long, expending countless resources, and I have only just reached the 9th level of body refining. Yet this Wang Xian, a piece of trash who has trained for years and only reached the 3rd level, dares to surpass me. His body trembles slightly, and his stern countenance betrays a hint of fear. No, Yunshi must be mine, he declares fiercely, clenching his fists with determination. Wang Xian basks in the attention of the crowd for a while longer before gracefully descending from the stage. As he steps down, he deliberately casts a glance at Wang Shan, who is still queuing in the distance. Their eyes meet, and it feels as if countless sparks ignite in the air. Lin Yu shrugs. Are these two finally going to clash? After casting a disdainful glance at Wang Shan, Wang Xian then casually glances at Lin Yu, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Is this your way of provoking me? Lin Yu's expression shifts slightly. Does Wang Xian truly believe himself invincible? Chapter 25. Wang Xian's fury. Lin Yu's gaze is icy as he regards Wang Xian, that he cannot fathom why, simply for asking a question. Wang Xian harbors such animosity towards him. This fellow is truly deranged. After Wang Xian descends from the stage, the assessment continues, and it is not long before it is Lin Yu's turn. On stage 88. Lin Yu steps forward slowly. The judge, regarding the exceptionally handsome youth before him, inquires, Lin Yu, are you prepared? Lin Yu nods in affirmation, ready for the judge's announcement. Not far off, Wang Xian watches Lin Yu intently, harboring absolute confidence in Lin Yu's ability to pass the first round. Lin Yu is more than capable of dealing with his subordinates, and there should be no unexpected outcomes. Yet, Wang Xian is still curious to witness Lin Yu's prowess, as he is the one he must contend with. In addition to Wang Xian, Wang Shan is also quite curious about Lin Yu's abilities. This fellow dares to covet his Yunshi, even if he saved his life. Wang Xian would never seek out his help. It was merely Lin Yu's meddling. Wang Xian is resolute. Should Lin Yu dare to leverage the favor of saving his life, he will grant him a measure of training resources only to seize the opportunity to kill him. However, Lin Yu's strength remains somewhat elusive. A flicker of apprehension crosses Wang Xian's features. Though Lin Yu's outward strength appears to be merely at the 7th level of body refining, Wang Xian always senses a subtle pressure when facing him. Round 1 of Lin Yu's assessment commence. The judge's voice resonates across the arena once Lin Yu is confirmed to be ready. Immediately, a puppet appears on stage, charging straight at Lin Yu. A 7th level body refining puppet. Lin Yu's eyes narrow as he channels his inner energy into his right hand, unleashing a powerful strike. Boom! With a resounding explosion, his fists collide with the puppet, seemingly imbued with a mysterious aura. The specially crafted puppet is instantly pulverized by the tremendous force of the blow, fragments scattering across the arena. As the puppet shatters, a wave of pressure ripples around the stage, sending the judge sprawling backward. The judge, lying beneath the stage, pales as he surveys the shattered remnants of the puppet, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Yu's strength is terrifying. A single punch has obliterated a 7th level body refining puppet. It is important to note that these puppets are specially designed. While their speed and power are only at the 7th level, their defensive capabilities are undoubtedly equivalent to at least the 9th level of body refining. Not only the judge, but the surrounding disciples are also left in a daze, stunned by the sheer ferocity of his attack. The arena descends into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on Lin Yu. In the distance, Wang Xian's expression darkens, that is an outer disciple of the Machuan sect. He is acutely aware of the materials used to construct these puppets. To shatter a puppet in such a manner requires extraordinary strength. How could Lin Yu, with just a single punch, reduce a puppet with defensive capabilities comparable to the 9th level of body refining to mere fragments? Lin Yu's strength has undoubtedly surpassed expectations. No wonder he appears utterly unconcerned about Wang Xian. But does he truly believe that becoming an outer disciple puts him beyond my reach? Whether outer or inner disciple, what does it matter? I will ensure he understands the consequences of crossing me. Wang Xian's mind races with thoughts of vengeance as he casts a venomous glance at Lin Yu in the distance. The woman in the black gown displays a moment of surprise. Followed by a radiant smile, that Tio witnessed two such formidable individuals emerge simultaneously is truly remarkable. This Lin Yu seems even more formidable than Wang Xian, and he possesses a striking handsomeness that far surpasses Wang Xian. He is leagues ahead in that regard. Lin Yu, is it? I shall remember you, the woman in black muses, casting a meaningful glance in his direction. Beside her stands a beautiful maid, who gently massages her shoulders. Holy maiden, since a more promising contender has appeared. Should we cease our focus on Wang Xian? The woman in black smiles, her exquisite features revealing a hint of allure and no need. I want to keep a close watch on both of them and observe their performances. We must not put all our eggs in one basket. She stretches languidly, her elegant form appearing captivating in the air. The maid nods, resuming her ministrations. The woman in black's eyes glimmer with intrigue as she continues to observe Lin Yu. Evidently fascinated by his prowess, that on a high platform in the square, Yin Jiumin seems to sense the commotion surrounding Lin Yu and slowly opens his eyes to gaze at him from afar. Observing Lin Yu on stage 88, a contemplative expression crosses his face. With narrowed eyes, Yin Jiumin beckons, and a nearby outer disciple promptly presents Lin Yu's information. That as he peruses the details, his eyes grow increasingly bright. Just 7 days prior, this Lin Yu was merely at the 3rd level of body refining. Now, his heart races with excitement. Lin Yu must possess some secret. If he could uncover it, it would be invaluable. Yin Jiumin unconsciously licks his lips, his parched skin briefly emanating a dark aura. And what of Wang Xian? He too appears to be extraordinary. Having finished reviewing Lin Yu's dossier, he returns it to the disciple and resumes his meditative state. Very well, I shall deal with Lin Yu after mastering the control of the corpse control banner. Even if he becomes an inner disciple, he cannot escape my grasp that an O1 can elude the control of Yin Jiumin. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, far off, the outer elder of the Machuan sect, Yin Jiumin, has already set his sights on him. Judge, have I passed? Lin Yu opened his mouth to inquire, and the referee beneath the arena, regaining his composure, promptly announced that Lin Yu had successfully passed the first round of assessment. With the referee's declaration, Lin Yu leisurely descended from the platform. That is this Lin Yu. He is remarkably handsome and possesses such formidable strength. I had thought that Wang Xian was astonishingly powerful, yet this Lin Yu surpasses him even more. Whose disciple is he? Lin Yu is undoubtedly the most formidable contender. I believe no one can withstand the force of his punches. I concur. Lin Yu's prowess is simply astounding. Having effortlessly obliterated the puppet, his strength is nothing short of overwhelming compared to Wang Xian. Hearing the murmurs around him, Wang Xian felt as though he had swallowed something foul. These individuals who once lauded him now shamelessly fawned over another. It was utterly revolting. Wang Xian's gaze towards Lin Yu grew increasingly frigid. That detestable Lin Yu, harboring thoughts about my woman and stealing my limelight. Once I grow stronger, I shall deal with you. The debt of gratitude for saving my life can go to hell. At this moment, Wang Xian was entirely consumed by rage towards Lin Yu. Chapter 26. Words that corrode the heart. Lin Yu gradually descended from the stage and, out of the corner of his eye, caught sight of Wang Xian's expression. At that moment, Wang Xian's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Yu felt a jolt of surprise. What had Wang Xian experienced to evoke such wrath? Lin Yu promptly activated the life script system and discovered that Wang Xian's current favorability towards him had plummeted to -50, that how could such a person be the protagonist? Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had merely inquired about Wang Xian's beloved, and then overshadowed his brilliance. The faint murmurings around him reached Lin Yu's ears, with many openly stating that Wang Xian could not compare to him. This protagonist's peak seems to have been reached. Lin Yu subtly shook his head. With such a temperament, had it not been for the protection of the heavenly Tao, he would have long since met his demise. Many had noticed the discord between Lin Yu and Wang Xian, especially since Wang Xian's performance in the recent assessment had been exceptionally impressive. Though not on par with Lin Yu, he had decisively overwhelmed most of the miscellaneous disciples. Ensuring his passage through the assessment was virtually guaranteed. Wang Xian had shown no restraint in concealing his malice towards Lin Yu. There was clearly a story between them. Look at the murderous intent in Wang Xian's eyes. It was as if he wished to devour Lin Yu whole. You may not know this, but Luo Yunxi, the reputed beauty, is said to be Wang Xian's cousin, and they fell out over a woman. Furthermore, it is rumored that Luo Yunxi harbors feelings for Wang Xian, which is why she has protected him all these years within the Demon Spring sect. Surely not. Luo Yunxi is an exquisite beauty. How could she possibly be entangled with Wang Xian, who has only ever reached the third stage of body refinement? You misunderstand. Matters of the heart cannot be measured by strength alone. That I heard not long ago. Luo Yunxi and Lin Yu shared some intimate moments. Could it be that Luo Yunxi has developed feelings for Lin Yu, deciding to abandon Wang Xian, which subsequently incited Wang Xian's explosive surge in strength? Now that you mention it, it seems quite plausible. Men, before that moment, would never truly reveal their feelings. Haha, how tragic for Wang Xian to possess strength yet lose his love. Hey, if I were Luo Yunxi, I would undoubtedly choose Lin Yu. He is far more handsome, while Wang Xian appears like a mere bumpkin. The disciples nearby were incessantly chattering, casting pitying glances at Wang Xian. His expression darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. Moreover, the remarks around him grew increasingly harsh, with some even claiming that Luo Yunxi had already been intimate with Lin Yu, while others had seen them on a date. Various rumors circulated throughout the square, and Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with madness. These wretches, how dare they speak of such things? Not far away, Lin Yu shook his head, bemused by the gossip surrounding him. When had he ever been involved with Luo Yunxi? It was utterly laughable. They were merely a bunch of fools, not worth his attention. Lin Yu then sought a secluded spot to meditate. Several days of intense training had left him somewhat fatigued, and the assessment provided an opportune moment to rest, while also reviewing the profound martial art, Thunder Fist, acquired from the cave of the manifestation stage experts that are in a remote corner of the square. Lin Yu examined Thunder Fist in his mind. Due to Lin Yu's recent display of power, few dared to linger near him. Furthermore, private duels were prohibited during the assessment, that as the surrounding voices grew increasingly vitriolic. Wang Xian could no longer contain himself. You scoundrels, be silent. Yunxi is not the kind of person you claim her to be. Wang Xian bellowed, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd, a torrent of spiritual energy surging around him. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, regarding Wang Xian with icy stares. What does this Wang Xian mean? Does he truly believe that having gained some strength grants him the right to disregard everyone? Has he forgotten his own worth? Indeed, just look at Lin Yu, and now at you, a mere muddy puddle, even if it has strengthened slightly. What can you do in response to a few words? Wang Xian's retort only sparked more intense discussions. Among the crowd, a tall youth smirked disdainfully. Wang Xian, do you think this world is solely governed by strength? The hearts of men are the greatest weapon. With your temperament, a mere whisper of rumor has you riled. Such a person is unworthy of any connection to Yunxi. Wang Shan observed Wang Xian, the target of scorn, and shook his head gently that I hope you can cause Lin Yu some trouble. Ideally, the two of you will perish together. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Shan's eyes, his murderous intent chillingly evident, that he was well aware that Luo Yunxi had no real ties to Lin Yu, but if he could leverage this rumor to incite a fierce conflict between them, it would be to his advantage. That it turned out that those earlier discussions had been instigated by Wang Shan himself. As an 8-stage body refinement practitioner, he held significant influence among the miscellaneous disciples. Many had sought his protection, for in the demon sect, without formidable strength, one must rely on others to ensure their safety, Observing the discontented crowd around him, Wang Xian's breath quickened, but he could not comprehend why. Despite his newfound strength, he had attracted even more animosity. The repugnant rumors pierced his heart like daggers. Those despicable individuals. Once the assessment concludes, you shall all pay for this during the outer sect assessment. Aside from combat, disciples were prohibited from attacking one another, which allowed those with little strength to freely voice their opinions. Wang Shan had adeptly exploited this situation. When force could not intimidate, words became the most potent weapon. The assessment continued, yet the remarks directed at Wang Xian only intensified, spiraling into a frenzy. "Milady Saintess, it seems someone is targeting Wang Xian. Should we assist him?" A melodious voice chimed beside the woman in the black dress. A maid approached, offering a cup of fragrant tea to the lady. After taking a delicate sip, she set the cup down, her gaze fixed on the distant Lin Yu, who was meditating. Chapter 27. All have surrendered. Time passed slowly. And after several hours, the first round of assessments finally concluded. Out of the more than 40,000 miscellaneous disciples who participated, fewer than 8,000 successfully advanced through the first round. This meant that the elimination rate had reached nearly 80%. Those who passed the assessment were predominantly at least at the 6th stage of body refinement, with the majority being at the 6th stage, a small fraction at the 7th, and very few at the 8th. Among the miscellaneous disciples, achieving the 7th stage of body refinement was already a remarkable feat, while reaching the 8th stage indicated either extraordinary talent or the consumption of a vast quantity of blood spirit pills. The successful disciples awaited in the square, preparing for the upcoming second round of assessments. Those who had been eliminated were taken to the Demon Spirit Cave to face their punishment. The second round of assessments prepared to commence. The matchups were announced, instructing all successful disciples from the first round to proceed to their respective platforms to prepare for battle. Soon, a chilling voice resonated throughout the arena, its icy aura causing every disciple present to shudder involuntarily. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the ominous figure on the high platform. With a swift gesture of his right hand, Yin Zhimin summoned a radiant light that burst forth, instantly manifesting a shimmering spectacle above the square. Upon this ethereal display appeared the roster of captains for the second round. The multitude of disciples in the square scrutinized the names upon this luminous canvas. Lin Yu swiftly located his arena and adversary, while others hurriedly sought their own opponents. Wang Xian gazed at his foe on the shimmering display, his heart brimming with delight. The battles were finally commencing. The incessant chatter of these individuals had irked him. And now he saw the perfect opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustration. After conjuring the luminous spectacle, Yin Zhimin stood upon the platform, his gaze directed towards the direction of the Demon Spirit Cave. A subtle tremor flickering in his eyes. Haha, my opponent is a mere 6th-tier body cultivator. I have witnessed his battle against a puppet. Victory is assured. He chuckled. Alas, my opponent is Lin Yu. What a stroke of misfortune. Lin Yu, the strongest among us disciples. I suggest you concede to avoid a thorough beating. As the battle roster materialized on the luminous display, the disciples of Xian engaged in animated discussion, their expressions a tapestry of elation and despair as they pondered the forthcoming combat. Lin Yu, however, remained composed, his absolute strength rendering him unconcerned about any adversary. Moments later, the battles commenced, each arena igniting in a fervent conflict. The cacophony of fierce clashes and bloody skirmishes transformed the square into a cauldron of excitement. Despite their relatively low cultivation levels, these disciples had spent years navigating the periphery of the Demon Spring sect, possessing a fierce tenacity. For those lacking in ruthlessness would merely be slaughtered like sheep, unless they were willing to relinquish all their cultivation resources and descend into utter uselessness. Naturally, those who had passed the first round were not the type to languish in idleness. At long last, it was Lin Yu's turn to take the stage. Approaching Arena 22 amidst the gaze of numerous disciples, he drew considerable attention. In the distance, Wang Xian's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He had already resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Yu post-assessment and seize his rewards, having already contacted several formidable outer disciples to assist in this endeavor. He was determined not to falter. "Judge, where is my opponent?" Lin Yu inquired as he stood on the platform. Below, many awaited eagerly, anticipating how Lin Yu would dominate his foe. "Your opponent has forfeited. Lin Yu wins," the judge declared, upon hearing the judge's proclamation. The crowd gasped in disappointment, having hoped to witness Lin Yu's overwhelming prowess in action. Yet this outcome was hardly unexpected. After all, Lin Yu's strength was evident, and this assessment bore no restrictions. Thus, should Lin Yu choose to obliterate his opponent with a single blow, it would be entirely justified, and no reprimands would befall him. Lin Yu shrugged and promptly descended from the platform. The assessment continued. Battles on the arenas unfolding in orderly succession, the air thick with bloodshed and collisions as the crowd's fervor escalated. Then on Arena 36, Wang Xian faced off against a youth clad in black. With the judge's signal, combat erupted. Boom! In an instant, Wang Xian surged forward, his fist crashing down with a formidable impact, instantly obliterating his opponent. From afar, Lin Yu observed Wang Xian, already familiar with his life script. Aware that Wang Xian would annihilate his opponents in rapid succession, thereby drawing the attention of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. However, where was this Holy Maiden? Lin Yu scanned Wang Xian's surroundings, but found no trace of her. It appeared she was lurking in the shadows beyond his sight. After a brief search, Lin Yu abandoned the effort, allowing the second round of assessments to proceed uninterrupted. Perhaps it was Lin Yu's overwhelming prowess. Every opponent assigned to him forfeited. Meanwhile, Wang Xian continued to dispatch his foes with alarming efficiency, garnering significant attention. 2 hours later, after multiple bouts, the second round concluded flawlessly, with Lin Yu never having to lift a finger. All his opponents surrendering. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its brilliant light cascading over the square. At this moment, only 100 disciples remained, all having successfully passed the second round of assessments. The disciples present were all at least 7th-tier body cultivators, with a few at the 8th tier. Those of lower cultivation had been entirely eliminated in the second round. Within the realm of body cultivation, the disparity in levels was overwhelmingly formidable, making it nearly impossible for ordinary disciples to bridge the gap. Many bore the marks of battle, some bloodied and gasping for breath, while Lin Yu stood amidst them, pristine and unscathed, an anomaly among the throng. Yet none dared to underestimate him. The image of his punch-shattering defenses akin to a 9th-tier cultivator lingered vividly in their minds. The second round of assessments has concluded. All of you are now outer disciples of the Demon Spring sect. Yin Zhimen proclaimed from his elevated position, his voice cold and commanding. Chapter 28. The Holy Maiden's assessment. Yin Zhimen's words reverberated in the ears of the assembled disciples. Many eyes alight with excitement. Becoming outer disciples not only afforded them better accommodations, but also promised increased resource allocations each month. Furthermore, they would receive greater attention from the sect than mere servant disciples. While they could not entirely escape the fate of being exploited by other disciples, their situation was undeniably improved, and we will now commence the third round of ranking matches. Anyone wishing to withdraw may do so now, Yin Zhimen announced coolly. The disciples in the square were ablaze with enthusiasm. How could one not participate in the third round? The rewards were extraordinarily enticing, even if one could not secure first place. Finishing in the top 8 would be a remarkable achievement. That I must clarify, the third round of assessments carries life-threatening risks. That I shall ask once more. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Yin Zhimen reiterated. Lin Yu stood quietly in the square, resolute in his pursuit of victory. Withdrawal? What a ludicrous notion. It was simply out of the question. Beside him, Wang Xian exuded a palpable aura of menace. Having swiftly eliminated all his opponents, unfortunately, he had not been matched against Wang Shan, which left Wang Xian feeling a twinge of regret. After enduring Wang Shan's bullying for so long, he had finally managed to get the upper hand, but could not trample him. Such a pitied as for Lin Yu. Wang Xian did not yet possess the confidence to confront him. He would wait to cultivate further before challenging him. Wang Shan, Lin Yu, both of you shall meet your end. Seeing that none of the disciples opted to withdraw, Yin Zhimen proceeded to announce the rules for the third round of ranking matches. The third round will be assessed by our Holy Maiden. Yin Zhimen's revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, including the outer disciples on the platform. They had not anticipated that the assessment would be presided over by the Holy Maiden herself. For a mere outer disciples ranking match to be overseen by such a distinguished figure was beyond their expectations, and oh wonder the rewards for this ranking match were so generous. The Holy Maiden held a status that eclipsed even that of true disciples, representing the upper echelons of the Demon Spring sect's authority. The hierarchy of the sect comprised servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, true disciples, and above them were figures like the Holy Maiden and Holy Son. It was said that the sect boasted one Holy Son and one Holy Maiden, both of whom were potential future leaders of the sect and true paragons, possessing talents and abilities far surpassing those of ordinary true disciples. Gaining the favor of the Holy Maiden would elevate one's standing within the Demon Spring sect to unprecedented heights. The prospect was exhilarating. The disciples were fervently excited at the prospect of meeting the Holy Maiden of the Demon Spring sect. A truly significant figure. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The Holy Maiden presiding over the ranking matches was unexpected. He had presumed she would observe from the shadows, but now she was set to make her entrance. This was fortuitous. He was eager to discern the caliber of this Holy Maiden. After announcing the news, Jimin swiftly departed towards the Demon Spirit Cave, leaving a few outer disciples to maintain order. You are the new generation of outer disciples in our Demon Spring sect. Your performance has been commendable. As the crowd awaited, a haunting melody resonated from a distance, its enchanting sound akin to that of a sorcerer. The auditory illusion was mesmerizing, stirring a fervent sensation within Lin Yu, as if his very blood was beginning to boil. Shortly thereafter, the third round of the ranking competition commenced. Those who could endure the longest under my ethereal melody would ascend in rank, with the one who persevered the longest claiming the top position. Another beguiling voice echoed, and it became clear to all that the third round had begun, and no sooner had the announcement been made than waves of sound surged from all directions, creating ripples in the air. The disciples in attendance were instantaneously engulfed in endless agony as the illusory notes struck their bodies like countless needles. The plaza was soon filled with anguished cries, as the insidious pain seeped into the very marrow of those who had just endured fierce battles, instilling a profound sense of terror. This ethereal sound seemed intent on tearing their souls asunder. "Please no, spare me. I withdraw. Let me go. It hurts so much. I think I'm dying." The plaza transformed into a veritable hellscape, echoing with heart-wrenching cries mixed with desperate howls. Bang! In quick succession, some disciples, unable to withstand the onslaught of pain, began to strike their bodies against the ground with great force. Blood and sweat were scattered throughout the plaza. Lin Yu too felt intense, pain coursing through him, while the Taiji Yin-Yang technique whirled rapidly within him, causing the stagnant spiritual energy in his body to begin circulating under such fierce stimulation. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yu's brow, and his body trembled as he fought against the ethereal melody that assailed him from all sides. This Sanus resorts to such malevolent means. Lin Yu cursed inwardly while practicing the Taiji Yin-Yang technique that he had yet to even lay eyes upon the Sanus, and already he felt he had been thoroughly dealt with. Besides the omnipresent illusory notes, he sensed a heavy, metallic scent of blood in the air, indicating that many disciples, under this terrifying torment, had begun to harm themselves. Not far away, Wang Xian was struggling to hold on, equally besieged by pain that gnawed at his willpower. His eyes were bloodshot, faint traces of blood creeping along his body. "That I must endure. I must endure. I will claim the first position. Yunxi awaits me in the intersect." Wang Xian's mind was flooded with images of Luo Yunxi's graceful visage, alongside Lin Yu's indifferent expression. "And no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? In terms of willpower, I fear no one." Wang Xian was confident that his resolve had been tempered to an unbreakable state after years beneath Wang Mountain. This pain was but child's play. As time trickled by, many disciples succumbed to the encroaching, illusory notes, losing consciousness. Some, tragically, met their demise under the excruciating agony. Not far from the plaza, a woman in a black dress held a luminous pipa, her delicate fingers plucking its strings, unleashing waves of illusionary sound that surged forth toward the hapless disciples. Evidently, the haunting melody emanated from this woman in black. "Saintess, it appears that neither Lin Yu nor Wang Xian have disappointed you, particularly Lin Yu, who remains calm enough to cultivate even amidst the onslaught of ethereal sound," remarked a maid beside the black-clad woman, her eyes gleaming with surprise at the performance of the disciples below. Chapter 29. The Saintess of the Demon Sect, Tang Cici, the woman in black, continued to play the pipa while observing the plight of the disciples. Indeed, Lin Yu, though his body trembled and sweat poured from his brow, was absorbing spiritual energy at a remarkable rate, evidently engaged in cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Xian fought valiantly against the torment, refusing to fall that a flicker of regret passed through the black-clad woman's eyes. If it weren't for Lin Yu, I would have chosen you, she mused at the plaza. Countless disciples had already collapsed, leaving only Wang Mountain and Wang Xian struggling to endure. Lin Yu, continuing his cultivation, found that the impact of the illusory sound upon him was diminishing. Wang Xian's face contorted in agony, grappling with the reality that Lin Yu could still cultivate during such dire circumstances. That a tempest of pain and unbridled hatred ravaged Wang Xian's will, leaving him feeling as though he were being torn apart. On the platform, Wang Xian observed the two still persevering, a shiver of dread creeping into his heart. The invasion of the illusory sound was truly terrifying, although he had not personally experienced it. The reactions of the others had made the depth of their suffering abundantly clear. The excruciating pain was undoubtedly bone-deep, and Lin Yu's ability to cultivate under such conditions, though hard to admit, compelled Wang Xian to reconsider Lin Yu's prowess at this rate. Victory was all but assured for him. It seems I must rally more people, Wang Xian thought, his expression shifting with uncertainty as he contemplated Lin Yu's extraordinary capabilities. As Lin Yu's Taiji Yin-Yang technique continued to operate, his aura intensified, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to coalesce into a swirling vortex. The woman in black, sensing the surge of Lin Yu's energy, felt a stir of excitement. Indeed, it seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough. In that case, allow me to assist you. The woman accelerated her playing, intensifying the haunting melody once more, unleashing a more powerful wave of sound. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yu sensed the ferocity of the approaching illusory notes and felt a surge of joy. He had been yearning for such pressure to facilitate his breakthrough. The illusory sound intensified. The speed of Lin Yu's cultivation accelerated dramatically. Moments later, a powerful force erupted from within him. Condensation of Qi, 6th layer. Lin Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. He had unexpectedly broken through to the 6th layer of Qi condensation, and the rapid ascent of his cultivation was now firmly stabilized by the illusory sound. The spiritual energy within him was robust and unyielding, devoid of any hint of instability. With Lin Yu's breakthrough, the surrounding ethereal sounds dissipated entirely, leaving only the lingering scent of blood in the that moment. Wang Xian had lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. With the conclusion of the third round, the declaration rang out. First place, Lin Yu. The external disciples on the platform announced in unison. Lin Yu, you are quite impressive. I hold you in high regard. A melodious voice chimed, followed by a gentle fragrance wafting toward Lin Yu. He felt himself enveloped in an overwhelmingly warm embrace, akin to a comforting dream that captivated his senses. Welcome, Saintess. The external disciples on the platform knelt, addressing her with reverence. Lin Yu snapped back to reality at the mention of the Saintess. A stunning woman clad in black approached, her smile radiant and inviting. He beheld her striking figure and alluring features. A subtle sense of pressure washed over him. This truly the Saintess of the demon sect? She is quite remarkable. Her long legs and enviable figure caught his attention as he mentally reviewed the script of her life. Name: Tang CC Realm. 9th layer of core formation physique. Heavenly demon body fate. Unparalleled beauty blue. Saint King's gift purple. Demon Lord of the Ancient blue. Decisive in battle blue. Life script. Supporting character in the Heavenly Xian continent. Saintess of the demon sect, intertwined with multiple protagonists, ultimately achieving the title of Saint King. Feared across the realm. Favorability. 10 recent turning point. 6 days hence, embarking on a mission, acquiring a low-grade spiritual treasure. Unparalleled beauty. Her striking appearance grants her significant advantages in the presence of men. Saint King's gift. Exceptional talent, bearing the essence of a Saint King. Heavenly demon body. Highly attuned to demonic cultivation techniques, yielding extraordinary results. Decisive in battle. Unyielding in her approach to adversaries, showing no mercy. Demon Lord of the Ancient. Renowned as the female Demon Lord of the Ancient continent. 9th layer of core formation. This female Demon Lord was on the brink of transcending to the infant transformation realm, surpassing even the spy Saintess of the Sacred Spirit sect. The Saintess of the Demon sect possessed the potential of a Saint King. Lin Yu was taken aback by the revelations about Tang CC's life script. filled with astonishment that a Saint King was more formidable than a saint, a true monarch among saints, known as the Saint King. Furthermore, this individual had connections with multiple protagonists. Could it be that she had interfered with their fates? He is indeed a formidable individual. 6 days later, he will embark on a mission to acquire a low-tier spiritual treasure, a fortunate opportunity indeed. Lin Yu recalled that earlier in the morning, while observing Wang Xian's life script. It appeared that Wang Xian had accompanied the saintess on a mission to obtain a high-tier spiritual treasure. However, it seems that Wang Xian has since lost that opportunity. At this moment, Wang Xian lay sprawled on the plaza like a lifeless dog, utterly unconscious. How audacious to stand before the saintess without paying your respects. Do you wish for death? Just as Lin Yu continued to observe the saintess, a voice filled with rage erupted from behind him. Lin Yu frowned. Even without turning around, he knew it was that fool Wang Xian, the only one who would not miss an opportunity to be repugnant. Who gave you the right to discipline my people? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from a short distance away. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately following, a sharp sound of wind sliced through the air. Lin Yu turned slowly to see Tang Siki, her right hand gracefully waving, unleashing a stream of black light directly at Wang Xian on the stage. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as Wang Xian's body was obliterated into fragments by Tang Siki's attack. Lin Yu gazed at the remnants of Wang Xian, feeling an icy chill coursing through him. The novel can be downloaded via the open-source free Starry String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquired the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant at author's email. xingyvoutlook.com, authors QQ 201-759-3710, official QQ group 149050832, official TG group. https T.MeFQ Tool Chapter 30. The saintess's reward decisive in her actions. Indeed, not merely a boast. Wang Xian, who shared the same cultivation level as myself, was annihilated simply for uttering a few words. This implies that if Tang Siki wished to eliminate me, it would be a mere flick of her wrist. My fate would undoubtedly not fare better than that of Wang Xian. At this moment, an insatiable thirst for power surged within Lin Yu. Only formidable strength could govern all that he inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Saintess, please spare us. Several outer disciples on the stage knelt, pleading for mercy. The gruesome fate of Wang Xian had genuinely frightened them. With the cultivation of the 6th layer of qi condensation, they were akin to ants before the saintess. The sound of heads striking the ground echoed continuously. Get up. It has nothing to do with you. Tang Siki addressed the kneeling individuals. They rose, visibly relieved, their bodies slick with cold sweat. That I have witnessed the esteemed saintess. Lin Yu turned, cupping his fists in respectful greeting to Tang Siki. Tang Siki regarded him with a warm smile. From henceforth, should anyone bully you in the Magic Spring sect, simply invoke my name. I am Tang Siki. A faint, musky fragrance wafted from Tang Siki, enveloping Lin Yu. That he observed her, reminiscent of the girl next door, and although her demeanor was amiable, he felt no sense of security. Just moments ago, she had effortlessly obliterated Wang Xian, an enemy, yet it still sent a shiver down his spine. Thank you, esteemed saintess, Lin Yu managed to utter, while the saintess was undeniably beautiful and appeared quite affable. Lin Yu was acutely aware that she was a ruthless killer. Caution was prudent. This is for you, in a few days. I will send someone to find you. Tang Siki's right hand shimmered with spiritual light as she produced an ancient tome. Extending it toward Lin Yu took a deep breath before accepting the tome. Upon seeing him accept it, a flicker of approval gleamed in Tang Siki's eyes, truly deserving of my attention. Lin Yu examined the ancient tome in his grasp. Tai Ling Gathering Spirit Technique. A mid-tier celestial martial arts fragment, an exceptional method for honing mental fortitude. His pupils constricted. It was indeed celestial martial arts, specifically for enhancing mental prowess. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, far surpassing ordinary martial arts in value. Although merely a fragment, its worth was undoubtedly greater than that of complete top-tier celestial martial arts. Just as Lin Yu prepared to express his gratitude once again, he realized Tang Siki had vanished without a trace. Perhaps it was for the best. The pressure of her presence was overwhelming. A stark reminder of his own inadequacy. Lin Yu recalled her words. she would return to seek him out. This saintess was indeed quite generous, bestowing upon him celestial martial arts. He promptly stored the Tai Ling gathering spirit technique within his spatial ring. Brother Jiang, here is your reward. Now presented to you. A voice from the outer disciples interrupted Lin Yu as he secured his belongings to AT that moment. Several outer disciples regarded him with profound respect. Their eyes filled with ingratiating expressions. They were acutely aware of what the saintess had just declared. Lin Yu had become her chosen. Had they previously considered seizing his reward, now they wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. Even with tenfold courage, Wang Xian had already demonstrated the dire consequences of opposing Lin Yu. Moreover, Wang Xian had merely reprimanded Lin Yu. If they dared to snatch his possessions, they would surely meet a gruesome fate. The disciples retrieved a blue token and a small storage pouch. Brother Lin Yu, this is your inner sect disciple identity token. Take it to the inner sect and someone will guide you through the registration process. As well as the acquisition of top-tier martial arts, one of the outer disciples explained respectfully. Additionally, this storage pouch contains 100 mid-tier spiritual stones, your reward for achieving first place this time. After accepting the identity token and storage pouch, Lin Yu inquired about the inner sect's general conditions. The outer disciples, eager to please Lin Yu, shared all they knew about the inner sect of the Magic Spring sect. That it turned out that the inner sect comprised various departments, including the Law Enforcement Hall, Scripture Repository, and Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, all managed by the Elders Council, with the disciples there being the cream of the crop. Once an outer disciple reached the 7th layer of Qi condensation, they could apply for the inner sect assessment, and upon passing, they would gain entry into the inner sect. By the way, that outer sect senior brother Yi Yun, his cultivation level should have surpassed the 7th layer of Qi condensation. Yet he remains in the outer sect. Lin Yu seemed to recall something and asked. Indeed, not only Yi Yun, but many outer disciples have also reached the threshold to sit for the assessment. Yet they choose to remain in the outer sect. One of the outer disciples, Shen Kong, replied. Why? Isn't the inner sect endowed with superior conditions and more abundant cultivation resources? Lin Yu inquired, perplexed. Shen Kong smiled. Brother Jiang, not everyone aspires to scale the peak of martial arts. In truth, most lack the talent to sustain their ascent to heights not suited for them. Lin Yu thought of those disciples who had been taken to the demon spirit cave. Indeed, not every individual is a genius. Many struggle in this world. Shen Kong was correct. Furthermore, while inner sect disciples enjoy more resources, the competition there is far more intense than in the outer sect. A moment's misstep could lead to the loss of life. Why trade the freedom of the outer sect for the anxiety of the inner sect? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, beginning to understand. That Yi Yun, revered as a senior brother in the outer sect, might become just another ordinary disciple in the inner sect. Moreover, staying in the outer sect could afford him even greater resources and safety due to his status. After gaining a clearer understanding of the inner sect, Lin Yu decided it was time to depart. This moment, the plaza was littered with numerous disciples, their bodies sprawled in disarray, a strong scent of blood permeating the air. A few janitorial disciples were busy cleaning up the area. The death toll from the 3rd round of rankings had shockingly exceeded 50. Chapter 31. Wang Xian's demise. Lin Yu gazed at the bodies being dragged away, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Meanwhile, Wang Xian lay bloodied on one side of the plaza. Should I take this opportunity to eliminate Wang Xian? A bold thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. As the idea solidified, he pondered the consequences of slaying this protagonist. His heart raced. With the saintess's authority, even if he were to kill Wang Xian, who would dare to voice a complaint? Besides, the assessment had already concluded. Wang Xian, brother. Lin Yu was on the verge of taking action when a melodious and crisp voice reached his ears from nearby. His expression darkened. Could it be that the heavens truly favored the protagonist? Just as he harbored murderous intent towards Wang Xian, someone had emerged. Beside Wang Xian stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman in purple attire, who placed a pill into Wang Xian's mouth. As the elixir entered his body, Wang Xian's cough echoed through the air. Lin Yu gazed at the enchanting woman from a distance. She was Luo Yun 11. As he contemplated her life script, Lin Yu silently recited name, Luo Yunqi, realm, Qi condensation 7th layer. Physique, profound in body. Fate, extraordinary beauty, blue, sage's endowment blue, fated supporting role blue. Life script, female supporting character in the Tianxian continent, saintess of the sacred spirit sect, a spy sent by the Yuanling sect to the Machuan sect. Tasked with gathering intelligence on the 10,000 Demon Mountain, unexpectedly encountering the protagonist, and forming a bond with him through various unforeseen circumstances, leading to developing feelings, affection. 20. Recent turning point. None. Extraordinary beauty. Her stunning looks grant her a significant advantage when dealing with men. Sage's endowment. Remarkable talent, possessing the demeanor of a sage. Fated supporting role. Destined supporting character, deeply entwined with the protagonist. Profound body. Dual cultivation with her yields tremendous benefits. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. The last time he saw Luo Yunxi, she was merely at the Qi condensation 6th layer. Yet now she had ascended to the 7th layer. Such talent was indeed formidable. The cultivation of the Qi condensation realm was significantly more arduous than that of the Qi gathering realm. Evidently, this young lady possessed exceptional aptitude. What a pity she was entangled with someone like Wang Xian. After confirming that Wang Xian was unharmed, Luo Yunxi unexpectedly approached Lin Yu. Congratulations, brother Lin Yu, on achieving first place in the assessment and becoming an inner disciple. She exclaimed sweetly. Lin Yu regarded her obedient demeanor, his eyelids twitching. Could this spy saintess truly be a femme fatale? Just moments ago, she had expressed concern for Wang Xian, yet now she was here to congratulate him. Moreover, her affection for him had inexplicably reached 20. This was rather fortuitous, as it would serve to provoke Wang Xian. From a distance, Wang Xian, who had just risen, felt a surge of pain throughout his body. Upon seeing Luo Yunxi and Lin Yu standing together, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation, he could hardly contain himself. Yunxi, I'm grateful for your aid during the Monster Beast Mountains. Otherwise, I would not have secured first place. Lin Yu raised his voice slightly, feigning heartfelt gratitude towards Luo Yunxi. Luo Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. What was Lin Yu implying? Indeed, she had given Lin Yu a Qi gathering pill at the entrance of the Monster Beast Mountains. It seemed there was nothing amiss, and she continued to engage in pleasantries with Lin Yu. Wang Xian felt a tumult of emotions boiling within him. Lin Yu had addressed her as Yunxi, and she had not rejected him. What did Lin Yu's words imply? Was his strength somehow linked to Yunxi? Wang Xian's body trembled slightly as wild thoughts flooded his mind. Could those rumors truly be accurate? No, it was impossible. Yunxi, let us check on Wang Xian. He seems to have sustained significant injuries during the assessment, Lin Yu suggested with a smile. Luo Yunxi nodded in agreement, and they began to walk towards Wang Xian. Brother Wang Xian, brother Lin Yu has come to see you, Luo Yunxi cheerfully announced, completely unaware of Wang Xian's tumultuous emotions. Wang Xian's expression was dark as thunder. Lin Yu, Lin Yu. At this moment, his hatred for Lin Yu surpassed even that for Lin Shan. Junior brother Wang Xian, how are you faring? Lin Yu asked, still wearing a smile. I am fine, Wang Xian replied, his eyes bloodshot. How could Lin Yu dare to approach him? Looking at the familiar yet infuriating sight of Luo Yunxi standing beside Lin Yu, Wang Xian felt utterly ridiculous. Get away from me. Just leave. Wang Xian suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing painfully across the square. Lin Yu felt nothing but disdain. Was this all he could endure? Truly a waste. Beside him, Luo Yunxi was left in a daze. Brother Wang Xian, what are you saying? Why do you want us to leave? Tears glistened in her eyes as she gazed at him. This was the first time Wang Xian had spoken to her in such a tone. Why had he changed so drastically? He had always been so gentle. Luo Yunxi, oblivious to the friction between Wang Xian and Lin Yu during the assessment, believed their relationship was still cordial. Leave. I do not wish to see you. Wang Xian shouted again. Luo Yunxi was unable to comprehend. Could this truly be your brother Wang Xian? Why? Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Yu felt a surge of delight. The breakdown was exquisite, and he was eager to add fuel to the fire. Yunxi, Wang Xian is likely upset about not securing first place. Let us give him some space to cool off, Lin Yu gently suggested, taking Luo Yunxi's delicate hand, the softness of her skin lingering in his grasp. Luo Yunxi, now dazed, was entirely unaware that her hand was being held by Lin Yu. Not sensing any resistance, Lin Yu gently led her away, distancing themselves from Wang Xian. At this moment, Luo Yunxi was lost in the echoes of Wang Xian's earlier outburst. Her heart aching for him. Brother Wang Xian, why? In no time, her tears began to flow uncontrollably. Lin Yu observed her vulnerability. How could this spy saintess be so fragile? Had she truly become a saintess just because the protagonist had raised his voice at her? Nonetheless, it provided the perfect opportunity to further provoke Wang Xian. Wang Xian, lying nearby, could no longer contain the madness surging within him upon witnessing Lin Yu holding Luo Yunxi's hand. That it was all too real. Too painful. Luo Yunxi, how could you betray me so? I have loved you deeply, yet you have turned to him. What followed sent Wang Xian into a frenzy. He saw Lin Yu directly embrace Luo Yunxi, who nestled softly against him, weeping, "Dada, you wretched scoundrel." Wang Xian roared in despair. Why? I have never even held Yunxi's hand. Yet this scoundrel. Chapter 32, Yunxi's shyness in the outer forest of the Machuan sect. The sound of wind rustling through the leaves filled the air, accompanied by a hint of a chilling breeze. Lin Yu felt a sense of satisfaction as he recalled Wang Xian's heart-wrenching cries. If Wang Xian was displeased, then Lin Yu was elated. Finally regaining her senses, Luo Yunxi realized she was in Lin Yu's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She gently extricated herself from his grasp, her face a picture of shyness. Wiping her tears, Luo Yunxi, her cheeks rosy, avoided meeting Lin Yu's gaze. "That I'm sorry, brother Lin Yu, for letting you witness my weakness that I never expected brother Wang Xian to." Lin Yu sighed. I too was surprised by Wang Xian's inability to withstand such pressure. Merely because he did not secure first place, he treats us this way. It's all right. I believe Wang Xian will bounce back. Luo Yunxi caught a glimpse of Lin Yu and discerned that his concern for Wang Xian was genuine. The unfounded doubts that had plagued her mind vanished without a trace. How could I ever doubt brother Lin Yu? Brother Wang Xian, if only you possessed half of brother Lin Yu's thoughtfulness. Luo Yunxi recalled Wang Xian's earlier words, feeling a chill run through her. The realization that she had been held in Lin Yu's embrace struck her. Her heart raced uncontrollably. This was her first experience being held so intimately by a male, and even the previous hand-holding had been a first. How could she have so foolishly given away her firsts? As thoughts of Lin Yu filled her mind, the pain in her heart lessened considerably. Surely, I cannot have feelings for Lin Yu. Luo Yunxi's heart suddenly erupted with incredulous thoughts that no, it cannot be. We have only just met. It must be my imagination. Brother Lin Yu, let me take you to the inner sect to register. Let brother Wang Xian cool off for a bit. Luo Yunxi took a deep breath, suppressing her inner turmoil, and spoke. Lin Yu nodded, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Luo Yunxi's mind, and followed her towards the inner sect, the square of the outer sect of the Machuan sect. Wang Xian retrieved several pills from his belongings and swallowed them, gradually healing his injuries. After a while, he finally began to recover. Once he regained consciousness, several outer sect disciples presented him the rewards for securing second place. Lin Yu, I will make you pay for this. The memory of Lin Yu and Luo Yunxi in such an intimate state pierced Wang Xian's heart like a knife, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. For these past years, it had been Luo Yunxi who had supported him through such harsh conditions. Now, witnessing the woman he cherished turn to another's embrace, Wang Xian's heart spiraled into madness. Lin Yu, do not think this matter ends here. I will not let this go. Wang Xian's heart seethed with malice as he thought. It is all your doing. You have forced my hand, and now you shall all perish. Drawing a deep breath, he bore the weight of his fatigue and the reward for placing second in the ranking tournament as he made his way towards the outer sect, preparing to report in. The square was still bustling with disciples dealing with the surrounding carnage. One by one, many disciples began to rise, yet a significant number had already succumbed to death, never to awaken again. Before long, a man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding a somewhat bewitching aura, sauntered past. His gait appeared peculiar. Despite being a man, he moved with a swaying grace akin to that of a woman. The robed figure approached the square with his odd steps. Who is that disciple? The man in white's eyes lit up as he spotted a tall youth lying on one side. That is Lin Shan, the third-place winner of this outer sect assessment. A nearby outer sect disciple respectfully remarked. It turned out that the man in the white robe was a true disciple of the Machuan sect, known as Li Jiji. Gazing at Lin Shan, Li Jiji's eyes shimmered with a faint excitement. I did not expect that a stroll would lead me to something I desire. Excellent, excellent. You lot, clean this Lin Shan up and deliver him to my quarters later, Li Jiji exclaimed with enthusiasm. The surrounding outer sect disciples felt a chill in their hearts. They had long heard rumors of Li Jiji's peculiar tastes, and now, witnessing it firsthand, they understood. The disciples nodded respectfully, their gazes toward Lin Shan filled with compassion. What a remarkable disciple! What a pity! Within the inner sanctum of the Ma Chuan sect, at the scripture repository, Luo Yunqi accompanied Lin Yu to register his information before they arrived at the repository. The scripture repository was a sacred ground of the inner sect, heavily guarded. This repository was far more splendid than that of the outer sect, surrounded by formidable protective formations. Numerous sentinels patrolled the vicinity. And Lin Yu, utilizing his life script system, noted that all the guards were formidable beings of the 8th stage of the condensation realm or above. The leader of the guard was surprisingly a 2nd stage infant transition expert. Clearly, this repository was of utmost importance, safeguarded by such powerful entities. There were also many disciples present, all adorned in the attire of inner sect disciples. These disciples were part of the Ma Chuan sect's core. No longer akin to the lowly servants and outer sect members who could be discarded at any moment. Even used for petty schemes that as Lin Yu approached the repository, he scanned the life scripts of the surrounding disciples. Recent turning points. 3 days hence, during a mission to eliminate bandits at Black Wind Mountain, he would acquire a bottle of spirit-gathering pills. 1 day hence, he would purchase a yellow-tier martial art at the intersect market, which contained a profound tier technique. 2 hours later, he would discover a 100-year-old precious herb at the coordinates on the back mountain. For days hence, he would engage in dual cultivation with intersect disciple Huangying, resulting in a breakthrough in his realm. Indeed, the opportunities available to intersect disciples far exceeded those of their outer sect counterparts. However, Lin Yu lacked significant interest in these prospects, as he still had a wealth of cultivation resources yet to assimilate. Moreover, his current realm was too low. The intersect disciples boasted a minimum cultivation of the 7th stage of qi condensation, with many already at the condensation realm. His own 6th stage cultivation felt inadequate here. He resolved to elevate his cultivation first, or perhaps, if fate allowed, to encounter some exceptionally powerful opportunities. Let me note these down. Should the occasion arise, I might seize them, he thought, etching the opportunities into his mind. Lin Yu Gij, you may enter alone. I shall wait for you at the entrance, Luo Yunqi softly instructed. Lin Yu nodded, retrieving his identity token. After the guard verified his identity, he was granted entry, while Luo Yunqi patiently awaited outside. Upon entering the scripture repository, Lin Yu was immediately enveloped by an invigorating aura that cleared his mind. That a massive bookshelf loomed ahead, laden with an array of tomes. Little boy, I have not seen you before. Are you a new addition to the intersect today? A raspy voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu felt his hair stand on end, as if he were being scrutinized by some primordial beast. What is the matter with this repository? Is there something terrifying lurking within? Why fear, little boy? I'm not here to devour you, the raspy voice reassured. Moments later, an elderly man clad in coarse robes emerged slowly from behind the bookshelf. His complexion was sallow, and a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes as he approached Lin Yue. Name: Tang Hai Realm. 9th stage of infant transition fate. Awe-inspiring presence in the eastern wilderness. Blue. Late bloomer. Blue. Ruthless and cold-hearted. Blue. Life script. A supporting character in the Tianxian continent. Former Grand Elder of the Ma Chuan sect. Father of the sect's saintess, Tang Cici. After encountering a severe setback, he remained trapped at the 9th stage of infant transition until, before his demise, he comprehended life and death, achieving sainthood, ultimately becoming a dominant force in the eastern wilderness. Affection. 0 recent turning points. None. Ruthless and cold-hearted. Extremely cruel towards enemies. Awe-inspiring presence in the eastern wilderness. His reputation resounds throughout the eastern wilderness. Late bloomer. Achieving sainthood at the last moment, beginning the path to prominence. Lin Yu gazed at the old man's script. Astonished. So, this is the father of that saintess, a 9th stage infant transition expert, even stronger than the sect master of Amok. It seems the depths of the Ma Chuan sect are profound indeed. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Lin Yu, a disciple who has just joined the inner sect after passing the outer sect assessment today. Lin Yu respectfully addressed Tang Hai. I am no esteemed elder, merely an old fool guarding this repository. Tang Hai waved his hand dismissively. As he scrutinized Lin Yu, a thought crossed his mind. The My daughter presided over the outer sect assessment today. Could this be the individual she selected? No wonder he carries her aura. Since he is my daughter's choice, I shall bestow upon him some benefits. Lin Yu thought, an old fool guarding the scripture repository. His lips twitched. Had I not glimpsed your life script, I might have been convinced by your words. Such a waste of a ninth-stage infant transition expert. How can one be deemed a waste? Suddenly, Lin Yu noticed an inexplicable increase in Tang Hai's favorability toward him. The favorability score had risen to 15 points. Little boy, at the last compartment on the bottom shelf of the third row, there lies a commendable martial art that if you trust this old man, take that one and cultivate it. Tang Hai leisurely suggested. Lin Yu blinked in surprise. What is wrong with this man? Does he wish to bestow opportunities upon me simply because he finds me handsome? No matter. I shall seize it first and discuss later. With gratitude, Lin Yu thanked the old man and proceeded toward the designated spot on the shelf, the last compartment on the bottom shelf of the third row. Before long, Lin Yu discovered a martial art within that compartment. Fusion Fire Classic, a low-tier yellow martial art, capable of advancing through the absorption of spiritual fire, that IT can merge with the world's spiritual fires, capable of incinerating the heavens. Lin Yu's expression fluctuated as he examined the Fusion Fire Classic. A low-tier yellow martial art that could enhance its level by absorbing spiritual fire. Was it truly that formidable? Spiritual fire was a rare flame from the primordial continent, each type possessing unique powers. The varieties of spiritual fire were astonishingly diverse, including heavenly fire, true fire, earthly fire, and beast fire, all containing immense energy. Moreover, spiritual fire was exceedingly precious, not easily obtainable by ordinary individuals. That I shall choose it, Lin Yu resolved. Clenching his teeth. Given his ability to perceive others' life scripts, finding spiritual fire should be significantly easier for him than for others. Furthermore, he was not currently lacking in powerful martial arts, so a yellow-tier technique would suffice for now. Consequently, Lin Yu approached Tang Hai once more to register the Fusion Fire Classic. Little boy, you have made the right choice. Tang Hai beamed upon seeing Lin Yu approach with the martial art in hand. This young lad has not disappointed me. Over the years, he had guided many in selecting this martial art, yet most had declined. What fools they are, unaware of the opportunity they let slip. This is a martial art with the potential for advancement, holding limitless possibilities that if one can absorb sufficient spiritual fire, it may even evolve into an imperial-level martial art. Tang Hai's heart brimmed with disdain, completely forgetting that he had only elevated the Fusion Fire Classic to the Earth grade. He promptly registered the martial art for Lin Yu. After memorizing the Fusion Fire Classic in the repository's chamber, Lin Yu returned the book to its original place. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now. Lin Yu respectfully addressed Tang Hai. Wait a moment. Take this booklet with you. The Fusion Fire Sutra is not as simple as it seems. There are many crucial points to be mindful of. This contains my insights on cultivation. Please take a look. Tang Hai then retrieved a small booklet from his bosom and tossed it to Lin Yu. Upon receiving the thick booklet, Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. A yellow-tier martial art could possess such an abundance of cultivation insights. Perhaps it truly was an unparalleled martial technique. After carefully stowing the booklet away, Tang Hai waved his hand, signaling Lin Yu to depart. Suddenly, not long after Lin Yu had left, a disturbance rippled through the space of the scripture pavilion that an old man with a head full of white hair emerged slowly from a spatial rift. Materializing within the pavilion, Old Tang, have you once again been misleading your disciples regarding which Fusion Fire Sutra to choose? The white-haired elder said with a wry smile. Tang Hai, puffing his cheeks in indignation, retorted, What do you mean by misleading? This is an unparalleled method, capable of advancing to the Emperor-tier martial art. The elder chuckled, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. That lad possesses a congenital body. If he were to concoct a great elixir, it might extend your life for a few more years. Do you not have any thoughts on this? Do you think so little of me? I am not so deranged as to reach such depths. Tang Hai scoffed, clearly displeased by the elder's insinuations. The elder's lips curled into a mocking smile. Not deranged, back then, to study the fusion fire technique. You even resorted to dissecting the sect's holy son and more than a dozen direct disciples. And now you claim you're not deranged for merely considering an inner sect disciple. Had it been the old you would have long since turned him into a great elixir. However, since you have no such intentions, then, the elder licked his lips, though a congenital body is not exceptionally powerful, it is exceedingly rare. If you do not want him, I shall capture him for alchemy. That's Su Laoge. If you dare lay a hand on that young lad, I will ensure you reminisce about the good old days. Tang Hai grinned, revealing his large yellow teeth. Chapter 34. Breakthrough. The white-haired elder felt a chill run down his spine at Tang Hai's smile, that if he dared to act against that young man, this old fellow would undoubtedly retaliate. It seemed he recalled something, as the elder's body trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he coldly huffed, "Old Tang, after all these years of friendship, do you still not understand my character? If it is something you disdain, would I desire it?" Seeing the elder's response, Tang Hai let out a cold laugh, and chose not to speak further. But Su Lao, speak your mind. Surely, you did not come to reminisce, Tang Hai said while organizing the nearby bookshelf. Old Tang, it is like this that I have received news from the Taichu sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. The elder's voice trailed off, his eyes filled with fervor. Upon hearing this, Tang Hai halted his actions, his pupils constricting as if flames burned within his gaze. Within the inner sect of Machuan sect at Shiyang Peak, the air was filled with the calls of spirit beasts. Unlike the bloody and murderous atmosphere of the outer sect, the inner sect area resembled a veritable paradise, with fragrant flowers and lush grass flourishing all around. The residences of the inner sect disciples were situated atop the mountain peaks, with environments considerably superior to those of outer sect disciples and miscellaneous disciples. More crucially, the concentration of spiritual energy in the inner sect was far greater than in the outer sect. The residences of inner sect disciples were also spaced apart, protected by simple formations. After delivering Lin Yu to Shiyang Peak, Luo Yunqi took her leave, that I in a tranquil room on Shiyang Peak. Lin Yu took out the spiritual liquid from his spatial ring, sipping it occasionally while holding 2 high-grade spirit stones in his hands. The surging spiritual energy filled the room, and Lin Yu's internal cyclone grew ever more powerful. After undergoing the baptism of Tang Siki's illusory spirit sound, his realm had been thoroughly stabilized, allowing him to absorb spiritual liquid and the spiritual energy from high-grade spirit stones without restraint. Under the torrent of spiritual liquid and high-grade spirit stones, the spiritual energy in the room was on the verge of liquefaction. Lin Yu's yin-yang technique operated rapidly, swallowing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body. Time flowed slowly. By 2 days later, in a serene room, a handsome young man sat cross-legged on the bed. Surrounding him were numerous high-grade spirit stones, and a small bowl of spiritual liquid rested on the table beside him, indicating that he had already consumed quite a bit. The almost liquefied spiritual energy in the room was entirely absorbed by Lin Yu, leaving behind shards of high-grade spirit stones scattered on the floor. The yin-yang technique whirled at high speed, and the cyclone within Lin Yu's body rotated rapidly, continuously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Moments later, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Yu, causing the entire room to tremble. A strong wave of spiritual energy surged forth, creating a faint explosive sound in the air. 7th layer of qi condensation. Lin Yu gradually opened his eyes, having finally broken through to the qi condensation realm. The path of advancement had become increasingly arduous. In the past, during the body refinement stage, he had achieved consecutive breakthroughs in a mere span of time. Yet now, he found himself expending 2 days to ascend just a single level, and this was only with the aid of spiritual liquid and high-grade spirit stones. The opportunities were insufficient. If only he had access to more formidable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it would be splendid. It felt unbearably slow, and Lin Yu shook his head, overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. Chapter 35. The commencement of cultivation. Should others become privy to Lin Yu's thoughts, they would surely wish to strike him down. The 7th level of qi condensation is considered a threshold for inner disciples of the Machuan sect, and Lin Yu had accomplished this remarkable feat in less than 10 days, soaring from the 7th level of body refinement to the 7th level of qi condensation. Such speed was extraordinarily rapid, rivaling even the super geniuses of first-rate factions. During these 2 days, Lin Yu had not only focused on cultivating his techniques, but, with the assistance of the Enlightenment Stone, had also successfully cultivated both the Thunder Fist and the Tai Ling Gathering Spirit technique to their initial stages. The Tai Ling Gathering Spirit technique, despite being merely a fragment, was indeed a divine martial art. Even at its nascent stage, it had significantly enhanced Lin Yu's mental acuity. Now he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to his surroundings. able to perceive even the minutest details. Regrettably, the Tai Ling gathering spirit technique was a mere fragment, and Lin Yu's heart was stirred with desire. Even in its incomplete form, it was classified as a mid-tier heavenly technique. If it were whole, it would undoubtedly surpass the heavenly tier. After practicing the Tai Ling gathering spirit technique, Lin Yu's mind and cognition became even sharper. Although he lacked concrete data, he sensed that his brain's agility had increased by no less than 20%. As for the fusion fire scripture, Lin Yu refrained from recklessly practicing it. Casually flipping through the cultivation insights provided by Tang Hai, he was struck by an unsettling sensation. The cultivation insights detailed an exceedingly meticulous path for martial arts training, even annotating every potential harm that might occur to various meridians. More astonishingly, the document included various reactions that might arise from cultivating this martial art, tailored to different special constitutions. The exquisite anatomical illustrations left even Lin Yu, a transmigrator, feeling somewhat unnerved, each illustration distinct from the others. Could it be that this old monster had captured numerous individuals for research? Lin Yu mused as he scrutinized the intricate illustrations within the cultivation insights, his heart racing. The data on the innate constitution suggested that he would not be subjected to dissection. With that assurance, he resolved to proceed with his cultivation, for it was a martial art capable of evolution, brimming with limitless potential. Immediately, Lin Yu procured a substantial quantity of high-grade spirit stones and spiritual liquid, causing the atmosphere in his room to thicken with spiritual energy. The fusion fire scripture involved condensing a fire source within the body. Once the fire source was formed, it could devour other spiritual flames to elevate the scripture's level. According to the martial arts texts, it could fuse with all flames in the world, achieving supreme divine fire that could incinerate the heavens. Theoretically, the potential of the fusion fire scripture was infinite. If it could consume sufficient spiritual flames, surpassing the imperial tier was not beyond possibility. Carefully following the cultivation method of the fusion fire scripture, Lin Yu diligently circulated the spiritual energy within his body, gradually absorbing the dense spiritual energy surrounding him that a warm sensation began to envelop his being at the entrance of Lin Yu's residence. The sword-wielding man and others awaited his emergence. Damn it! That Lin Yu dares to stay holed up. Is he out of his mind, remaining at home to cultivate after entering the inner sect? Chen Zhuo remarked, his eyes betraying signs of fatigue. Though Chen Zhuo and the others were already distinguished figures in the qi condensation phase, the prolonged wait, coupled with their reluctance to rest for fear of missing Lin Yu's exit, weighed heavily on their minds that if they delayed the matters of the Son of Heaven, none would escape unscathed. The chubby man, Su Shua, stifled a yawn, his eyelids heavy. The other disciples also appeared exceedingly weary. I've never seen Lin Yu like this. Upon entering the inner sect, one should at least explore the surroundings or familiarize oneself with the environment. This fellow has been cooped up at home for several days. What does it even mean? Brother Chen, could it be that Lin Yu is a cultivation fanatic? What if he never comes out? Su Shua expressed his concerns. Staying here indefinitely isn't a viable option that let's wait 3 more days. If Lin Yu still hasn't emerged, we shall depart. Chen Zhuo took a deep breath and declared. The others nodded in agreement, ready to follow Chen Zhuo's lead. Time passed slowly, and 2 more days elapsed. In Lin Yu's room, the fire source within him was gradually taking shape. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Lin Yu's body in a torrent. This was no mere yellow-tier martial art. It was more challenging to cultivate than heavenly-tier techniques. Lin Yu pondered. After 2 full days of cultivation, the fire source was finally nearing completion. Lin Yu had consumed a considerable amount of high-grade spirit stones and spiritual liquid. Fortunately, he had previously brought along the treasures from the cave dwelling of a transformation realm expert. Otherwise, he would have been drained dry. Boom! 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 After some time, Lin Yu's fire source suddenly erupted with an overwhelming force, its devouring power surging dramatically. Lin Yu's heart raced, realizing that it was now the critical moment. He quickly took a large gulp of the spiritual liquid beside the table. The pure spiritual energy flowed through him, warming his entire being. Within him, a fire source radiating warmth blossomed with brilliant colors. At last, I have succeeded. Lin Yu breathed deeply. That it was no wonder that the fusion fire scripture had garnered such extensive cultivation insights. It seemed simple, yet harbored numerous intricacies. Several moments had been perilously close to disaster. But Lin Yu's formidable mental strength, coupled with the assistance of the Enlightenment Stone, had seen him through. Without that support and his strong mental capacity, he doubted he could have succeeded in his cultivation. Now, he merely needed spiritual flames to devour. Subsequently, Lin Yu tidied himself and his room in preparation to venture out. This recent period of cultivation had consumed several days, and he had not had the chance to seek opportunities. Now, he was finally ready to explore. Chapter 36. The fierce battle shortly thereafter, Lin Yu organized his belongings and made his way out of his room. The Shiyang Peak was situated at the periphery of the inner sect area, inhabited by inner disciples at the Qi condensation realm. The core zone, reserved for those at the golden core stage, offered a richer concentration of spiritual energy and a more favorable environment than Shiyang Peak. After such an extended period of cultivation, Lin Yu felt as though his bones had grown somewhat stiff, but he stretched lazily, meandering through Shiyang Peak. Surrounding him were towering bamboo groves, swaying in the wind with a soft, rustling sound. Lin Yu, you little rascal. You've hidden away for so long. Not long after Lin Yu had departed from his dwelling, he was met with a chilling voice. Lin Yu furrowed his brows, vexed to encounter such bothersome flies immediately upon his exit. Luo Yunqi had informed Lin Yu that the Machuan sect did not prohibit conflicts among disciples. Even within the inner sect, that as long as no lives were lost, they could engage in whatever manner they pleased. However, should one party initiate the provocation and strike first, even if the other were killed, no punishment would be rendered. After all, one must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds. Not far off, a man adorned with a sword had bloodshot eyes. Accompanied by several disciples, each bearing heavy dark circles under their eyes, all fixated on Lin Yu with an unsettling intensity. These individuals were clad in the attire of inner sect disciples, and they emanated a faint yet unpleasant odor, suggesting they had not bathed in many days. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and activated the life script system. Name: Qinzhua Realm. 8th layer of Qi condensation fate. Ordinary red, premature death gray, life script. Bystander of Tianxian continent. Inner sect disciple of Machuan sect, loyal lackey to the saint son of Machuan sect, ultimately perished in a chaotic battle. Affinity, -20 recent turning point. None premature death. Dies young. The remaining 4 individuals were uniformly at the 7th layer of Qi condensation. All inner sect disciples, and each shared the same affinity of -20, that they were clearly devoid of fortune. Mere trash. That it seemed they truly harbored grievances against him. This Qinzhua was a lackey of the saint's son. When had he ever provoked the saint's son? Lin Yu was filled with confusion. He had no acquaintance with this so-called saint's son, only knowing the saintess. What do you want? Lin Yu inquired with an air of indifference. A glint of malice flickered in Qinzhua's eyes as he replied. I heard that junior brother Lin Yu amassed 100 medium-grade spirit stones during the outer sect assessment, that I would like to borrow some spirit stones for my own use. Having concealed himself in his residence for so long, Lin Yu's emergence had allowed Qinzhua to accumulate considerable resentment. Lin Yu mused, borrowing spirit stones? How amusing that it appears these individuals have truly lost their sense of reason after spending too long in the Machuan sect. Indeed, junior brother should not mind assisting his senior brother, right? Let us not allow a mere handful of spirit stones to mar our brotherly harmony. Yes, while spirit stones are indeed valuable, the friendship amongst brothers is priceless. Junior brother, we only require 99 medium-grade spirit stones, leaving you with 1. That the other inner sect disciples chimed in, their voices laced with sarcasm, revealing their extensive experience in such matters. Have you all severed your own hands and feet? Why not search for spirit stones yourselves? Or has your brain been kicked by a mule? Are you incapable of self-sufficiency? Lin Yu retorted coldly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the inner sect disciples darkened. Did this fellow wish for death? How dare he speak to them in such a manner? Qinzhua's face flushed with rage. As the lackey of the saint's son, he had never endured such humiliation. Shielded by the saint's son's favor, even many disciples at the core formation stage treated Qinzhua with utmost respect. What made Lin Yu worthy of such defiance? You insolent wretch, dare you repeat that? Qinzhua gritted his teeth, enunciating each word, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, seemingly on the verge of attacking Lin Yu. The other disciples were similarly filled with malevolence. Lin Yu, a mere servant disciple who had fortuitously attained first place in the outer sect assessment and entered the inner sect, dared to speak to them in such a manner. He was clearly courting disaster. Observing Chun Jua's aggressive demeanor, Lin Yu could not help but smile that he had never encountered such unreasonable demands, since they desired it so fervently. He would oblige. Have you all severed your own hands and feet? Why not search for spirit stones yourselves? Or has your brain been kicked by a mule? Are you incapable of self-sufficiency? Lin Yu continued to mock. Attack! Teach this boy a lesson and let him know the might of his seniors. Chun Jua commanded coldly. The disciples exchanged glances, hesitation evident in their eyes. Should they truly act against Lin Yu? Was it merely about spirit stones? If they were to engage him, Lin Yu was a favored disciple of the saintess. Are you all deaf? Attack! Chun Jua, noticing their reluctance, glared fiercely. Seeing Chun Jua's anger, Su Shua and the others turned pale but gritted their teeth and charged at Lin Yu. Lin Yu executed the spirit serpent steps, evading the initial onslaught with grace. Following this, the heavenly yin-yang technique surged rapidly, gathering formidable spiritual energy in Lin Yu's right hand. Lin Yu formed his palm into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to one of the disciples. Boom! The force of Lin Yu's punch was akin to thunder, reverberating through the air. Bang! The disciple struck by the blow was instantly overwhelmed by the tremendous power. His body sent flying into a nearby bamboo grove, his fate uncertain. Chun Jua stared at the mangled body in the distance, his mind in a daze. How could this Lin Yu, a mere servant disciple, possess such terrifying strength? The other disciples felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Yu's prowess far exceeded their expectations. They were all at the 7th layer of qi condensation, yet one punch had shattered one of their own. As Lin Yu's strength intimidated the remaining disciples, he once again activated the spirit serpent steps, his movements agile as he launched another assault. You initiated this conflict. If I were to kill you now, there would be no fault on my part, would there? Lin Yu smirked, the power of the stars coursing within him, unleashing an overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of thunderous impacts, the other 3 disciples were likewise crushed by Lin Yu's fists. Chun Jua trembled slightly. This Lin Yu was far too ruthless. They had merely intended to teach him a lesson, yet he had responded with lethal force. Senior brother, do you still wish to borrow spirit stones? Lin Yu asked, his fists stained with blood, smiling at Chun Jua. Gazing at Lin Yu's smiling visage, Chun Jua felt a shiver run down his spine. How could he remain so composed after taking a life? This man was nothing short of a demon, that a coldness enveloped Chun Jua's heart as he suddenly recalled something. Shouting, "Help! Help! Someone's been killed!" His voice echoed across the Shiyang Peak, resonating throughout the area. Lin Yu frowned. Chun Jua's cowardice was astounding. This was his response. However, it was futile. As Lin Yu was prepared to incapacitate him, that a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Yu, exuding an overwhelming presence. Chun Jua's expression shifted. He hurriedly summoned his own spiritual energy, forming a faint protective barrier around himself. That this pitiful attempt truly expected to save your life? Prepare to die. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened, his fist aimed squarely at Chun Jua. Stop! Just as Lin Yu was about to strike, a frigid voice interrupted. Moments later, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as a group of armored law enforcement personnel swiftly encircled Lin Yu and Chun Jua. Name: Xia Wanting Realm. 3rd layer of core formation fate. Ordinary red, life script. Bystander of Tianxian Continent. Member of Ma Chuan's Sect's law enforcement team affinity. 0 recent turning point. None. Lin Yu retracted his spiritual energy, observing the armored law enforcement personnel surrounding them with a furrowed brow. All of them were cultivators at the core formation stage. That it appeared they were not specifically targeting him. Fortunately, Lin Yu discerned their lack of bias towards him based on their affinity levels. This was not a scheme orchestrated by Chun Jua beforehand. Seeing the law enforcement team arrive, Chun Jua sighed heavily with relief. They had been fortunate to have the law enforcement nearby. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end here. Once the law enforcement team surrounded them, they began to assess the situation. All dead, killed with a single punch, one law enforcement officer remarked after examining the bodies. Now, explain what transpired here. Xia Wanting's icy gaze fixed on Lin Yu and Chun Jua, his expression devoid of emotion. They attempted to confront me, and I retaliated, resulting in their deaths. Lin Yu stated plainly that in accordance with the rules of Ma Chuan's sect, if one party initiates provocation and strikes first, the other is not accountable for any deaths incurred in self-defense. Reporting to the master, It was not as such. We merely sought to engage in friendly dialogue with this newly joined junior brother. But he suddenly erupted and killed all my disciples. Chen Zhuo exclaimed, his eyes filled with feigned sorrow as he glared at Lin Yu, attempting to paint a different narrative that as both parties presented their versions of events. Xia Wanting scrutinized them carefully, that I will grant you one more opportunity to clarify the situation. Should you lie, you will not wish to know the consequences, Xia Wanting warned coldly. Both Lin Yu and Chen Zhuo felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Xia Wanting, causing their bodies to tremble slightly, that the core formation stage truly this formidable. Lin Yu pondered, feeling the oppressive aura weighing down upon him. Reporting to the master, I was merely compelled to retaliate. They struck first. Lin Yu took a deep breath and then spoke. Xia Wanting's expression remained indifferent as he turned his gaze toward Chen Zhuo. Feeling uncomfortable under Xia Wanting's scrutiny, Chen Zhuo gritted his teeth and declared, "To the esteemed sir, I am a disciple of the Holy Prince, and I shall not utter falsehoods." Upon hearing Chen Zhuo's proclamation, the surrounding law enforcement personnel furrowed their brows. What was Chen Zhuo implying? Was he attempting to intimidate them with the Holy Prince's name? They would be taken to the law enforcement hall, where the elders would discern the truth. Xia Wanting then spoke again. Chen Zhuo's eyes were filled with rage. This wretched individual showed no regard for the Holy Prince's authority, which infuriated him further. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, initially believing that invoking the Holy Prince would instill fear in these individuals. To his surprise, they entirely disregarded Chen Zhuo's claim. It seemed that the Machuan sect was indeed unlike other sects that in that case, a visit to the law enforcement hall was in order. Subsequently, Chen Zhuo and Lin Yu were escorted by the law enforcement officers to the law enforcement hall. This hall was situated in the central area of the inner sanctum, where the spiritual energy was far denser than that at the periphery of Shuyang Peak, that an atmosphere of solemnity and menace lingered in the air. Occasionally punctuated by the sounds of agonizing screams emanating from within, as Lin Yu gazed upon the imposing structure, he felt a subtle sense of oppression. Surrounding the law enforcement hall were numerous law enforcement personnel. Utilizing the life script system, Lin Yu discovered that most of these individuals were formidable beings at the third stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It was said that the law enforcement hall was the most ruthless enforcement agency of the Machuan sect, wielding immense power to judge all disciples, from the common to the core, and even the true disciples. Thus, many disciples harbored an inherent fear of the law enforcement hall. Upon entering, Lin Yu and Chen Zhuo were brought to a chamber. From the adjacent room came the sounds of excruciating wails, indicating that someone was undergoing brutal torture. Chen Zhuo's complexion turned pale. It was his first visit to the law enforcement hall, and the oppressive environment made his heart race. Lin Yu, however, maintained a stoic expression. He had done nothing wrong, and with the Holy Maiden backing him, he had no fear of Chen Zhuo's schemes. After depositing the two in the room, Xia Wanting departed without a word. Lin Yu, if you admit to having assaulted Su Shuo and the others, I will refrain from troubling you in the future. Chen Zhuo inhaled deeply and spoke. Lin Yu looked at him as if he were a fool. Was this individual out of his mind? If he wasn't going to trouble Lin Yu, then Lin Yu would certainly seek him out. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Chen Zhuo realized that Lin Yu had no intention of acknowledging him. Coldly, Chen Zhuo continued, I have the Holy Prince's support behind me, that if you know what is good for you, you will do as I say. Otherwise, you shall reap the consequences. I have no desire to converse with a fool. Lin Yu replied coolly, then closed his eyes. Chen Zhuo's forehead throbbed with anger. His gaze frigid, he had already discreetly sent a message to the Holy Prince during their journey, and he believed the Holy Prince would find a way to intervene. I am Elder Shin Shang-yun of the Law Enforcement Hall. You too, recount the events as they transpired, that if there is even a hint of discrepancy, you shall be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Just as Chen Zhuo was about to say something further, a chilling voice interrupted. Chapter 38. Arrival. A middle-aged man clad in a long robe slowly entered through the door, accompanied by several law enforcement personnel. Lin Yu activated the life script system, and the information about the middle-aged man appeared in his mind. Name: Shin Shang-yun realm. Third stage of the transformation realm physique. With spirit body fate. Exceptional talent yellow. Some achievements green. Unfortunate end gray. Life script. A supporting character in the Tianxian continent, elder of the law enforcement hall of the Machuan sect, diligent in his contributions to the sect, regarded as a formidable figure by many disciples. ultimately made a wrong choice in the conflict between the Holy Prince and the Holy Maiden, leading to the loss of his cultivation, and now struggling for survival within the sect. Favorability, -10 recent turn, none. This individual possesses some merit, a wood spirit body and a strong presence at the third stage of the transformation realm. Alas, he has made a grievous miscalculation, Lin Yu thought to himself with regret. Upon seeing that the newcomer was Shun Shangyun, Chenjue felt a surge of joy. As a disciple of the Holy Prince, he was aware that this elder leaned towards the Holy Prince's faction. It seemed that the Holy Prince had indeed intervened by summoning an elder to assist him. Chenjue's icy gaze fixed upon Lin Yu. The judges here are my people. I shall see how you maneuver this. You had your chance, but you squandered it. Elder Shun, it is as follows. We came to engage with a newly joined junior brother, but unexpectedly, this junior brother violently attacked and killed my disciples. I implore the elder to render justice. Chenjue spoke with feigned sorrow that as soon as Chenjue's words fell, all the pressure in the room seemed to shift onto Lin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu replied coolly, they struck first. I merely retaliated in self-defense that I trust the elder will deliver a fair judgment. Shin Shangyun remained silent, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the two. The law enforcement personnel had already informed him of the events leading up to this moment. Shin Shangyun was aware that Chenjue was affiliated with the Holy Prince. Yet Lin Yu's background was also noteworthy, as he was the individual the Holy Maiden had explicitly designated for protection. Observing Shin Shangyun's hesitance, Chenjue felt a twinge of anxiety. Was this elder hesitating to assist the Holy Prince? Shin Shangyun narrowed his eyes slightly, while the law enforcement personnel beside him remained taciturn, seemingly waiting for something. Should he choose not to assist the Holy Prince, it could significantly tarnish the Holy Prince's reputation. After all, Chenjue had been dispatched by the Holy Prince to deal with Lin Yu. If Chenjue were to suffer a significant setback here, the Holy Maiden would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine the Holy Prince's standing. Enough. Since I have chosen to side with the Holy Prince, I shall not waver. Bring forth Lin Yu, who has deliberately harmed his fellow disciples, and lock him up to await the sect's punishment. Shin Shangyun slowly opened his eyes and declared coldly. Upon hearing Shin Shangyun's pronouncement, Chenjue's face lit up with elation. You wish to challenge me, wretched creature. How dare you? Lin Yu took a deep breath and calmly stated, Elder Shin has drawn a conclusion without a thorough investigation. I advise you to reconsider, Elder Shin. The moment Lin Yu spoke, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. What was Lin Yu implying? Did he, a mere inner-sect disciple, dare to threaten the elder of the law enforcement hall? Was he courting death? Chenjue looked at Lin Yu as if he were watching a doomed man. Initially, Lin Yu had the Holy Maiden's protection, but now, by opposing the elder of the law enforcement hall and instructing him on his duties, he truly seemed to be testing fate. Young man, it seems you have misunderstood the current situation. Shin Shangyun's expression was devoid of emotion as he regarded Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly, realizing why Shin Shangyun had met with such a dismal fate in the end. Shin Shangyun, do you truly wish to lay hands on one favored by the Holy Maiden? Are you suffering from senility? Just then, a clear and cold voice resonated through the room that the voice echoed. The expressions of everyone present soured, especially Shin Shangyun, whose face turned a deep shade of purple. Over the years, who had dared to speak to him in such a manner? A plump, middle-aged woman, dressed in a green palace gown, strode in through the doorway. Name: Lu Shuang Realm. 4th stage of the transformation realm physique. Ice spirit body fate. Outstanding talent green. Some achievements blue. Regional overlord blue. Life script. A supporting character in the Tianxian continent. Elder of the Holy Maiden Peak in the Machuan sect. A staunch supporter of the Holy Maiden. Favorability: 5 recent turn. None.to think she is a formidable presence at the 4th stage of the transformation realm. No wonder she is so audacious. Lin Yu had just received a transmission from Lu Shuang, reassuring him not to worry, which was why he had remained so unyielding. Upon seeing Lu Shuang's sudden appearance, Chenjue's face contorted in disbelief. How could this be? The Holy Maiden had directly dispatched an elder to protect Lin Yu. What kind of extraordinary fortune had Lin Yu encountered to gain the Holy Maiden's favor? Elder Lu, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Law Enforcement Hall. It is not your place to interfere. Shin Shangyun said with a grim expression that he had not anticipated that the Holy Maiden would send her own elder to intervene in this matter. And moreover, This woman was clearly more powerful than he did. I merely hope that Elder Shun will act impartially and not disrupt the sex regulations. Lu Shuang gazed intently at Qin Shangyun, a subtle smile gracing her lips, as if an immensely powerful aura emanated from her, causing the onlookers to breathe more rapidly. Beside her, Qinjue trembled uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to the chilling force surrounding Lu Shuang. In stark contrast, Lin Yu felt no effect, as if Lu Shuang's overwhelming presence completely bypassed him. The strength of this elder Lu is truly formidable. A single person can stifle them all to the point where they dare not even breathe. Lin Yu observed the scene before him, his eyes alight with excitement. This is genuine power. Compared to them, his own cultivation at the 7th level of qi condensation feels woefully inadequate. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Elder Lu, please take your leave and do not obstruct the law enforcement hall's duties. Qin Shangyun gritted his teeth, finding Lu Shuang's behavior utterly intolerable. Were it not for her superior strength, Qin Shangyun would have expelled her long ago. I instructed you to handle matters impartially. Are you deaf? Lu Shuang unleashed an even more potent aura. Qin Shangyun's complexion turned ashen, his body quaking incessantly. The others fared no better, especially Qinjue, who appeared on the verge of suffocation. It was Qinjue who instigated this altercation. Lin Yu bears no fault and is free to leave at any time. Qin Shangyun's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he spoke. Chapter 39. The Millennium Spirit Milk. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang retracted her aura. In the room, except for Lin Yu, everyone else was gasping for breath. Qinjue emerged from his icy stupor, the weight of Qin Shangyun's words clear in his mind. Elder Qin, how should we deal with a disciple who engages in deceit and provocation? Just as everyone struggled to regain their composure, a voice suddenly rang out. All eyes turned to Lin Yu, sensing something amiss. What was he up to? Qin Shangyun frowned, questioning when it became his turn to intervene. Lu Shuang looked on with keen interest, eager to see Lin Yu's intentions. Qin Shangyun continued, according to sect regulations, those who maliciously incite others to attack fellow disciples and engage in deceit should face the death penalty. However, bang! Before Qin Shangyun could finish, a violent collision reverberated through the room, followed by something splattering onto him. The expressions of those present turned to horror as they witnessed Lin Yu's bloodied fist, while Qinjue lay lifeless, his head crushed, sprawled on the floor of the law enforcement hall. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Nearby, several law enforcement officers swallowed hard. What did Lin Yu mean by this? He had just obliterated Qinjue's head. Lu Shuang's expression froze. This young man was exceedingly decisive. Had he truly killed him? In the law enforcement hall, no less. Qin Shangyun's breath quickened. What was Lin Yu thinking, attacking within the hall, as if he regarded it as mere decoration? Do you think I cannot handle you as well as Lu Shuang? Just as Qin Shangyun prepared to retaliate against Lin Yu, Lu Shuang's cold gaze fell upon him. Elder Shun, I have rid you of a heinous criminal. No need for thanks. Lin Yu smiled as he addressed Qin Shangyun. Qin Shangyun trembled slightly. After so many years in the law enforcement hall, he had never encountered such a humiliating situation. This man, whom he could easily crush with a mere finger, had placed him in a position where he could not retaliate. The feeling was profoundly unsettling for Qin Shangyun. Lin Yu, let us depart. Lu Shuang then instructed Lin Yu, who followed her out of the law enforcement hall. Not long after their departure, the sounds of shattering echoed from the hall. Persisting for quite some time, At Su Yang Peak of the Machuan sect. You have audacity, kid. Qin Shangyun is a cultivator at the core formation stage. He could easily kill you with a single slap. Yet you dared to slay Qinjue in his presence. Impressive. You are indeed favored by the Holy Maiden. Lu Shuang regarded Lin Yu with admiration as a gentle breeze tousled her hair, brushing against her cheek, bestowing an enchanting aura. Didn't the elder Lu say that no one would dare harm me in the law enforcement hall? What is the big deal about killing a mere Qinjue? Lin Yu replied with a grin. Previously, Lu Shuang had conveyed to him that within the law enforcement hall, no one could harm Lin Yu. Moreover, he felt no qualms about eliminating Qinjue, as far as offending Qin Shangyun was concerned. He had already done so upon entering the hall. Lu Shuang observed the striking young man before her, brushing her hair aside. The matter with Qinjue is behind us for Qin Shangyun. You need not worry. He lacks the courage to act against you. The two strolled leisurely towards Su Yang Peak. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang found Lin Yu even more agreeable. He was ruthless toward enemies, yet respectful toward allies. A promising individual. This is a bottle of Gathering Yuan pills. Take it for your cultivation, that in a few days, the Holy Maiden will assign you a task. Strive to elevate your strength swiftly. Lu Shuang handed Lin Yu a precious pill, explaining that it was an exceptional resource suited for qi condensation practitioners, far surpassing blood spirit pills in efficacy. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The Holy Maiden was indeed generous, providing him with both divine martial arts and Gathering Yuan pills. Could it be that she had taken a liking to him? After presenting the pills, Lu Shuang departed gracefully, her ethereal presence captivating Lin Yu's envious gaze. When will I also be able to soar through the skies? Lin Yu sighed deeply, recognizing how far he still had to go. Only those who reached the Spirit River realm could possess the ability to fly out of course, unless one owned powerful artifacts such as flying swords or boats, which were far too costly for Lin Yu at present. Next, he thought he would seek out opportunities that a single bottle of Gathering Yuan pills might not even be sufficient to breach a single realm. As while pills were beneficial, they were not omnipotent, that it was prudent to pursue additional opportunities. With that, Lin Yu tucked away the Gathering Yuan pills and made his way down to Suyang Peak, the Saint Sun Peak of the Mochuan sect. The Saint Sun Peak lay at the heart of the inner sect. Surrounded by abundant spiritual energy and enveloped in mist, with the very winds carrying a hint of spiritual essence, a veritable paradise of creation. Numerous opulent palaces adorned the peak, filled with precious spiritual herbs and beasts. Within a lavish palace, the overwhelming spiritual energy surged as a young man clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged at its center, surrounded by numerous spirit stones arranged in a special formation, continuously supplying him with spiritual power. After some time, the young man absorbed the energy completely, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the entire palace to tremble slightly. Congratulations, Your Highness, on breaking through to the 9th level of core formation. A voice of excitement echoed from the side, that a figure clad in a black mask stood respectfully nearby. The young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with the brilliance of stars. The 9th level of core formation is hardly impressive. That wretched woman has long surpassed this stage. A flicker of coldness passed through his eyes as he spoke icily. Your Highness will undoubtedly surpass her. Su Feng has gone in search of the Millennium Spirit Milk. Once it is acquired, your cultivation will soar rapidly, leaving that woman far behind. The masked figure continued. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared in the young man's eyes. Millennium Spirit Milk, excellent. These individuals still possess some usefulness. By the way, didn't that wretched woman head to the outer sect a few days ago? Have we uncovered the details of that matter? The young man seemed to recall something, prompting him to inquire. Chapter 40. The second protagonist back to Your Highness. We have already investigated thoroughly. The masked figure hesitantly responded. The young man frowned, displeased. Speak quickly. What transpired? The masked figure then detailed the events involving Lin Yu. You mean to say that an insignificant insect from the inner sect openly killed my subordinate within the law enforcement hall? The young man's tone was frigid, enveloping the palace in an oppressive aura. The masked figure trembled, gritting his teeth. Your Highness, that fellow relied on Elder Lu's backing. You know her strength and temperament. The young man squinted, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him. There was no need to think. That wretched woman would surely publicize this incident. His subordinate had been killed without cause. The young man's expression darkened. He did not care for their lives, but such news would only portray him as incompetent. Useless fools, all of them. Not a single one of them is worth anything. The youth berated furiously, causing the masked man to immediately kneel upon the ground. His head bowed deeply. Your Highness, shall we eliminate that Lin Yu? The masked man suppressed the fear bubbling within him and spoke. Humph. What use is it to deal with him now? He is merely an ant at the gathering chi stage. That wretched Tang Cici has undoubtedly been preparing for this, seeking to use my weaknesses against me, that we must swiftly suppress the repercussions of this matter. Furthermore, I must obtain the Millennium Spirit Milk post-haste. Once I achieve a breakthrough to the infant transmutation stage before her, I shall reclaim my dignity. The youth continued coldly, recalling his previous defeat against Tang Cici, which had severely tarnished his reputation. That Tang Cici, despite being younger and having trained for a shorter period, had managed to overpower him to the point where he struggled to breathe. Even many of the elders who once supported the Holy Sun had shifted their allegiance to Tang Cici. Wretched girl, the things you have taken from me, I shall reclaim in their entirety. The youth thought of the enchanting woman, and his heart felt a heavy constriction to the Demon Spring Sect's mission hall. Situated on the Divine Origin Peak, disciples bustling about were rife with potent energies. Many bore faint traces of blood, evidently having endured numerous battles. The mission hall was a grand edifice, protected by formidable magical formations, with guards of the Demon Spring Sect stationed around it. This hall was unique to the inner sect, where one could accept sect missions and earn a variety of rewards upon completion. It was the hub of activity for the inner disciples. Lin Yu lingered at the entrance of the mission hall, not to undertake tasks, but to seek opportunities. With such a remarkable system at his disposal, it would be foolish to engage in menial tasks. The fortunes of these disciples represented Lin Yu's most significant missions that he activated his life script system, absorbing a plethora of information into his mind. Recent developments. This afternoon, while completing a mission to slay a beast in the Yellow Wind Valley, he acquired a vial of blood spirit pills that in 2 days, upon fulfilling an elder's task at the Spiritual Medicine Peak. He would receive a reward of 100-year-old spiritual herbs that in 6 hours, within the 7th mine of Mine Cloud Peak, coordinates 553.662. He unearthed a piece of purple crystal that in 3 days, while rescuing a woman at Falling Cloud Mountain. She gifted him with 10 spirit stones and a kiss. As Lin Yu reviewed the life scripts of the passing disciples, he realized that the inner disciples had access to far more opportunities than their outer counterparts. His eyes sparkled with joy. He had chosen the right place by coming to this mission hall. In a mere quarter of an hour, he had noted 7 or 8 easily attainable opportunities. While none were particularly grand, their sheer number constituted a considerable fortune. Wow, Brother Su Ming has arrived. This marks his 100th mission. He is indeed a mission fanatic. Brother Su Ming is so handsome. The way he hands in his tasks is simply magnificent. I heard that Brother Su Ming plans to challenge for true discipleship next month, that I wonder if he will succeed. Is that even a question? With Brother Su Ming's prowess, he is sure to succeed. As Lin Yu awaited, a sudden clamor erupted from a short distance away. Su Ming. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Mission fanatic. What could that possibly mean? Could it be another formidable character? I must see for myself. Following the flow of people, Lin Yu ventured outside, curious to discern the identity of this individual. Before long, a young man clad in black armor came into view. His face was strikingly cold, a blood-stained large blade slung across his back. And in his hand he held a package, faintly oozing with blood. Name: Su Ming Realm. 6th layer of core formation physique. Undying divine body fate. Protagonist of destiny, purple gold. Turning misfortune into fortune, purple. Cold and ruthless, red. Celestial kill star, gray. Favorability. 0 life script. One of the protagonists of Tianxin Continent, an inner disciple of the Demon Spring Sect. His father is an ordinary man, and his mother was a former saintess of the Chaos Sacred Land, that he was born out of a misunderstanding and abandoned, later taken in by an elder of the Demon Spring Sect. His character is extreme, single-mindedly pursuing the path, ultimately becoming a legendary demon lord through his talent and hard work, turning misfortune into fortune. No matter how great the danger encountered, it ultimately resolves, bringing benefits in its wake, gaining favor, frequently receives inexplicable opportunities and kind assistance, cold and ruthless, exhibits no emotions towards anyone, effectively a killing machine, celestial kill star. Anyone in close proximity to him will encounter misfortune, even life-threatening dangers. Undying divine body, faith unyielding, life unextinguished. Recent developments. In half a stick of incense, he earns the elder's favor at the mission hall, receiving a top-tier martial arts reward point 2 days later. He obtains 300-year-old spiritual herbs at the Spiritual Medicine Peak point 3 days hence. While on a mission at Black Wind Mountain, he enters a cave at coordinates 788.999, unexpectedly acquiring spiritual fire, the true fire of demonic flames. Lin Yu's pupils contracted. Another protagonist of destiny, and one who had been the original subject of his own script. Chapter 41. Spiritual Fire. Lin Yu recalled that upon his arrival in this world, he was merely a cannon fodder character in the script. To his astonishment, he had encountered the protagonist of his own narrative here. The undying divine body was indeed a broken physique. No wonder it could lead to becoming one of the mightiest beings in Tianxin Continent. Another character with an extraordinary advantage. The sixth layer of core formation was a notable achievement among protagonists. The tale of an ordinary father and a saintly mother. Lin Yu silently scoffed at Su Ming's script. Thinking to himself, it seems the Chaos Sacred Land is in for a rough time. This trope was one he had encountered numerous times in his past life. Should the Chaos Sacred Land recognize the situation, they might preserve some semblance of their foundation. However, if they insisted on opposing this protagonist, they would likely face total annihilation, their entire lineage extinguished. This Su Ming was undoubtedly a ruthless individual, not one to engage in idle chatter. Shaking his head, Lin Yu turned his attention to Su Ming's opportunities. Martial arts, spiritual herbs, spiritual fire. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The true fire of demonic flames was indeed a form of spiritual fire. Gazing at the exceedingly cold Su Ming in the distance, a flicker of delight crossed Lin Yu's mind. This fellow had excellent opportunities, far superior to that newly risen Wang Xian. The spiritual fire was a rare treasure, even more precious than holy-grade techniques. After all, a single technique could be practiced by many, yet a single essence of spiritual fire could only be refined by one that's surrounded by a throng of disciples. Su Ming steadily approached the mission hall. His demeanor remained remarkably composed as he entered a place he had frequented countless times, that he was already accustomed to the fervent attention of those around him. If I can refine this spiritual fire, the tier of my fusion fire technique should see significant enhancement. Lin Yu mused that I must secure the spiritual fire without delay. Subsequently, Lin Yu too entered the mission hall. The interior was extraordinarily magnificent, adorned with lavish decorations that exuded delightful fragrances. Within the hall, individuals bustled about, accepting or handing in tasks. Lin Yu made his way directly to the task reception area to peruse the missions available for Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain lay outside the territory of the Yellow Spring Demon Sect, necessitating the use of a teleportation array to reach it. Lin Yu scrutinized the tasks at the reception desk for those pertaining to Black Wind Mountain. The missions within the hall were varied and eclectic, ranging from slaying cultivators to nurturing flowers, and even included companionship tasks. Only inner disciples were permitted to accept these missions, leaving outer disciples without such privileges. Killing mission. My partner betrayed me. I seek to claim their head. Requirement. Core formation 3rd layer. Reward. 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Killing mission. I am displeased with my brother. I wish to eliminate him. Requirement. Core formation 4th layer. Reward. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Daily task. I am cultivating demonic arts and require a partner for dual cultivation. Must be 20 cm. Reward, 600 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu regarded the bizarre tasks within the hall with an expression of disbelief. Is this truly the demon sect? Killing, dual cultivation, and the absurdity of 20 cm? Continuing his search for missions related to Black Wind Mountain, Lin Yu soon discovered a suitable task. Go to the Mingyan Inn at Black Wind Mountain and purchase a jar of Millennium Drunkenness. Reward, 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Merely purchasing a jar of wine should pose no significant issue, Lin Yu pondered as he regarded the task before him. However, the reward seemed somewhat excessive, 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that this task bore an air of peculiarity. It was illogical for such a simple task to linger here. The notice indicated that this task had been prominently displayed for 6 months without a single completion. Nevertheless, he resolved to accept it, as his aim was the spirit fire, and he could always forfeit the task if necessary. With a shrug, he declared, I wish to accept the task of procuring the Millennium Drunkenness. Lin Yu addressed the disciple in charge of task assignments, who was named Zhao Tian. Lin Yu had already examined his credentials. He was an ordinary disciple, devoid of any remarkable traits, though his cultivation level was quite high. Having reached the 3rd layer of the core formation stage, upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tian's expression shifted slightly. Junior brother, are you certain you wish to undertake that task? Zhao Tian looked at Lin Yu with an odd expression. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Was there truly something amiss with this task? Senior brother, may I inquire what issues this task may possess? Lin Yu took a deep breath before addressing Zhao Tian. If there were indeed problems with this task, he would need to reconsider. Lin Yu was not inclined to embroil himself in any strange affairs over a mere task. Zhao Tian inhaled deeply. Junior brother, you may not be aware, But there is no inherent fault with this task, that he proceeded to elaborate on the details of the assignment. That it turned out that the task had been issued by an elder from the inner sect Qianluo Peak. Previously, numerous disciples had attempted this task, yet upon returning with the Millennium Drunkenness, the elder consistently claimed the flavor was incorrect, resulting in task failure, even among some true disciples. Moreover, the Millennium Drunkenness itself commanded a hefty price of 300 spirit stones, meaning that a failed task equated to a squandered sum of 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. Was the elder deliberately creating obstacles? However, it mattered little. He was indifferent to the reward, solely seeking the spirit fire. Sensing Lin Yu's thoughts, Zhao Tian continued, I advise you to consider a different task. Do not squander your spirit stones in vain. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu noted that he had not seen any other tasks from the Black Wind Mountain on the task board. Who knew how long he would have to wait for a replacement? Thank you for your suggestion, senior brother, but I will proceed with this task. Lin Yu replied. After all, his goal was the spirit fire. Spirit stones were of little consequence to him. Zhao Tian shook his head, refraining from further persuasion, and simply handed the task token to Lin Yu. These tasks were unique. Once accepted, no one else could take them until they were either completed or failed. After securing the task token, Lin Yu departed the task hall. Zhao Junior brother, is that disciple one of our inner sect? I've never seen him before. Su Ming happened to arrive at Zhao Tian's side, just as Lin Yu exited. Observing Lin Yu's swift departure, Su Ming felt a vague irritation, sensing an inexplicable aversion toward the newcomer, though he could not pinpoint any specific anomaly. Zhao Tian respectfully responded, Senior brother Su, that is a new addition to the inner sect. Today is his first time accepting a task. A new disciple. Su Ming's brow furrowed. This was the first time he had felt such a sentiment toward a stranger. What task did he undertake? Su Ming inquired casually. Zhao Tian's expression shifted, revealing his reluctance to divulge. Senior brother, the tasks undertaken by other disciples cannot be freely disclosed. Just then, a sound echoed from the table, interrupting Zhao Tian's words. A dazzling light suddenly caught his eye. 10 high-grade spirit stones lay before him. Zhao Tian's heart raced. Which disciple could withstand such a test? I will not disclose to senior brother that Jiang Junior brother's task is to purchase the Millennium Drunkenness from Black Wind Mountain. Zhao Tian stated with resolute conviction. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyelids twitched. Zhao Tian was indeed a clever one, but having gleaned the answer he sought, Su Ming ceased his inquiries. He could not fathom why he felt such agitation toward an unfamiliar disciple. But the unease in his heart only intensified. Perhaps I've simply grown weary after so many tasks, he concluded, and promptly left the task hall to rest for an hour before resuming his assignments. Jiang Junior brother, it is not my intention to reveal your task. It is merely that senior brother Su offered an excessive amount. Zhao Tian murmured to himself as he gazed at the high-grade spirit stones in his hand. After departing the task hall, Lin Yu made his way toward the teleportation array, collecting various opportunities he had recently discovered. Along the route, he amassed a considerable number of spirit stones and some spiritual herbs. While their individual worth may not have been particularly high, collectively they constituted a significant fortune. The teleportation array was located at the Array Spirit Peak within the inner sect, serving as a nexus to various locations. To reach Black Wind Mountain, one must traverse the teleportation array at Array Spirit Peak. After gathering his treasures, Lin Yu headed directly to the Array Spirit Peak, situated at the heart of the inner sect. Array Spirit Peak acted as its central hub, abundant in spiritual energy. Upon presenting his task token, Lin Yu entered the teleportation array destined for Black Wind Mountain. East Wasteland, Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain lay in a remote part of the East Wasteland, surrounded by dense forests and numerous fierce beasts roaming the vicinity. The atmosphere here was distinctly different from that of the demon sect, Lin Yu mused, observing the stark contrast. The blazing sun overhead relentlessly scorched the earth, while the incessant chirping of cicadas added a raucous note to the sweltering weather. Following the coordinates from Su Ming's script, Lin Yu swiftly navigated through the terrain of Black Wind Mountain, employing the spirit serpent steps to weave through the thicket. After some time, Lin Yu finally approached the designated coordinate. Fiery demonic flame, I have arrived. Lin Yu's heart brimmed with joy. The journey had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any monstrous encounters or other cultivators. Suddenly, as Lin Yu searched for a cave near the coordinates, a rustling sound emerged from the surrounding foliage. His body froze. he sensed that something was watching him. With a swift motion, a powerful gust of wind sliced through the air, heralding the approach of an unseen force. Lin Yu hastily utilized the spirit serpent steps, narrowly evading the impending strike. Bang! The moment he dodged. A tremendous collision reverberated through the air as a massive serpent's head collided forcefully with a nearby tree, uprooting it. The black-scaled giant python. Lin Yu's pupils constricted in alarm as he beheld the formidable creature before him. Its body adorned with glistening black scales. The black-scaled giant python was a second-tier demonic beast, a formidable specimen among its kind. Such creatures were comparable to cultivators in the Qi condensation stage, boasting immense physical strength and venomous fangs capable of delivering fatal bites to Qi condensation cultivators. That it was truly unfortunate that just as he had celebrated his good fortune, he now found himself face-to-face with a black-scaled giant python. Lin Yu silently lamented. The python, realizing its attack had missed, forcefully swung its tail. Lin Yu, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, sensed the impending strike but chose not to evade, curious to gauge the creature's true strength. Spiritual energy surged within Lin Yu, coalescing in his right hand, where it seemed to pulsate with the essence of thunder. Thunderous fist, the tempestuous power gathered in his right hand. The black-scaled giant python's eyes glimmered with an icy, predatory gaze as it swung its tail with tremendous force toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu's fist connected squarely with the python's massive tail. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Lin Yu's fist struck the giant tail with resounding force, sending the massive creature reeling back. Yet, astonishingly, he had not managed to penetrate the python's tough hide. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He had previously obliterated even a Qi condensation 8th layer cultivator with his thunderous fist. Yet this black-scaled giant python seemed remarkably resilient. Undoubtedly the sovereign among the second-tier demonic beasts, the black-scaled giant python's eyes had lost their frosty, bone-chilling demeanor, now betraying a hint of trepidation. Although Lin Yu's previous assault had not utterly annihilated him, the faint thrum of thunderous power still instilled a tremor throughout the serpent's massive body. Thus, it was time to test his own divine ability. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu recalled that he had yet to employ the Great Desolation Heaven-Cutting Finger since mastering it. Now seemed the perfect moment to gauge the might of this sacred-level technique against the black-scaled giant python. While merely the first tier, it should suffice to deal with this formidable foe. Lin Yu mused, before activating his Great Desolation Heaven-Cutting Finger in an instant. An overwhelming aura enveloped Lin Yu, causing the surrounding flora to tremble under the weight of his fearsome presence. The nearby black-scaled giant python's expression shifted dramatically, as it sensed an intense, oppressive force bearing down upon it. Hissing violently, the creature's eyes glinted with ferocity as it opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Lin Yu that moment. Lin Yu felt as if all his spiritual energy was being siphoned away, leaving his visage pallid and drained. In mere moments, the surrounding vegetation was reduced to naught but desolation, as a terrifying energy coalesced at the tip of Lin Yu's right finger. His body quivered slightly, yet he felt an immense power gathering at his fingertip. Great Desolation Heaven-Cutting Finger. First tier, shatter for me. Lin Yu roared within as if responding to his call. A cataclysmic force erupted from Lin Yu's fingertip, hurtling towards the black-scaled giant python. The serpent felt as though it was hurtling towards its demise, a bone-chilling sensation enveloping its entire being. With a resounding boom, the Great Desolation Heaven-Cutting Finger obliterated the black-scaled giant python, leaving behind not even a trace of flesh or blood. The nearby mountain forest was transformed into a barren wasteland, as if struck by a nuclear explosion, devoid of all life, gasping for breath. Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, feeling as if he possessed not a shred of strength. Gazing at the unimaginable devastation, he was taken aback. The first tier was indeed terrifyingly potent. Truly, it was a sacred-level technique, capable of annihilating an entire area. The black-scaled giant python, struck head-on, had been reduced to mere dust. Lin Yu retrieved several recovery pills from his spatial ring, noticing that the once lush trees around him had withered completely. It seemed the Great Desolation Heaven-Cutting Finger could not be wielded carelessly. It was best reserved as a trump card. As the pills began to replenish his spiritual energy, Lin Yu's complexion gradually regained its color. He sensed a slight pain within his meridians, a reminder that his cultivation level was still too low. A sacred-level technique was not something a mere Qi condensation stage practitioner could wield at will. Were it not for the profound energy of the yin-yang technique, Lin Yu feared this divine ability might even drain his very life force. After a while, Lin Yu felt considerably restored. He then began searching for the cave of the infernal flame. Was that cave the one? He suddenly spotted a cave not far ahead, exuding a dark and ominous aura, from which a terrifying energy seemed to seep. Taking a deep breath, he approached the cave, increasingly convinced that the deep and mysterious energy emanating from it was indeed the right place. The coordinates provided by the system could not be wrong. Quickly, he gathered a bundle of weeds nearby to conceal the cave entrance before stepping inside. Upon entering the cave, Lin Yu felt his fusion fire technique begin to operate automatically, the surrounding dark energy seemingly repelled by the technique. After traversing a short distance, he discovered a sphere of flickering black flames deep within the cave. The flames, black in color, radiated a captivating light within the cavern. Infernal flame. Lin Yu's gaze was riveted on the blaze. Upon his first sight of it, he knew this was indeed the infernal flame. Its flame seemed to possess a soul-stirring power, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. Next came the task of refining this infernal flame. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, recalling the process of refining spiritual fire. After mentally simulating the procedure several times to ensure accuracy, he began the refinement. "That I hope this spiritual fire can bring me some surprises," he thought, narrowing his eyes as the fusion fire technique operated within him. As it coursed through his body, a power capable of devouring and melting everything emerged. Before long, the fusion fire technique had completed a full cycle within Lin Yu's body, and a yellow halo appeared around his right hand. "Infernal flame, come to me," he commanded, extending his hand toward the infernal flame within the cave. The moment his fingers brushed against the flames, a chilling energy surged upward, as if a violent force were assaulting his mind. Excruciating pain engulfed Lin Yu entirely. "Hold on, Lin Yu, you can do this," he urged himself, though the power of this spiritual fire far surpassed his expectations. The sensation was akin to being scorched by countless flames, searing through him. "Melt for me." Lin Yu's forehead beaded with sweat as he struggled against the agony, the fusion fire technique racing within him. This was unbearable. The flame seemed to be refining Lin Yu's very essence, thrusting him into a realm of torment. Time slipped away, and eventually, the fusion fire technique reached its limit. Lin Yu's inner flame began to absorb the power of the infernal flame. The infernal flame was drawn into his core. Lin Yu felt his inner fire growing stronger. Gradually, he regained composure, adapting to the pain, while the yin-yang technique within him also began to operate slowly. Could it be that the fusion fire technique, when combined with spiritual fire, could enhance his cultivation? Lin Yu was taken aback by this realization, something he had not anticipated. That if that were the case, then let the fusion continue. As Lin Yu gradually refined and integrated the infernal flame, his cultivation level began to rise steadily, and the fire within him swelled with vitality. Time continued to flow gently. The Huangquan demon sect, near a waterfall, a resolute young man struggled to climb against the torrent. His body battered and bloodied from numerous attempts, that he bore no protective measures, nor did he utilize any spiritual energy for defense. Despite his wounds, each setback only fueled his determination to rise again, time and again, against the relentless cascade. Not far away, a stunning maiden clad in a beautifully crafted gown observed the young man's relentless struggle with a complex expression. "Miss, should we help Brother Lin Dong? Look at his grievous injuries," pleaded a small fox nestled in her arms, its face etched with concern. Luo Yunxi remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the young man. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Lin Dong once again fell from the waterfall, blood seeping beneath him. "Little Li, never mention Lin Dong to me again. I have no connection with him," Luo Yunxi murmured, her eyes fluttering shut as memories of Lin Dong's venomous insults from a few days prior echoed in her mind, an offense she felt she could never forgive. "Is it because of Brother Lin Yu?" the small fox inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunxi bit her lip, involuntarily recalling how Lin Yu had gently held her in his embrace just days prior. Though he had been careful not to act inappropriately, she found herself appreciating his respectful demeanor. Confident in her own allure, Luo Yunxi knew many disciples turned crimson at the sight of her. Yet, there was Lin Yu, who had held her without a hint of impropriety, demonstrating that he was not the type to think with base desires that in the challenging environment of the Huangquan demon sect. Lin Yu had remained composed, earning her admiration as for Lin Dong. She had once admired his unwavering spirit in the face of adversity, his courage to rise against every challenge, and his genuine joy at her presence. Unmarred by ulterior motives, however, that admiration had swiftly dissipated the moment he had turned against her for merely growing closer to Lin Yu. How could this be the same Lin Dong she had once respected? It must be a case of misjudging people on my part. There was never any entanglement between myself and Lin Yu, while Lin Dong's lack of trust in me stemmed merely from some rumors. Those fleeting, unformed thoughts I once harbored crumbled beneath Lin Dong's venomous words. Little Li, let us depart. This shall be my last visit to Lin Dong. Luo Yunxi snapped back to reality, her expression turning icy. At that moment, Lin Dong appeared utterly fatigued, panting slightly beside the waterfall. Senior brother Lin, this is for you from senior sister Luo. As Lin Dong rested, a respectful voice suddenly broke the silence that a servant disciple stood beside him, holding a vial of medicinal pills. Lin Dong wiped the moisture from his face with a towel and accepted the pills from the disciple's hand. After handing over the pills, the disciple departed without delay. Gazing at the medicinal pills, Lin Dong detected a faint, pleasant aroma. That I do not require your pity, he declared, shaking his head vehemently. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he tossed the pills into the waterfall. Now I should be able to cultivate that secret technique, Lin Dong mused, his heart igniting with fervor. Lin Yu, I shall trample you underfoot. And you too, Luo Yunxi, Lin Shan. Wait for me. He then strode toward a nearby secluded, ominous cave. Inside the cave, numerous servant disciples were shackled, their bodies marred by countless wounds, evidently the result of brutal beatings. Observing these chained disciples, Lin Dong licked his lips, as if gazing upon delectable treats. Blame Lin Yu for this. He has forced my hand. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Dong's eyes, which soon glowed a blood-red hue. Under the influence of this crimson glow, Lin Dong transformed into a bloodthirsty demon. With a chilling splash of blood, anguished cries and pleas for mercy erupted within the cave, transforming it into a veritable hell on earth. Black Wind Mountain. Within an unnamed cave, a torrent of spiritual energy and a savage aura surged violently. The true fire of demonic flames had been completely absorbed by Lin Yu, who found himself enveloped in black flames. Surrounding him were numerous high-grade spirit stones, their spiritual energy being incessantly devoured by Lin Yu. Next, let me attempt to break through to the core formation stage. Lin Yu inhaled deeply. The process of refining the true fire of demonic flames had consumed an entire day and night. Upon completing the refinement, Lin Yu's level in the fusion fire technique soared from low yellow grade to early earth grade. The refined true fire of demonic flames merged seamlessly with the fire source within Lin Yu, granting him the ability to manipulate it at will. Furthermore, he comprehended the properties of the demonic flames. They could amplify negative emotions and, under certain conditions, incite inner demons. The power of the true fire was formidable, capable of incinerating chi condensation realm cultivators to ashes and even inflicting significant harm upon those at the core formation stage. After refining the true fire, Lin Yu's cultivation level broke through to the 9th layer of chi condensation. His spiritual energy abundant and foundation solid. Just a step away from the core formation stage, he retrieved a gathering yuan pill from his spatial ring, a gift from Elder Lu Shuang, which contained exceptionally pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, perfect for aiding his breakthrough. Adjusting himself to peak condition, Lin Yu swallowed a gathering yuan pill. The moment the pill entered his body, a frenzy of spiritual energy surged within him. The Qinquan transformation technique operated at breakneck speed, unleashing terrifying energies from within Lin Yu's body. The cyclone within him began to solidify under the nourishment of this energy. As time passed, Lin Yu continuously consumed more gathering yuan pills, his aura growing increasingly formidable. After several hours, the cyclone within him finally solidified completely, giving rise to a golden elixir that spun in his dantian, radiating a golden glow. The aura of the first layer of core formation erupted from Lin Yu, enveloping the entire cave in a terrifying atmosphere. At last, I have succeeded. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, the golden elixir within him surging forth with abundant spiritual energy. Core formation. Lin Yu clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a forceful strike, he directed a wave of spiritual energy forward, creating a massive crater in the cave's stone wall. The core formation stage, also known as the golden elixir stage, allows cultivators to separate their spiritual energy from their bodies. Not only does this drastically increase the quantity of energy, but its potency also far exceeds that of qi condensation cultivators. Even without physical contact, they can unleash tremendous strength, especially when trained in powerful martial arts, enabling them to kill from a distance. Core formation cultivators can easily overpower those at the qi condensation stage based solely on the strength of their spiritual energy. This fusion fire technique is truly remarkable. That old man did not deceive me. That IT is indeed a treasure. Though the process of refining spiritual fire was excruciating, the benefits far outweigh the costs. Not only did I gain spiritual fire, but I also elevated my cultivation. 2 victories in one at once. He gathered his thoughts. Lin Yu exited the cave. Next, it was time to visit the Mingyun Inn and discover what the legendary 1,000-year drunkenness was all about. Lin Yu was eager to see what this 1,000-year drunkenness entailed. Now that he was not lacking in mid-grade spirit stones, having collected a few fortunate finds upon leaving the Huangquan demon sect, Lin Yu, having broken through to the core formation stage, moved with increasing swiftness, racing toward the direction of the Mingyun Inn. Chapter 45, 1,000-year drunkenness at Black Wind Mountain. The Mingyun Inn is renowned among the myriad of inns in the area. Numerous cultivators training in Black Wind Mountain frequent the inn for lodging and gourmet food. The inn's wine is a masterpiece, particularly their 1,000-year drunkenness, which boasts a formidable reputation, drawing enthusiasts from miles around. At this moment, the Mingyun Inn was bustling with patrons, primarily cultivators dining or seeking accommodations, along with others drawn by the allure of fine wine. The innkeeper, a portly middle-aged man with 2 small mustaches at the corners of his mouth, called out, "1 barrel of 1,000-year drunkenness, please." "I'll take 2 barrels. Serve me first." "I arrived first. You, a mere body refinement stage cultivator, dare to claim such an order? Boldly, what identity do you possess and what identity do I hold?" "My father is none other than the prime minister of the Tianyin dynasty." Observing the fervent crowd before him, the innkeeper's eyes blazed with enthusiasm, contemplating how much profit he could amass today. Outside the inn, cultivators queued patiently, awaiting their turn to purchase the famed Millennium Drunk. Within the establishment, patrons indulged in delectable cuisine and fine wines, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding clamor, as if they had long grown accustomed to such a scene. Not far down the road, a handsome young man approached the Mingyun Inn. This individual was none other than Lin Yu, whose speed had significantly increased following his breakthrough into the core formation stage. In a mere few moments, he arrived at the Mingyun Inn, and the bustling atmosphere enveloped him, reminiscent of a vibrant world from a past life, void of conflict and bloodshed, adorned with flourishing blossoms. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu gazed at the Mingyun Inn as the life script system within him activated instantaneously. The life scripts of those surrounding him flickered into his mind. Body refinement level 8. Qi condensation level 1, Qi condensation level 9, core formation level 1. Among these cultivators, a diverse mix existed, from those at the core formation stage to those at the body refinement stage, the majority being loose cultivators lacking affiliation with any significant sect. Lin Yu proceeded to examine their recent turning points. As the data manifested in his mind, his brows furrowed slightly. He found nothing particularly special among numerous individuals. Merely minor fortunes, ordinary spiritual pills, common spiritual herbs, and a few spirit stones. The most significant opportunity appeared to belong to a Qi condensation level 9 cultivator who had stumbled upon some high-grade spirit stones at Haifeng Mountain. It seemed there were no children of destiny in this place. Shaking his head, Lin Yu turned his attention to the portly middle-aged man at the inn's entrance. Name: Qian Ming. Realm: core formation level 1. Fate: average talent red, great wealth green, unethical merchant blue, miserable old age gray. Life script: a passerby in Tianxian continent, the owner of Mingyun Inn in Wanma Mountain, fortuitously acquired the Millennium Drunk, profiting handsomely from it. Upon discovering that the mysterious flower could be used to counterfeit the Millennium Drunk, he began mass-producing fake wine, ultimately leading to a miserable old age when a demonic cultivator exposed him. Favorability: 0. Recent turning points. None. So, the owner of Mingyun Inn, Lin Yu thought to himself, his eyes lighting up. He was merely a purveyor of counterfeit wine, and oh wonder others had been unable to complete their tasks. They had purchased fake wine. However, since I have arrived, do not think to deceive me any longer. Lin Yu strode directly toward the entrance of the inn. Young brother, if you wish to purchase the Millennium Drunk, please queue up, a cultivator nearby remarked, noticing Lin Yu's direct approach toward Qianming. Lin Yu paid them no heed and continued towards Qianming. This young brother, if you are here to purchase the Millennium Drunk, please wait in line, the middle-aged man said as Lin Yu stood before him. I am here to conduct business. I have a significant deal to discuss. Lin Yu replied directly, releasing his aura, unmistakably revealing his core formation level 1 status. Which sect S disciple is this? Such a young age, yet has reached the core formation stage. Indeed, his demeanor is so unique, and his cultivation so advanced. He must be a disciple of a major sect that I never expected a disciple of a major sect would also enjoy the Millennium Drunk. As Lin Yu's realm became apparent, murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. These loose cultivators, or those from the imperial dynasty, inherently held a fear of individuals from major sections. After all, disciples from prestigious sects wielded superior cultivation techniques and profound martial arts, far beyond what these loose cultivators could compare. Moreover, given Lin Yu's youth, he could very well be a descendant of some significant figure. The cultivator who had previously scolded Lin Yu now regretted his actions. Fearing retribution, Lin Yu, however, chose to disregard him entirely. Since the young master has a significant business matter to discuss, let us move to a private room. Qianming inhaled deeply and summoned his assistant to serve wine, leading Lin Yu to a private room on the second floor of the inn. May I inquire what grand business the young master wishes to discuss? Qianming asked as they entered the elegantly prepared room, where tea was already set. Slowly pouring a cup for Lin Yu, he inquired further, I desire the genuine Millennium Drunk. Lin Yu stated calmly, his gaze unwavering, fixed intently on Qianming's eyes. Qianming's expression tightened. Was it possible this young man had seen through his deceit? I am afraid I do not comprehend what the young master means, Qianming replied, quickly regaining his composure. Lin Yu regarded him meaningfully and reiterated, I trust that you, Boss Qian, understand precisely what I am referring to. I seek the authentic Millennium Drunk. Lin Yu's words bore an immense pressure. Qianming's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. You jest, young master. All I sell here is the genuine Millennium Drunk, that I do not grasp your meaning, Qianming insisted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lin Yu shook his head, smiling. I presume Boss Qian has profited handsomely from the counterfeit wine made with mysterious flowers. Upon hearing Lin Yu's declaration, Qianming's face blanched in an instant. How could this be? How could anyone discover my secret? I have revealed nothing. Forgive this old man for not recognizing the mountain's majesty. I have indeed encountered a true expert, Qianming replied bitterly. Lin Yu smirked. I am no expert. Your script has betrayed you. Hand over all the genuine Millennium Drunk you possess. Continue your counterfeit wine business. As I hold no interest in other matters, you are extorting me. How are you any different from those of the demonic sect? Qianming seemed taken aback by Lin Yu's words, gritting his teeth as he retorted. How do you know I am of the demonic sect? Lin Yu tilted his head, gazing at Qianming with a faint smile. Facing the smiling Lin Yu, Qianming felt a chill creep into his heart. Traveling too many dark paths inevitably leads one to encounter demons. As Lin Yu made his way towards the location of the teleportation array, he collected some minor fortunes he had observed earlier. Though scant, even the smallest gains are worthwhile. Lin Yu's spatial ring now contained 50 vials of the Millennium Drunk. The remainder of Qianming's stock it turned out Qianming could not brew the Millennium Drunk. It was merely a fortunate acquisition. Initially, he had over 1,000 vials, selling them profitably, but as sales dwindled and he contemplated ceasing operations, he discovered that the mysterious flower could create counterfeit wine and subsequently began to sell fakes, achieving a certain notoriety. This was likely the last 50 vials of the genuine Millennium Drunk remaining in existence as for Qianming, he would inevitably face consequences. Lin Yu had no concern for his fate. Since he had willingly surrendered the Millennium Drunk, Lin Yu showed no hesitation in sparing his life. Having spent no spirit stones, Lin Yu had secured 50 vials of the Millennium Drunk, a considerable profit indeed. After 2 hours, Lin Yu thoroughly scavenged the surrounding opportunities and, with the Millennium Drunk in tow, returned to the Mochuan sect via the teleportation array. AT Mochuan sect, atop Qinluo Peak. Lin Yu ascended slowly while carrying a vial of the Millennium Drunk. Many inner disciples cast strange glances in his direction. Recognizing the wine he bore at IT was precisely what Elder Hu Tong had requested in a task. Numerous disciples had undertaken this task, but all suffered significant losses and were scolded harshly by Elder Hu. It was considered the most troublesome task of the Mochuan sect, requiring both spirit stones and incurring wrath. Who was the unfortunate soul delivering Elder Hu's task today? Murmurs circulated among the disciples, many expressing their disbelief that anyone would willingly seek scolding. This disciple was rather handsome. What a pity he lacked sense. Yet these discussions added a hint of amusement to their otherwise monotonous lives. Indeed, a day without hearing Elder Hu's roars is simply unbearable. Lin Yu paid no attention to these individuals, dismissing them as mere waste lacking fortune. Eventually, he reached the peak of Qinluo Mountain, where Elder Hu Tong resided in a beautiful cave abode surrounded by the melodies of birds and fragrant blooms, rich in spiritual energy. Lin Yu of Shiyang Peak seeks an audience with Elder Hu Tong. He announced to the gatekeeper disciple. The gatekeeper disciple regarded Lin Yu with a peculiar expression, fully aware of Elder Hu's temperament. They had lost faith in the task. Junior brother Lin Yu, perhaps it would be wise to withdraw this task. Elder Hu is in a foul mood today, that if he tastes your wine, you may not receive a favorable outcome, the gatekeeper disciple advised. Lin Yu chuckled. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. Please inform Elder Hu Tong of my arrival. The gatekeeper disciple, perceiving Lin Yu's unwavering determination, let out a sigh and proceeded towards the cave dwelling that in the distance. A considerable number of disciples had already gathered, eager to witness Lin Yu's reprimanding and to catch a glimpse of Elder Hu Tong's furious outbursts. Lin Yu awaited patiently at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the gatekeeper disciple emerged to invite Lin Yu into the cave. As he stepped into the cave, Lin Yu felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth intensify around him. The cave was adorned with numerous rare treasures and an array of spiritual herbs, all emanating a rich aura of spiritual essence. The concentration of spiritual energy here was certainly at least tenfold that of Shiyang Peak. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power voraciously. After ushering Lin Yu into the cave, the gatekeeper disciple departed. At the heart of the cave stood a massive alchemical furnace, releasing a tantalizing fragrance that seemed to invigorate Lin Yu's spirit. A middle-aged man clad in a white Taoist robe stood beside the furnace, perusing a tome with furrowed brows and intermittent expressions of delight, embodying a temperament of capriciousness to name. Hu Tong Realm. 9th layer of transformation physique. Fire spirit body fate. Exceptional talent green. Notable achievements blue, alchemy master blue life script. A supporting character in the Tianxian continent with a convoluted past, he came to the Mochuan sect for specific reasons, serving as an elder of Qinluo Peak and an esteemed alchemist. Possessing profound expertise in alchemy and an obsession with fine spirits, affection. 0 recent turnaround. In 6 days, successfully concocted the breaking life pill, breaking through to the realm of life and death. This elder Hu Tong is an alchemy master. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. In the ancient continent, alchemists held a position of great esteem that top-tier alchemy masters were revered even by many sacred grounds, for practitioners' cultivation heavily depended on heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Alchemical pills provided direct assistance to practitioners, making top alchemy masters invaluable assets to any force. The assistance of a top-tier alchemist could surpass that of even the most elite practitioners. Moreover, Elder Hu was a formidable presence at the 9th layer of Divine Sea, mere steps away from the realm of life and death. Being both an alchemy master and a top practitioner on the verge of a breakthrough was an extraordinary combination that if Lin Yu could procure some elixirs from here, his own cultivation would surely soar. Noticing that Elder Hu was engrossed in his studies, Lin Yu refrained from pressing him, patiently awaiting his attention. Meanwhile, the yin-yang technique within him slowly began to circulate, and the surrounding spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. Taking advantage of the spiritual essence in this manner was certainly a boon. Lin Yu mused. After a considerable time, Elder Hu finally concluded his reading. Bring me the Millennium Drunkenness you purchased. He yawned, displaying a distinct lack of enthusiasm. The numerous disciples bringing fake spirits had evidently wearied him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu approached Elder Hu, presenting the Millennium Drunkenness. Upon receiving it, Elder Hu inhaled its aroma, muttering, "It wouldn't be yet another inferior product, would it?" Lin Yu smirked slightly. "You'll know once you taste it." Elder Hu promptly uncorked the jar, and an intense fragrance permeated the cave. Chapter 47. The opportunity of the alchemical formula. As the aroma wafted through the air, Elder Hu's spirit jolted. This is the scent. Absolutely exquisite. His complexion flushed, clearly enchanted by the fragrance. Lin Yu, too, found himself slightly dazed by the enticing aroma. Was the Millennium Drunkenness truly this fragrant? No wonder it commanded such a high price. Elder Hu then cautiously took a sip. "Delicious," he exclaimed, unable to suppress a long howl of delight, his voice resonating throughout Qianluo Peak. Lin Yu felt a ringing in his ears that on Qianluo Peak, the other disciples who had gathered to observe were left dumbfounded. Even the guards at the cave entrance were momentarily taken aback. What was Elder Hu saying? Delicious. Could it be that this disciple had succeeded in that seemingly impossible task? This was inconceivable. How many core disciples and even true disciples had failed? How could an inner disciple accomplish it? Hu Tong isn't scolding anyone anymore. This is unbelievable. I've stripped down, and you're telling me this? How dull, how dull. Hu Tong not scolding is truly mundane. Elder Hu, if you've been kidnapped by that disciple, just give a signal, and I'll come to rescue you. Is it because that disciple is handsome? Why could he succeed when I could not? Many discussions erupted among the disciples, particularly those who had previously failed their tasks and were now observing. Filled with indignation, why could Lin Yu succeed when they could not? Was Hu Tong truly biased in his evaluations? Despite the murmur surrounding him, Lin Yu remained oblivious, simply waiting within the cave. After a while, Elder Hu appeared somewhat inebriated. Lin Yu was startled. The Millennium Drunkenness was indeed formidable, capable of affecting even a 9th-layer transformation elder. Elder Hu, may I inquire if my task is considered complete? Lin Yu ventured to ask. While he yearned to bask in the spiritual energy here, he worried about what might transpire if Elder Hu became too intoxicated. Elder Hu patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Young man, well done. You've truly got talent." Lin Yu's lips twitched. Was this a compliment? It felt somewhat off. Just as he was about to say more, an uncontrollable surge of demonic flame erupted from within him. "You've encountered a fortuitous opportunity." Elder Hu rubbed his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Lin Yu. "That is spirit fire." The moment the spirit fire left Lin Yu's body, he felt a chill run through him. No, this elder wouldn't attempt to seize his spirit fire, would he? The spirit fire was immensely valuable, especially for alchemists, serving as a rare treasure with significant benefits for alchemy. Sensing Lin Yu's tension, Elder Hu snorted dismissively. "No need to worry. It's merely a flicker of spirit fire." Upon saying this, a powerful purple flame materialized in Elder Hu's hand. Purple flame, true fire. This elder possesses spirit fire as well, with Hu Tong having his own spirit fire. Lin Yu felt reassured that a person could only possess one type of spirit fire. Switching to another required the perilous process of separating from the original, which could easily result in disaster. Thus, unless under special circumstances, individuals typically refrained from changing their spirit fire. However, since Lin Yu practiced the fusion fire technique, he had no such concerns and theoretically could merge multiple types of spirit fire simultaneously. Now that he knew Elder Hu meant him no harm, Lin Yu exhaled in relief. After all, a 9th-layer transformation powerhouse could easily crush him like an ant. Elder Hu held Lin Yu's demonic flame with admiration. "Impressive. Your demonic flame's potency rivals that of my purple flame, true fire." After some playful examination, he returned the spirit fire to Lin Yu. "Elder Hu, how did you discern my spirit fire? I thought that spirit fire could only be detected when in use." Lin Yu inquired. Having researched spirit fire extensively after mastering the fusion fire technique, Elder Hu chuckled. "As an alchemist with my own spirit fire, my sensitivity to flames is quite acute. Nothing escapes my notice. But fear not. Unless you encounter another alchemist like myself who possesses spirit fire, no one will discover yours while concealed." With Elder Hu's reassurance, Lin Yu felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. That it was rare to encounter an alchemist with spirit fire. Take this alchemical text and study it thoroughly. It would be a shame not to practice alchemy with your spirit fire. Elder Hu withdrew an ancient tome from the adjacent bookshelf and directly handed it to Lin Yu. The title read Tai Ching Danjing, the supreme alchemical arts of Tai Ching's sacred land, which contained a plethora of alchemical techniques, embodying the quintessence of Tai Ching's alchemical mastery. Lin Yu gazed at the venerable tome in his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment. Elder Hu, is this truly the alchemical art of Tai Ching's sacred land? Lin Yu asked, his expression rife with hesitation. Tai Ching's sacred land was a colossal entity in the central continent, renowned throughout the vast ancient wilderness. The fact that Elder Hu was offering such supreme alchemical techniques hinted at a deeply intricate past. Elder Hu, however, dismissed Lin Yu's concerns with a furrowed brow. Just take it is merely a book on alchemy. Are you truly afraid that someone from Tai Ching's sacred land might come after a little brat like you? He retorted, the art of alchemy is not to be disseminated lightly, especially not the supreme techniques of Tai Ching. Should they discover that you possess their secrets, I fear dire consequences may ensue. Lin Yu, emboldened, thought to himself, what do I have to fear? If Tai Ching dares to complain, I shall simply topple their sacred ground. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu promptly tucked the alchemical tome away. Observing Lin Yu's actions, Elder Hu was visibly pleased and encouraged him to seek guidance whenever he encountered difficulties. After their exchange, Elder Hu bid Lin Yu farewell. Chapter 48. Controlling the Gu atop Qianluo Peak, voices erupted in excitement that he has emerged. Who could it be to silence Elder Hu's fury? The absence of Elder Hu's scorn was a rarity, and Lin Yu, upon stepping out of his dwelling, was met with a chorus of curious inquiries from several disciples. Junior brother, what did you do to earn Elder Hu's satisfaction? One disciple inquired. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, adopting a contemplative expression as the surrounding disciples gazed at him with palpable curiosity, eager to discern the secret behind his success. Perhaps it is due to my striking good looks, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Before departing, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment, that being handsome truly a passport to privilege, some began to ponder whether they should seek out a more attractive disciple to undertake tasks. Sharing in the rewards. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu had already secured all the remaining Millennium intoxication, rendering their efforts futile. In the task hall, a steady stream of individuals came and went, accompanied by the sounds of lively chatter. Lin Yu entered with the intention of submitting his task. Junior brother Jiang, did Elder Hu scold you? No worries, it was merely a minor setback, that I shall find you a better task. Zhao Tian consoled him. Lin Yu smiled, no need for that. I am here to submit my task, which I have completed. Zhao Tian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Surely, you jest. Many inner disciples, core disciples, even those of true transmission, have failed this task. How could you, a mere newly initiated disciple, succeed? Seeing Zhao Tian's disbelief, Lin Yu revealed the task token, marked with Elder Hu's seal, a testament to his accomplishment. Zhao Tian regarded Lin Yu with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Realizing that this junior brother possessed remarkable capabilities, having succeeded where true disciples had faltered, that it seemed prudent to befriend Lin Yu. Zhao Tian promptly awarded Lin Yu his task rewards. Junior brother Jiang. Do wait, he called as Lin Yu turned to leave. After you accepted the task, senior brother Su Ming inquired about it. He seems quite interested in you, Zhao Tian added. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Has the undying demon lord taken notice of me? No matter. He has only reached the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage. I shall soon catch up. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Yu exited the task hall. Having completed his task and gathered further opportunities before returning to his Suyang Peak for cultivation, that he recalled that the Sanus would soon arrive to guide him in treasure hunting. A prospect he eagerly anticipated, especially after hearing from Elder Lu Shuang about the opportunity to obtain a spiritual treasure. Outside the Magic Spring sect, in a dense forest, a tall youth with a pale complexion and a cold demeanor walked with a slight tremor, faint crimson marks adorning his neck. Trailing behind him were 5 disciples clad in inner sect garb, all at the 8th layer of Qi condensation. Lin Shidi, do you truly require so many to deal with a mere outer sect disciple? One of the youths remarked. Lin Shan scoffed. You fools understand nothing. That Wang Xian fellow placed 2nd in the outer sect assessment, and with time, who knows how much stronger he has become. Lin Shan's expression was shrouded in icy contempt as he reflected on his recent experiences. Filled with despair, the true transmission disciple was inhuman, and he blamed Wang Xian and Lin Yu for their sudden rise in strength, that if I had claimed first place and garnered the Sanus' favor, I would not be enduring this humiliation. Lin Yu is under the Sanus' protection and is currently beyond my reach, but Wang Xian should prepare for my vengeance that I shall make him feel every ounce of pain I have suffered. As Lin Shan spoke, the inner disciples behind him wore expressions of displeasure. Lin Shidi, show some respect that we are merely here on Senior Brother Li's orders to assist you to do not presume that your connection to him grants you the right to insult us. One disciple retorted coldly. The others glared with menace. Lin Shan was merely riding on Senior Brother Li's coattails, yet he dared to demean them. If not for their respect for Senior Brother Li, he would have faced dire consequences for his insolence. It hurts. Please, Lin Shidi, spare us. I was wrong. I shall never doubt you again. One disciple cried out, writhing in agony as if a swarm of insects were gnawing within him, suffering the torment of 1,000 stings. Lin Shan regarded the writhing disciples with a frigid gaze, his face devoid of sympathy, a bunch of worthless fools, demanding respect. Senior Brother Li even shared the methods to control the magic heart goo with me. The disciples on the ground lamented their folly, regretting their provocation of Lin Shan. This is merely a small lesson. Should you utter anything I find displeasing again, you shall know the consequences. Lin Shan warned coldly. Ceasing the torment of the magic heart goo, the disciples' expressions shifted from disdain to profound fear, for to possess control over the magic heart goo was to wield power over their very lives. With that, the group continued towards the outer sect, where Wang Xian resided. Before long, they arrived at the designated area, having gathered information on Wang Xian's whereabouts. In a valley shrouded in ominous energy, thick miasma engulfed the surroundings. Lin Shan furrowed his brow, questioning Wang Xian's sanity for venturing into such a strange place. Lin Shidi, it seems Wang Xian is just ahead, one inner disciple exclaimed, eyes alight with a strange gleam. Chapter 49. The alchemical process begins at the mention of Wang Xian. The group turned their attention forward. Before them lay a valley, suffused with a palpable aura of blood and malevolence, the stench of carnage permeating the air. Amidst this sanguine haze stood a resolute youth, the blood-red aura swirling around him, while tattered garments littered the ground, evidence of the fallen outer sect and miscellaneous disciples. Wang Xian's lips pressed into a thin line as he took in the scene before him, his expression darkening. Lin Dong is transformed in just a few days. That if this continues, who knows how powerful he might become. We cannot allow him to grow unchallenged. That a chilling resolve gripped Wang Xian's heart. Eliminate that little wretch. Wang Xian coldly remarked that he no longer wished to torment Lin Dong. Instead, he longed to eliminate him outright, believing that only death could grant him peace. The surrounding inner disciples displayed no change in their expressions upon hearing his words. After all, he was merely an outer disciple. His death would be inconsequential. Subsequently, several inner disciples surged towards Lin Dong, their bodies radiating with diverse hues of spiritual energy. Seeking death, are we? I did not come to seek you out. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to me. Lin Dong's voice was raspy, echoing through the valley, imbued with a palpable, overwhelming aura. Wang Xian felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. How could Lin Dong possess such strength? The very sound of his voice exuded such formidable force that he had to run. Escaping was imperative. Preserving his life was paramount. That as soon as Lin Dong's words faded, a crimson glow erupted around him, coalescing into a blood-red blade beside him. In that instant, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. The inner disciples charging at Lin Dong turned ashen, as if held fast by an unseen force. Gripped by an overwhelming fear. How could a mere outer disciple evoke such terror? Swish, swish, swish. In rapid succession, the blood-red blade shot towards the inner disciples, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air and their horrified screams. In an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments of flesh, the stench of blood filling the valley. Farther away, Wang Xian was engulfed by a profound dread. Why? Why had this little wretch become so terrifying? Lin Dong, observing Wang Xian's frantic flight, showed no inclination to pursue him, instead wearing a cruel smile. Run, Wang Xian. Your fear has only just begun. And as for Lin Yu, you shall pay dearly. Lin Dong licked his lips and continued speaking. After his words, the blood-red blade transformed back into a crimson light, re-entering Lin Dong's body. The scattered blood around him seemed to be drawn towards him, surging wildly. With each wave of blood, Lin Dong's aura intensified, rendering the valley increasingly macabre. That on Shiyang Peak, within a serene chamber, an extraordinarily handsome youth sat cross-legged on his bed, each hand clutching a high-grade spirit stone while continuously swallowing spiritual liquid. The pure essence of heaven and earth spiraled within him, invigorating the golden core in his body, making it exceptionally lively. Lin Yu had spent the past few days either gathering opportunities or peacefully cultivating. The martial skills in his possession advanced remarkably with the assistance of the Enlightenment Stone. The Serpent Step had reached a perfected realm under Lin Yu's training, while the Thunder Fist was also mastered to a significant extent. Furthermore, the auxiliary technique, the Eye of Spirit Clarity, had attained a similar level of proficiency. The Heavenly Spirit Gathering technique consistently fortified Lin Yu's mental acuity, while the Stellar Body Refining technique enhanced his physical strength further. Although Lin Yu's current realm was merely the first layer of the Golden Core stage. With the aid of spiritual fire and various powerful techniques, he could contend with even ordinary mid-stage Golden Core cultivators that if he were to employ the Great Wilderness Finger, he himself would be unsure of his true strength. After some time, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, having completely absorbed the spiritual energy from the high-grade spirit stones, leaving only a fine powder scattered on the ground. Next, he decided to test the alchemical techniques outlined in the Tai Ching Pill scripture. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the alchemical furnace and materials he had prepared in advance from his spatial ring. The furnace and materials had cost Lin Yu nearly 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. But for him, mid-grade spirit stones had become mere numbers, as he could effortlessly gather a substantial amount from the task hall, although he had not deliberately sought to amass mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu's collection had unknowingly swelled to over 3,000, while high-grade spirit stones were far fewer, numbering only a couple of hundred, mostly obtained from the lairs of powerful beings in the Divine Sea realm. Nevertheless, this constituted an astonishing fortune, considering that high-grade spirit stones were worth 10 times that of mid-grade ones, and in special circumstances, a single high-grade spirit stone could exchange for 20 mid-grade ones. High-grade spirit stones not only contained more abundant spiritual energy, but also offered a purer essence, more conducive for cultivators to absorb. Lin Yu set up the alchemical furnace and placed the materials aside. Then, a dark flame leaped from his hand, filling the room with an intense heat. Following the method for crafting the Ling Yuan pill from the Tai Ching Pill scripture, Lin Yu meticulously began his first attempt at alchemy. The Ling Yuan pill is suitable for Golden Core cultivators. Its effects are gentle and do not harm the foundation, though excessive consumption may lead to resistance, resulting in diminished efficacy over time. Lin Yu grasped the Enlightenment Stone in his left hand, skillfully manipulating his spiritual fire to carefully melt the medicinal materials. Should others learn that Lin Yu's first foray into alchemy was with the Ling Yuan pill, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Most aspiring alchemists begin with the most basic, refining body pill. Yet Lin Yu had chosen to start with the Ling Yuan pill, an audacious move indeed. With Lin Yu's formidable mental strength and the assistance of the Enlightenment Stone, he surprisingly managed to execute each step with precision. As time flowed slowly, Lin Yu's eyes brightened as a faint fragrance began to emanate from the alchemical furnace. Could it be that success was imminent? I truly am a genius in alchemy. My first attempt is bound to succeed. Boom! Just as Lin Yu believed he was on the brink of success, the furnace erupted with a resounding explosion. Chapter 50. The Sanus awaits, gazing at the smoking wreckage of the furnace. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration that he had been so close to success. Why did it have to come to this? He began to ponder the reasons for his failure, with his immense mental prowess. The myriad details of the moments leading up to the explosion replayed in Lin Yu's mind. The flames. Lin Yu realized that his spiritual fire had been too fierce during the critical moment of pill formation. He reasoned that he had adhered strictly to the methods outlined in the Tai Ching Pill scripture and, with the Enlightenment Stone's assistance, should not have erred. Every detail was etched within his mind. Only the flames remained. His spiritual fire had been too intense, necessitating a reduction in temperature during pill formation. Let us give it another try, Lin Yu thought, taking a deep breath that he tidied the furnace and retrieved another set of materials for the Ling Yuan pill. As he resumed the process, Lin Yu approached the moment of pill formation once more. A delicate aroma wafted from the furnace, and Lin Yu's expression tightened. This was the crucial moment as the fragrance intensified. Lin Yu swiftly reduced the intensity of his spiritual fire. This time, as he adjusted the fire's heat, the furnace exhibited no signs of distress. The delightful scent grew even stronger, and Lin Yu remained vigilant, refusing to let his guard down. After some time, the pill within the furnace had formed. The room was instantly filled with a rich aroma. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had succeeded, retrieving his spiritual fire. He opened the furnace to reveal several pills radiating a gentle fragrance. Alchemy requires but skillful hands, Lin Yu thought. Brimming with joy as he beheld the pills, he promptly consumed one and confirmed that its effects were indeed akin to those of the Ling Yuan pills he had acquired elsewhere. With the replenishment of the Ling Yuan pill, Lin Yu's spiritual energy gradually restored. However, the mental and spiritual toll of the refining process had been considerable. After just 2 attempts, he felt nearly depleted in the ensuing time. Lin Yu continued to cultivate his techniques, restoring his mental and spiritual energy before embarking on another round of alchemical endeavors. Time passed slowly on Sanus Peak. The air was filled with the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms. The peak was exclusively inhabited by female disciples, all of whom possessed considerable cultivation, the weakest among them being at the 9th layer of qi condensation, with many having reached the golden core stage. The sounds of laughter and chatter resonated throughout Santis Peak. Exuding a youthful and vibrant atmosphere, in the center of the peak stood a palace rich in spiritual energy, a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Clad in a flowing purple gown, sat cross-legged in meditation atop the palace. The woman's skin was delicate, radiating an enchanting glow, and her graceful figure was utterly captivating. Saintis, a scout from the Void God Valley, reports that the restrictions within the valley are gradually weakening. Spoke a young woman nearby, who appeared to be in her 20s. Upon hearing this, the stunning woman gradually opened her eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within them. Summoned the disciple from the previous outer sect assessment to Saintis Peak. She commanded with an air of authority. The young woman nodded respectfully before departing the palace. It has finally begun to weaken. The exquisite woman's lips curled into a subtle arc, seemingly imbued with a hint of delight. Within the majestic Su Yang Peak, the nascent sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, while the gentle morning light filtered into the room, illuminating the figure of a handsome young man. Surrounding him, the rich spiritual essence of heaven and earth was rapidly absorbed into his being. Junior Brother Jiang, Her Royal Highness the Saintess summons you. Please make haste to the Saintess Peak. The melodious voice that rang out from beyond the door interrupted Lin Yu's meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Yu pondered, is it finally time to obtain the spiritual treasure? He swiftly gathered his belongings and exited the room. Outside, a woman clad in a green gauze dress awaited him with an air of calm. Upon his emergence, Lin Yu immediately beheld her. Lin Xiaoyu, a striking figure at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, with an ordinary fate red, moderate achievements orange, and a blend of talent and beauty green. Her life script indicated she was a supporting character from the Tianxian continent, serving as the devoted maid to the Saintess Tang, CC. Greetings, senior sister. Lin Yu smiled warmly at Lin Xiaoyu. He was taken aback to discover that even an ordinary maid of Tang, CC, had reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. The Saintess indeed commanded considerable prestige. Lin Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement and led Lin Yu toward the Saintess Peak. Along the way, Lin Yu sought to glean information about the Saintess's summons through subtle inquiries, yet Lin Xiaoyu deftly sidestepped the topic. Unwilling to divulge any details, accepting her silence, Lin Yu decided not to press further. He would find out soon enough that as they approached the Saintess Peak, the chatter of disciples filled the air. Lin Yu caught snippets of conversation regarding a certain Lin Dong from the outer sect. What mischief is Lin Dong up to now? He wondered, thinking that he had usurped the Saintess from him, and he should be lying low in the outer sect. Have you heard? An audacious character has emerged from the outer sect, reportedly slaying 5 inner sect disciples single-handedly. Impossible. An outer sect disciple capable of dealing with inner sect members. That one must have cultivated some dark technique, their power surging dramatically, leading to a gruesome scene. What's so impressive about cultivating dark arts? It's merely a path of wickedness. Isn't that what you're practicing? Honestly, how foolish. This is the demon sect. If you don't cultivate dark arts, what else do you expect? Exactly, could you be a spy sent by those hypocritical sects? A cacophony of accusations erupted, with many disciples casting predatory glances at a brother suspected of espionage. Before long, the situation escalated into a brutal confrontation. Despite the accused's repeated apologies, Lin Yu observed the bloody disciple through the chaos and discerned that he was not a spy, but merely unfortunate in his choice of words. These traitorous scoundrels betray our demon sect. Voices echoed around him. Indeed, spies must be dealt with swiftly. Lin Yu, amidst the fray, reflected for a moment on the hapless disciple who had been reduced to a pitiful state. However, he was astonished that Wang Xian had single-handedly taken down 5 inner-sect disciples. Had his strength truly surged so rapidly, with such brutal cultivation methods, was it possible that he had transformed from weak to formidable? Lin Yu mused that Wang Xian had originally practiced the heavenly yin-yang art, but had seemingly turned to dark techniques after Lin Yu's intervention. Never mind. Upon my return with the spiritual treasure, I shall resolve the issue with Wang Xian that it is wise to eliminate those who have fully aligned themselves as adversaries as soon as possible. Before long, Lin Yu and Lin Xiaoyu arrived at the Sanus Peak. Inside the Grand Palace, numerous female disciples were present, some casting curious glances at Lin Yu, who stood out with his striking appearance and the innate charm of a gifted physique. Moreover, he was the first man summoned by the Saintess to enter the palace. Moments later, the enchanting Tang CC gracefully emerged from the opposite side of the hall. Lin Yu activated his life script system and noted a recent twist. Today, I shall acquire an Earth-ranked spiritual treasure in the Mystic God Valley. 6 days hence, I will face a life-and-death crisis within the Mystic God Valley and break through to the Spirit River realm. Clearly, today's task was intricately linked to the Mystic God Valley, and Lin Yu pondered its significance and why the Saintess had brought him along. As Tang CC approached, she dismissed the other female disciples, leaving only Lin Yu and herself in the opulent palace that a fragrance reminiscent of musk wafted from her, complementing her captivating visage, akin to a bewitching enchantress. May I inquire what task you wish to assign me? Senior Sister Tang? Lin Yu asked, gazing at the alluring Tang CC before him. Tang CC regarded Lin Yu, surprised by his composed demeanor amidst such beauty that he was indeed different from the ordinary disciples. His mental fortitude was commendable. Junior brother Lin, you shall soon discover, she replied with a smile, shrouded in mystery. Lin Yu internally scoffed. What is so enigmatic about the Mystic God Valley? Does she truly believe I am unaware? With a graceful wave of her hand, a splendid flying vessel materialized within the palace. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This was a flying vessel worthy of a saintess, a true symbol of affluence. He estimated its worth to rival that of a standard Earth-ranked spiritual treasure, and the intricate patterns and formations suggested it was a high-grade vessel. Without further ado, Tang CC beckoned Lin Yu to board the vessel, and together they soared towards the Mystic God Valley, beyond the confines of the Yellow Springs demon sect. The Mystic God Valley, nestled in the northern reaches of the eastern wilderness, was enveloped in dense forests and teeming with formidable beasts. At the entrance, a group of cultivators clad in azure uniforms stood vigilant. At the forefront was a striking youth in a white robe, whose sharp features exuded an air of handsomeness. Beside him stood an equally captivating girl in a flowing white dress. Together they formed a perfectly matched pair. Brother Chao Rong, has that demon sect enchantress yet to arrive? The girl inquired, twirling a strand of her hair. The young man's gaze remained fixed on the distant sky, as if awaiting an impending arrival. Junior Sister Li Qin refrained from calling her an enchantress. Should she overhear, it may invite unnecessary trouble, he admonished, his brow furrowing. Li Qin pouted. Enchantress, enchantress, she is indeed an enchantress. It's the truth. Chao Rong sighed inwardly, regretting bringing such a bothersome junior sister along. Her childishness was exasperating. If it weren't for her usefulness in the Mystic God Valley, he would have preferred her company elsewhere. Junior sister, if you continue this way, I shall not take you out again, he warned, suppressing his frustration. Upon hearing this, Li Qin's delicate features transformed into a frown. Brother, I was wrong. I shall never do so again. I promise to heed your words, she replied sweetly. After a brief moment, a flying vessel streaked across the sky, trailing a shimmering cloud in its wake. She has arrived. Chao Rong gazed at the approaching flying vessel in the distance, a flicker of delight shimmering in his eyes, in surprise. Li Qin also turned her gaze towards the vessel. Before long, a strikingly handsome young man and a breathtakingly beautiful woman descended from the craft. As Chao Rong beheld the young man, a sense of mild annoyance washed over him. Why had Tang Cici brought someone else along, and one so handsome at that, beside him? Li Qin cast a glance at the enchanting Tang Cici in the distance, inwardly cursing the siren. Yet the charming young man beside this siren was indeed exceptionally good-looking, surpassing even his senior brother. Tang Cici and Lin Yu slowly approached the young man. Lin Yu activated his life script system to examine the young man's narrative. As he did so, a stream of information flooded Lin Yu's mind. Name: Chao Rong Realm. 9th layer of the Golden Core Physique. With Spirit Body Destiny. Extraordinary Fortune Green. Sage's Talent Blue. Life Script. Supporting character in the Tianxian continent. True disciple of Qingyang sect. Exceptionally gifted. Unexpectedly meets the holy maiden of the Yellow Spring Demon sect and falls deeply in love at first sight. Favorability. -30 recent turning point. This afternoon. Obtained a mysterious grade spiritual treasure in the secret realm of the Void God Valley. 3 days later. Acquired a Millennium Spirit Milk in the extreme north of the secret realm. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes at the mention of Qingyang sect. That Millennium Spirit Milk could indeed be worth pursuing, as it contained exceptionally pure essence of heaven and earth, beneficial even to those of the Spirit River realm. Moreover, once one reached the Golden Core realm, the efficacy of spiritual liquids diminished significantly, failing to satisfy the need for rapid enhancement that if he could obtain the Millennium Spirit Milk, it would certainly provide a substantial boost to his strength. Lin Yu mused. Earlier on the flying vessel, Tang Cici had informed Lin Yu of their mission objective. Within the Void God Valley, there existed a secret realm likely rich in powerful inheritance. This goal had been discovered by Tang Cici during her previous endeavors. Along with the true disciple of Qingyang sect, Chao Rong, both held keys to the secret realm, which could only be used together for entry. Chapter 52, The Genius of Array Techniques. The Void God Valley was heavily fortified with powerful prohibitions, which had gradually weakened, allowing those below the Spirit River realm to enter. Another dimwit, Lin Yu thought, grumbling inwardly at the -30 favorability he received upon entry. Even though I belong to the demon sect, there was no need for such animosity. After Tang Cici stowed away the flying vessel, she engaged in conversation with Chao Rong, unabashedly revealing her identity as a disciple of the demon sect. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to scrutinize the life scripts of other disciples from Qingyang sect that he briefly examined them, noting that although they were all cultivators of the Golden Core realm, they were all marked by calamities of bloodshed. Upon entering the Void God Valley, they would be systematically slaughtered by the approaching disciples of the Machuan sect. Observing Tang Cici conversing amiably with Chao Rong not far away, Lin Yu felt a twinge of admiration. It was remarkable how she could appear so friendly while harboring intentions to eliminate them, that he realized he must tread carefully lest he be sold out while she counted her profits. Ah, is that a survivor? Lin Yu's gaze fell upon a beautiful girl standing beside Chao Rong, her brow furrowed in concern. Name: Li Qin Realm. 3rd layer of the Golden Core Physique. Spirit King Body Destiny. Extraordinary Fortune Blue. Exceptional Talent Blue. Genius in Array Techniques Blue. Sage King's Talent Purple. Life Script. Supporting character in the Tianxian continent. Granddaughter of the Grand Elder of Qingyang sect, greatly favored by him. A standard beauty with formidable talents in array techniques. Coveted by the Ta Qing Holy Land as a holy maiden. Favorability. 20 recent turning point. Acquired a terrestrial-grade spiritual treasure within the secret realm of the Void God Valley. To obtain a terrestrial-grade spiritual treasure within. Her fortune eclipses even that of Chao Rong, Lin Yu noted. Furthermore, her Sage King's talent, akin to that of Tang Cici, sparked a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Was Li Qin truly so extraordinarily gifted? The Spirit King body was indeed a powerful physique, renowned even in the ancient continent, though it paled in comparison to Su Ming's immortal divine body, that a beauty is merely a lovesick fool. Lin Yu thought, realizing why she exhibited a favorability of 20 upon meeting him, even knowing his affiliation with the demon sect. Not far away, Li Qin appeared to have noticed Lin Yu's stare, her cheeks flushing slightly. Why is this disciple of the demon sect staring at me? Li Qin's heart raced like a startled deer. Though he was strikingly handsome, she resisted the urge to succumb to his allure. Turning her gaze toward her senior brother, She was dismayed to find him engaged in light-hearted conversation with the siren Tang Cici. The warmth in his expression was enough to melt ice. A sight Li Qin had never witnessed directed at anyone else. Her eyes darkened with displeasure. Why was her senior brother conversing so amicably with this enchantress? Wasn't he it said that he only intended to use her? Curse siren, how dare you entice my senior brother? Such audacity is intolerable. Li Qin's thoughts spiraled into a tempest of frustration that if this siren dares to seduce my senior brother, then I shall ensnare your disciples of the demon sect, ensuring they do not stray from the path of righteousness. All right, we should prepare to enter. Just as Li Qin's mind was racing with thoughts, Tang Cici's voice rang out. Li Qin's expression soured. She had yet to make her move. Junior brother Lin Yu, the Void God Valley possesses formidable prohibitions that exert tremendous pressure on the mind. Exercise caution as you enter. Tang Cici warned Lin Yu, but he nodded in understanding. It was no wonder he had been brought along. It all made sense now. During the outer sect assessment, Tang Cici had employed the illusory spirit sound to gauge the mental fortitude of participants, likely to select those with strong spiritual power. Additionally, she had bestowed upon him divine martial arts to enhance his mental strength. Meanwhile, Chao Rong was similarly advising Li Qin. What is this? Chao Rong's favorability towards me has risen. Lin Yu suddenly noted that Chao Rong's favorability towards him had increased by 1, reaching a total of 10. What could have prompted this change? Did Tang Cici say something to him? Soon after, Tang Cici presented Lin Yu with a yellow-grade spiritual treasure, a beautifully crafted bracelet capable of mitigating some mental attacks. Once the group had prepared everything, they made their way toward the Void God Valley. Inside the Void God Valley, the landscape was littered with desolate woods, and the air was rife with the howls of various ferocious beasts. As they entered, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure assailing his mind from all directions. The bracelet in his hand radiated a peculiar light, forming a faint protective barrier around him. Simultaneously, Lin Yu's Tai Ling gathering spirit technique began to operate slowly, continuously safeguarding him. Ahead, Tang Cici was enveloped in a soft blue glow, evidently activating her protective talisman. Beside her, both Chao Rong and Li Qin employed their own means of protection. However, the group appeared pale, the mental shock exerting immense strain upon them, and no wonder they sought those with strong mental fortitude. This pressure could easily render a typical golden core cultivator senseless, Lin Yu pondered. We shall exit the range of this mental storm in a quarter of an hour, Tang Cici declared. The group nodded in agreement, gritting their teeth as they pressed onward. After some time, they traversed the area beset by the mental storm, and the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. A refreshing breeze washed over them, bringing a sense of relief. Upon leaving that region, Lin Yu and his companions trembled, their faces ashen. Li Qin, despite having her protective talisman, still bore the brunt of the impact. Tang Cici retrieved a medicinal pill from her spatial ring and offered it to Lin Yu for recovery. He accepted it without hesitation. He had his own. But why refuse free aid? Young Master Chao, the array ahead is in your capable hands. After handing the pill to Lin Yu, Tang Cici smiled at Chao Rong. Lin Yu gazed ahead, activating his spirit eye. In the dilapidated valley before them, a terrifying aura seemed to linger. They're an array guarding this place. Lin Yu's thoughts stirred. The array ahead was composed of the surrounding flora and the spiritual energy of the mountains, harboring an exceedingly potent aura. Without caution, one could easily be torn apart by its ferocity. Chao Rong nodded. Junior sister Li Qin, the array ahead is yours to decipher. Beside her, Li Qin, invigorated by the elixir, gradually regained her spirit and vitality. Upon hearing Chao Rong's words, a flicker of pride gleamed in Li Qin's eyes. In the end, it still relies on me. Chapter 53. The Enchantress After a Brief Respite. The group proceeded towards the valley ahead, with Li Qin taking the lead. The energy surrounding the valley wreaked havoc on the nearby area, resonating with a series of thunderous roars that Li Qin meticulously observed the surrounding energy. Her gaze intensely focused. Before long, her spiritual power split into 6 streams, relentlessly targeting the weak points in the surrounding energy. As Li Qin's spiritual force surged, the chaotic energy began to calm. Chao Rong, your junior sister possesses remarkable prowess in formations, Tang Cici remarked, watching as Li Qin gradually dismantled the array ahead. Chao Rong puffed with pride. Indeed, junior sister Li Qin is a prodigy of our Qingyang sect. Realizing she had divulged too much, he quickly corrected himself. She is an exceptionally gifted talent in array formations. Tang Cici cast a knowing glance at Chao Rong, a half-smile gracing her lips, choosing to remain silent. Upon hearing Tang Cici's praise from behind, Li Qin scoffed inwardly, thinking, this demoness shouldn't think that a few compliments will make me regard her as a good person, that as the surrounding energy gradually dissipated under Li Qin's influence. The group traversed the valley unscathed. Outside the Valley of Illusory Spirits, disciples of the Qingyang sect awaited. Perhaps due to the sparse presence of others, the disciples began to relax their vigilance, some engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced the tranquility. Countless arrows, radiating golden light, soared from the distance. Enemy attack! Everyone be cautious! Some disciples, having heard the ominous sound, began to prepare their defenses, but it was already too late. The arrows, crafted from exceptionally sharp spirit iron and laced with potent poison, descended upon the disciples like a relentless tide. Screams and cries of agony erupted, painting the entrance of the Valley of Illusory Spirits into a scene of carnage. Not far away, a woman, flanked by disciples of the Mochuan sect, slowly emerged. She was Lin Shu, Tang Cici's maid, who had come to deliver messages to Lin Yu earlier that morning. Senior Sister Lin, they have all been eliminated. Not a single one survived, a nearby disciple reported to Lin Shu. She nodded, her eyes glinting with disdain as she surveyed the bloody scene. These so-called righteous disciples are nothing but worthless. Clean up the area. We shall depart, Lin Shu commanded indifferently. Inside the Valley of Illusory Spirits, Lin Yu and the others finally approached the entrance of the secret realm after traversing the valley. Tang Cici and Chao Rong gazed at the entrance with excitement. Eager to enter the secret realm, Tang Cici and Chao Rong produced their keys to the secret realm, placing them at the entrance. Instantly, a swirling vortex appeared, emanating radiant light. Chao Rong regarded the vortex thoughtfully and remarked, Miss Tang, it's time for your esteemed junior brother to venture in and scout the way. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a weight in his heart. He should have anticipated this. The saintess of the demon sect clearly harbored ulterior motives. She had already provided him with refined martial arts and gathering essence pills, and now she was offering him a low-tier spiritual treasure. Tang Cici smiled reassuringly at Lin Yu. Junior brother Lin, there's no need to worry. This secret realm poses no real danger. You should enter first. Perhaps you might even encounter greater opportunities. As Lin Yu looked into Tang Cici's smiling face, his heart sank. Greater opportunities? It was merely a guise to assess the dangers he might face, that if there were truly no threats, she likely wouldn't have invited him at all. That Li Qin, observing the unfolding scene, felt a chill run down her spine. This woman was truly terrifying. Was this the nature of the demon sect, willing to exploit even their own for personal gain? Casting a glance at the dashing Lin Yu, she felt a twinge of sorrow. What a shame for such a handsome young man. Chao Rong, meanwhile, wore an indifferent expression, as if he had anticipated this scenario. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Tang Cici continued with a smile. Junior brother Lin, what is the matter? Are you unwilling to proceed? Though Tang Cici's face wore a friendly smile, the coldness in her tone made Lin Yu feel as though he were plummeting into an icy abyss. He sensed that refusing her could lead to dire consequences. In his mind, Lin Yu envisioned Tang Cici's script of life, the favorability rating plummeting rapidly, teetering on the brink of negativity, but he understood that refusing to enter was no longer an option. If he didn't comply, Tang Cici would undoubtedly retaliate. The saintess of the demon sect would not spare any mercy for those who defied her, and Chao Rong would not allow him to escape unscathed either. However, if he were to enter, it would be prudent to bring along that young woman. Her incredible fortune and expertise in formations would significantly enhance his safety. That I want that young lady to accompany me inside. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and declared, Who are you calling young lady? I have a name. I am Li Qin. Li Qin exploded with indignation at his words. How infuriating to be referred to so dismissively. The people of the demon sect were truly insufferable. Chao Rong furrowed his brow, pondering Li Qin's intentions. Tang sister, it seems your junior brother is rather disobedient. Would you like me to help discipline him? Chao Rong spoke coolly, his spiritual energy swirling, his expression icy. Senior sister Tang, This Li's sister is highly skilled in formations that if she could join me, we might better assess the situation within the secret realm. Lin Yu quickly explained to Tang Cici, adding, moreover, if I am not by your side, you will lack someone to assist you, making your actions rather inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Tang Cici narrowed her eyes, fully aware that Lin Yu's words were merely empty rhetoric. If he truly intended to scout, he merely needed someone to confirm the dangers of entry. However, if she lost a companion, and with Chao Rong bringing two, she might find herself at a disadvantage in a conflict. Li Qin, overhearing Lin Yu, scoffed internally, this little demon brother must be quite frightened. How could I possibly assist him in scouting? Such a flimsy excuse. It's truly absurd he would utter it. It seems that handsome faces often accompany dull wits. Chao Gongzi, I believe my junior brother has a point. What do you think? Tang Cici pondered for a moment before addressing Chao Rong. Though her tone suggested a collaborative spirit, her gaze held an unmistakable authority. Chapter 54. Control technique. Chao Rong's pupils constricted, his expression darkening as he grasped the precarious situation that if Lin Yu entered, Tang Cici would be at a disadvantage against two, especially with one being a genius in formations. Given her personality, how could she allow herself to be placed in such a perilous position? Now, it seemed inevitable that his junior sister would have to proceed as well, and a shadow loomed over Chao Rong's heart as he realized this had not crossed his mind earlier. Li Qin, witnessing her senior brother's troubled countenance, felt disbelief. Did he truly trust this demonist's words? Chao Rong then transmitted a message to Li Qin, junior sister, with the numerous protective treasures bestowed by the Grand Elder. You are assuredly safe to AS for that little demon. He is merely a trifling cultivator. You could easily eliminate him. Lin Yu, having instinctively concealed his cultivation level using the yin-yang technique, remained undiscovered as a cultivator of the core formation realm. Li Qin's expression turned sorrowful, tears welling in her eyes. Senior brother, I do not wish to enter with that little demon. I want to stay with you, she pleaded, her voice filled with emotion. Chao Rong frowned. Junior sister, be obedient. The two continued their hushed exchange at the entrance of the secret realm, while Tang Cici and Lin Yu silently observed the unfolding drama, saying nothing further. Tang Cici's previously warm smile faded. At this point, pleasantries were unnecessary. Ultimately, Li Qin was persuaded. She cast a resentful glance at Lin Yu, feeling wronged. Why should she have to enter first? Enough of your dilly-dallying. Enter at once, Tang Cici commanded. Tang Cici spoke with a gentle tone. While Chao Rong closely observed the two, that soon after, Lin Yu and Li Qin arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Li Qin's face was filled with apprehension, despite possessing numerous defensive treasures. She felt uncertain about the potential dangers lurking within this secret realm. Lin Yu took a deep breath, then suddenly grasped Li Qin's hand, pulling her into the secret realm with a leap. Chao Rong watched Lin Yu seize his junior sister's hand, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had never held his junior sister's hand before. This little demon from the demonic sect truly seemed to have a death wish. The moment they entered the secret realm, Lin Yu felt the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth enveloping them. Before him lay a vast expanse of whiteness, and he held onto Li Qin's hand tightly. Refusing to let go, Li Qin attempted to break free, only to find herself utterly unable to do so. Was this disciple of the demonic sect truly this strong? Wasn't he just at the qi condensation stage? Li Qin was filled with astonishment as Lin Yu exuded an aura of the foundation establishment stage, which instilled a sense of fear within her. This guy was actually concealing his cultivation. How wicked! Before long, the white mist began to dissipate, revealing a vibrant sea of flowers that appeared to be a floral paradise, suffused with the fragrant aroma of blooming blossoms. Scattered throughout the flower sea were numerous precious spiritual herbs. This secret realm was quite remarkable. Having entered, Lin Yu was delighted to discover an abundance of spiritual herbs around him. Let go of me, you little demon. A clear and melodious voice rang in Lin Yu's ears. Turning to look, he saw Li Qin's face flushed with embarrassment, a red mark left on her wrist from his grip. To Lin Yu's surprise, Li Qin's fondness for him had not dipped into the negative. She still held a modest 5 points of affection. Truly, she was a beauty addict. Attractiveness was her principle, and despite his identity as a disciple of the demonic sect and having forcefully pulled her in, she still harbored some fondness for him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu found the young lady quite charming. Little demon, "What are you staring at?" Li Qin exclaimed, her blush deepening as she noticed Lin Yu's unrelenting gaze. Did this little demon have any ulterior motives? As a troubling thought crossed her mind, her complexion turned pale. "Hand over everything you possess," Lin Yu declared, a flickering flame of demonic fire hovering in the air beside him. Li Qin was taken aback. This little demon, here she was, a delicate flower, and he was attempting to rob her. How outrageous! The demonic fire radiated an intensely violent aura, causing waves of heat to ripple through the air, instilling fear in Li Qin's heart that my grandfather is a high elder of the Qingyang sect. "If you dare to rob me, he will not let you off," Li Qin stammered, trembling. "Or perhaps you wish to experience something even more terrifying?" Lin Yu replied coolly, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. Li Qin was in a state of complete panic. She had never encountered such a situation before, as the beloved little princess of the Qingyang sect. How could this little demon show no mercy? Lin Yu's frigid gaze filled her with despair. Had she known, she would never have come. Lowering her head, she reluctantly surrendered her spatial ring and the spiritual armor she wore. Lin Yu then sealed Li Qin's dantian with his spiritual energy, rendering her incapable of resistance. As he examined her treasures and spatial ring, he felt a surge of wonder. She was the granddaughter of a high elder of the Qingyang sect. Her bounty was immense. Beside him, Li Qin quietly sobbed, feeling utterly wronged. "Stinky Lin Yu, once I get out, I will definitely have my grandfather capture you and beat you every day, not giving you anything to eat. Go and collect all the spiritual herbs around here," Lin Yu commanded. Li Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, tears streaming down her face. How could such a person exist, robbing her and then compelling her to work for him? Under Lin Yu's intimidating gaze, however, she obediently began to gather the spiritual herbs. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a shortage of firewood. Those treasures are merely a fraction of my small fortune. My family possesses far more. Preserving my life is of utmost importance, she thought, wiping her tears as she diligently harvested the herbs. Li Qin possessed two profound-grade spiritual treasures, a spiritual sword and a set of armor, both of exceptional quality and immense value. Within her spatial ring lay over 500 high-grade spiritual stones, along with a variety of miscellaneous pills and herbs. Lin Yu shook his head in disbelief. How could this girl be so foolish? With such a wealth of treasures at her disposal, why would she come to a secret realm in search of more? What was this? Lin Yu discovered an ancient tome within Li Qin's spatial ring. Spirit Control Technique, a celestial-grade secret art, consuming vast amounts of mental energy to condense the seed of consciousness. The life and death of those planted with the seed will be at your command. Chapter 55, Descendants of Saints Spirit Control Technique. Lin Yu's heart raced with fervor. Such a domineering secret art could allow him to control others' lives by planting a seed of consciousness in their sea of knowledge. However, it required a significant expenditure of mental energy. As he glanced at Li Qin, who was in the distance gathering spiritual herbs, a thought struck him. Why not test it on her? Before long, Li Qin had finished collecting the herbs, placing them all before Lin Yu. "You must recognize this, right?" Lin Yu said coolly, holding the spirit control technique in his hand. Seeing the ancient tome before her, Li Qin's face turned ashen. How could she not recognize it? She had secretly taken it from her grandfather's room, and now she had unwittingly ensnared herself in her own trap. What terrible luck! She internally cursed herself, realizing she should have returned it after taking a look. That it was all her fault for being too playful. "You don't intend to use the spirit control technique to control me, do you?" Li Qin cautiously asked Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, then replied, "This is your only chance to survive." Li Qin bit her lip, her face displaying deep distress. This secret art consumed vast amounts of mental energy, which was difficult to replenish. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't considered this. Although his mental energy far surpassed that of an average foundation establishment cultivator, excessive consumption could severely damage his own strength. However, he suddenly recalled the Millennium Spiritual Milk that in 3 days, Chao Rong would acquire it in the far north of this secret realm. Not only would the Millennium Spiritual Milk significantly boost spiritual energy, but it also possessed formidable restorative properties for mental energy that if he could obtain it, it would provide him with substantial assistance, greatly mitigating the risks associated with using the spirit control technique. Li Qin cautiously observed Lin Yu's expression, And then an idea struck her that MYC of consciousness is protected by my grandfather's Saint Seal. This secret art won't work on me, she said weakly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yu's expression shifted slightly, that if the spirit control technique was ineffective against her, he would have no choice but to eliminate her. Seeing Lin Yu's increasingly frigid demeanor, Li Qin's expression changed dramatically. If you kill me, my grandfather will also be able to locate you through the Saint's Seal. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and replied tersely, "Why didn't you mention that earlier?" He had no reason to doubt Li Qin's claims. It was evident that she was greatly favored by the High Elder of the Qingyang sect, and the existence of the Saint Seal was likely true. Otherwise, her senior brother would not have dared to let her enter. "I was too scared to remember," Li Qin muttered softly. Lin Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. How could she forget such a critical detail? Now that he knew her grandfather was a saint, and that he couldn't use the celestial-grade secret art on her, he felt a headache coming on. Killing her was not an option, and controlling her was impossible. Should he resort to seduction? No. What if she enjoyed it and then sought her grandfather's help to capture him once she got out? "I won't reveal what you did to me. I swear," Li Qin hastily declared, seemingly having read Lin Yu's thoughts. Lin Yu regarded her with a bemused expression. "Do you truly believe that?" Li Qin's face flushed as she cautiously observed Lin Yu, trying to gauge how he would handle her. "Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time," he decided. This young girl was rather delightful. Although he had robbed her, her affection for him remained steadfast. Never dipping into the negatives. Beauty-addicted, infatuated, and innocent. What a delightful combination. No matter how he bullied her, it seemed to make no difference. "Help me search for treasures in this secret realm, and once I am satisfied, I will let you go." Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. As for how long one must wait until satisfaction is attained, that depends on one's mood. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Li Qin displayed a glimmer of joy. Although Lin Yu was associated with the demon sect, he was far superior to those nefarious characters, having merely taken what was hers. Lin Yu regarded the young woman with a peculiar expression, noticing that her fondness for him was gradually increasing. Infatuated and naive, she was beyond saving. Subsequently, Lin Yu and Li Qin embarked on an exploration within the secret realm. With Li Qin's unwavering assistance, Lin Yu reaped considerable rewards, acquiring numerous rare spiritual herbs that in the farthest reaches of the secret realm lay the extreme north, a vast mountainous region where spiritual energy was notably scarce. The blazing sun relentlessly scorched the earth, while numerous ferocious beasts circled ominously around the mountains. These beasts were native to the secret realm. Lin Yu employed his spiritual fire to continually incinerate the surrounding beasts. The already sweltering mountains became even more oppressive under the onslaught of Lin Yu's flames. The second-tier beasts fell before him like paper, offering no resistance against his spiritual fire. Even the weaker third-tier beasts were effortlessly crushed by him. With such formidable talent and strength, why did you choose to join the demon sect? And that senior brother of yours is truly wicked, sending you in here alone without consulting you. Li Qin inquired as she observed Lin Yu dispatching the beasts. After casually eliminating one, Lin Yu replied, "Is there really a distinction between righteous and demonic sects? Your senior brother may appear well-dressed, but he still threw you in here alongside me." Li Qin's expression turned sour. "It's different. He didn't do it intentionally. It was all because of that wicked senior sister of yours." Lin Yu merely smirked, remaining silent. If your senior brother were genuinely a good person, he should have been more assertive. Before long, the two traversed the mountainous terrain, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged dramatically. Not far ahead, within a cave, a vortex of spiritual energy seemed to be swirling. "Lin Yu, there truly are treasures here," Li Qin exclaimed, gazing at the undulating energy with disbelief. "How do you know there are treasures?" She pressed further. Earlier, when they had been treasure hunting in the secret realm, Lin Yu had mentioned heading to the extreme north, which Li Qin had dismissed. To her astonishment, there were indeed precious treasures that in truth. Li Qin was not particularly interested in such treasures, as she had a sage grandfather and lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. She simply relished the thrill of treasure hunting. "Just a wild guess," Lin Yu retorted, unwilling to disclose that this opportunity was actually linked to her senior brother. The two then proceeded into the cave. Upon entering, they were enveloped by nearly liquid spiritual energy. The yin-yang technique within Lin Yu operated frantically, drawing the surrounding energy into his body. They continued deeper until they reached the innermost part of the cave, where a milky white thousand-year spiritual milk gradually condensed from the stalactites above. The milk dripped down, producing a melodious sound. That thousand-year spiritual milk. Lin Yu, you are truly remarkable for discovering it. Li Qin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the pure spiritual milk radiating its energy. Lin Yu shrugged. This is merely your senior brother's fortune, under the nourishing essence of the thousand-year spiritual milk. The entire cave was nearly suffused with palpable spiritual energy. Lin Yu swiftly filled several jade bottles with the spiritual milk, even shattering the stalactites above. Such a precious location, nurturing the thousand-year spiritual milk, was thus easily destroyed by Lin Yu as a qualified disciple of the demon sect. One should collect such heavenly treasures. Why leave them for another day? Li Qin watched Lin Yu's actions with regret in her eyes, but ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. For she was merely a captive at present. After searching the vicinity and finding no further treasures, Lin Yu decided it was time to cultivate. The thousand-year spiritual milk contained the essence of heaven and earth, making it an excellent resource for elevating his realm. Additionally, he had acquired several other spiritual herbs in the secret realm, all highly suitable for enhancing his cultivation. With such an abundance of treasures, it was imperative to elevate his own realm first. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest at Black Wind Mountain, a young man clad in dark attire battled a horde of ferocious beasts, wielding a demon knife enveloped in black spiritual energy. The scene was gruesome, as the sharp blade, enhanced by formidable energy, wreaked havoc among the beasts, causing blood and flesh to splatter. The young man showed no inclination to evade the surrounding attacks, allowing the ferocious beasts to assault him mercilessly. These beasts were all third-tier and notably powerful among their kind. Covered in wounds, the young man's blood soaked his dark garments, turning them a deep purple. Before long, he was struck by two of the beasts, sending him crashing into a nearby tree, which broke with a loud crack, leaving him groaning in pain. Xu Ming, are you out of your mind? Do you really believe your indestructible body is invincible? A raspy voice echoed in his mind. Wiping the blood from his lips, Su Ming slowly rose and charged at the surrounding beasts once more. Old man, do you have any idea how annoying you are? Your incessant nagging is driving me crazy, he thought furiously as he continued to fight. Around his neck hung a jade pendant adorned with ancient and intricate patterns, exuding an air of mystery. The battle raged on, and though Su Ming's wounds multiplied, his fighting spirit seemed to grow stronger, the black energy on his knife nearly solidifying. The surrounding beasts emitted pitiful cries of agony. Within the jade pendant resided a soul entity, which watched Su Ming's desperate struggle with a quaking heart. Their lives were intertwined. Should Su Ming perish, so too would the soul entity. Now gravely injured, Su Ming's indestructible body was indeed formidable, but should he suffer too severe an injury or be consumed by the beasts, no amount of resilience would save him. This madman is truly insane. Despite possessing such a powerful physique, he refuses to cultivate properly and instead throws himself into danger. The soul entity lamented, unable to comprehend why Su Ming would not simply focus on his training to ascend to greatness. After a while, all the surrounding beasts were slain, and Su Ming lay exhausted on the blood-soaked ground, his life force ebbing away. This what satisfies you, each time leaving you battered and bruised. Do you think it makes you look cool? The soul entity could not help but mock. Such scenes were not unfamiliar. Su Ming often walked the razor's edge between life and death. The soul entity had witnessed many close calls. Yet Su Ming always managed to survive. Unlike you, who hides and cultivates, only to be slaughtered like a chicken. Do you have the right to criticize me? Su Ming replied coolly. Only through constant battle and pushing one's limits can one achieve true strength. You, an old fool, will never understand. With that, he closed his eyes, ceasing further conversation. The soul entity fell silent, unable to counter Su Ming's words. Indeed, a failure had no grounds to speak, despite once being a sage. After a time, Su Ming's powerful physique began to mend his injuries, and he then set off to confront the beasts once more. Wait, Su Ming, there's a trace of spiritual fire in that cave. The soul entity's voice resonated in his mind. Su Ming's eyes brightened at the mention of spiritual fire. Acquiring it would greatly enhance his strength. While the soul entity may be a burden, it served well as a guide for treasure hunting. Su Ming thought. He proceeded into the cave, heading straight for its depths. There, he sensed remnants of violent energy, with scorched boulders scattered about that wasn't there supposed to be spiritual fire. "Where is it, old fool?" Su Ming remarked, observing the empty surroundings. Suddenly, a pale white soul entity emerged from his jade pendant, flitting about to survey the area. After a thorough inspection, it returned to the pendant that as a soul entity, even one once of great power. It could not linger long in the physical realm, especially amidst such fierce residual energy that Su Ming. This is the aura of true magical fire. It must have been taken a few days ago. The soul entity then began to speak that as its words resonated. Su Ming's mind recalled the inner sect disciple Lin Yu, whom he had encountered a few days prior in the mission hall. It seemed he had accepted the task from Haifeng Mountain. Could it be that Lin Yu? A flicker of coldness flashed in Su Ming's eyes. That if I managed to locate the one who possesses the spirit fire, would you be able to extract it? Su Ming inquired with a calm demeanor. The lingering aura of brutality in the surroundings sent a shiver of coldness through his body. As long as you can find that individual, the extraction will be left to me. Even if he consumed the spirit fire, I can make him regurgitate it. The soul entity revealed a cruel smile.